Elongated means test next Monday. Your calls with Kane, SEN Flip. Olympic calls with me. Footy calls with Kane. Grab a line now, 1300 736 736.
Good morning, I'm Alex Riddell with SEN News. Victoria has recorded 2 new local cases of COVID in the community. Both cases are linked to Victoria's current outbreaks and were in isolation for their entire infectious period. In New South Wales, Australian Defence Force troops will join police today, patrolling streets in Sydney's west and southwest to ensure health orders are being observed. While overseas, Shane Warne, who is over in the UK as a coach in the 100 cricket tournament, has tested positive to COVID. In Queensland, police are concerned an anti-lockdown rally will happen in Brisbane today, while Queenslanders could face more time in lockdown, with health officials reportedly discussing extending the shutdown in the southeast by 14 days. And a kayaker has been rescued by helicopter after spending a night in near freezing conditions in Tasmania. The man in his 20s was with another man on his kayak in the state's north yesterday afternoon when he became separated from his kayak and was forced to swim downstream. SEN.com.au Sport up next. After Sydney's AFL teams had to flee Queensland due to the lockdown, family members of the teams are still in hotel quarantine in Queensland. Swans coach John Longmire has told SEN the team is hoping to see their family members at the end of the week.
Everyone's got a different story, I guess, in a playing and staff sense. There's some players and staff, their families are still back in Sydney, and I think it's been about 7 weeks now. But there's a number of people that are doing it pretty tough. So I guess up in hotel quarantine, and it'd be good to catch up with them, and they'd be looking forward to getting some fresh air.
Frenchman Esteban Ocon has won the Hungarian Grand Prix. Lewis Hamilton finished third, but then was moved up to second place after Sebastian Vettel was disqualified. Daniel Ricciardo finished 12th. In Tokyo, Brandon Stark has finished 5th in the men's high jump. Stark's top clearance of 2.35 metres was the highest ever by an Australian at an Olympics. And in the NRL, Melbourne Storm had a 37-10 win over the Panthers. The Storm's Harry Grant returned for his first match since round 15, scoring a try and laying 35 tackles. Weather's next.
Welcome to SEN Flip with Kane Corns. For Red Energy, awarded CanStar's most trusted energy retailer nationally for 2021. Maybe it's time you called Red Energy on 131 806. And Hyundai. Experience the convenience of buying your dream car online with Hyundai's Click to Buy today.
It's a very good morning to you and welcome to another what is going to be massive week right here on SEN Flip. It is your show. We're with you through until 3 o'clock. You will all get an opportunity to jump on and give us your opinion on what was another interesting and busy weekend of football. There were 5 games played yesterday. If you've missed any of it, because it was impossible to watch all 5, Melbourne got it done against the Gold Coast Suns. Wow, we'll speak about them. They managed just 4 goals. Hawthorn upset Brisbane Sydney knocked off Essendon in an absolute shootout at the MCG. Terrific game in Perth with Fremantle ending Richmond's finals hopes by 4 points in an absolute thriller. And Port Adelaide got it done in a pretty good game at Marvel last night. 1300 736 736. Big show coming up. Sam Edmund had some big news to break on Gary and Tim this morning, particularly in relation to Eddie Betts. So Carlton fans will get your thoughts on that. Darren Cahill was going to join us on Friday, but we bumped him back, Killer, and it's not often we do that because of the goings-on that happened at Hawthorn. We're going to speak to Peter Sumich on the back of West Coast pretty ordinary and pathetic performance against Collingwood in Shannon Hearn's 300th. So he'll join us and he doesn't hold back. Chris Anstey, the Boomers are taking on Argentina, but there's also some big NBA news in regards to Kawhi Leonard and also Chris Paul with their free agency options. We'll flip over with Jared before we leave you and get a taste of what is happening at the Olympics. I'm very keen to hear his thoughts on the false starts at the sprinting, which has just been... I don't get it. I don't understand what is going on there. The high jump sharing the gold there, so we'll check in with Jared. But we're here to talk about footy, and we'll hear with what Justin Longmire had to say and the best bits of David King and Jared Waitley this morning. But let's get the show underway with this, because what a super Sunday of football it was. And at 2 o'clock just last Friday, the Hawthorn players were yet to be told that their legendary coach Alistair Clarkson was out. And only 48 hours later, they put the chaos behind them and rallied for the coach, knocking off the top 4 fancied Lions in Tassie. Here's Clarkson after an emotional week. He spoke post-match.
Yeah, I think the players were mindful of the fact that our club's been bashed a little bit around in the press over the last little while, and they're the first bunch of guys that can pull on the jumper and show the football world, but certainly our supporters back home that this club's got some heart. It's always had some heart. You can't be on top of the ladder all the time. We'll find a way to get ourselves back there, but just at the minute we needed to show our supporters that pulling on the brown and gold really meant something, and I hope our supporters back home enjoyed the effort of the side today, and saw some young blokes coming through and emerging for our side, and it gives us hope for the rest of this season and then moving into the future.
Terrific performance. Damien Barrett on AFL.com.au was really strong with a column that he wrote. He reckons now is the time for Clarkson to leave and go out on that note, saying that he can't coach the remaining 3 games of the season. Hawks fans will continue to take your thoughts throughout the morning on 1300 736 736. They were an unbelievable performance, really. It doesn't do Sam Mitchell that much good in the long term. For one, it probably means they will avoid finishing last and receiving the rights to the second best player in the draft, Jason Horn. And what's happened to the Lions? Coach Chris Fagan was forced to lose his cool, not for the first time this year at the players at quarter time. A top 4 spot has probably slipped away, and his own team wasn't the only one that felt the brunt of his spray. Here's what he had to say about his former team Hawthorn handling of Clarkson this week.
And, well done to Clarko on that. He's a man I have enormous respect for, I must say. Sad to see that he won't be coaching Hawthorn past this year. He's done a tremendous job. It's an interesting situation they find themselves in. I would have thought of all the coaches in the AFL, the one guy that might have had the opportunity to go out on his terms and with a little bit of dignity would have been Clarko. But it seems from a distance that hasn't been the case. But I hope he's not lost the footy. He's a brilliant coach, and his team played for him today. Oh, I'm not there, so I don't know all the inner workings. I'm only making an observation from a distance, and it just seems to me that it could have happened in a better way, I guess.
Whack. Cop that. Not often opposition teams delve into the areas of rival clubs. What a game it was at the MCG, but the Bombers coughed up another top 8 opportunity going down to Sydney in an absolute shootout, and one of the best games we've seen this year. Did love the style that both teams played. For the 3rd time this year, they've kicked 100 points and lost, and it's clear they're just not quite ready to take the next step. Here's a disappointed Ben Rutten post-game.
We obviously came here to win, and in some respects, I think we didn't have to win the game, but probably still a little bit too much cost in our game at the moment, and which probably undoes a bit of our good work. So, there's no shame in losing to them, but at the same time, I also thought that our guys put in some really good effort and played the style of footy that, I think we're trying to build on.
Pretty impressive stuff, but doesn't hide the disappointment of the opportunity that has been missed. Now, Melbourne flew across the country and back again, and they also made a statement by piling on the goals against an awful Gold Coast Suns. It was a training drill at Marvel, but it was nice to see a couple of their forwards finally kick a bag. But what now for Gold Coast? CEO Mark Evans witnessed the calamity from the coach's box, and I'm sure he picks up the phone to his old colleague Clarkson this week if he hasn't already. Suns coach Stewie Dew is under the pump, and he was bemused by the performance post-match.
We've got 3 of these trips right. We've had to jump on a plane really quickly, and we didn't get this one right. And we looked lethargic at the start of the game and off pace. So just got to make sure we get the helmets on and fight this one out, because there's much to play for, and we're hurting. We understand that, but it's not fatal.
Not allowed to do boxing during the week anymore, but good old-fashioned boxing session at Gold Coast, you would think, is what's needed after their last 2 performances. What a game it was in the West. It was so tense. I don't know if you saw it. Did you watch it? Get involved and join in with your thoughts. But Fremantle are in 8th spot after finishing off the reigning premiers, who could only manage 1 goal. Richmond, 1 goal at half-time. The young Dockers midfield without Fife are going to be something special, and they're going to build the club around them. What a relief for coach Justin Longmuir.
It's been a big couple of weeks. Obviously, not just our form, the last couple of weeks have been disappointing, but as a club, we've been through a lot over the last 5 weeks, 3 away games, or 4 away games in those 5 weeks. We're in quarantine at the moment. We're short on staff. I just thought it was a great club effort, not just to prepare the players during the week, and then obviously the players' commitment was just first class. And I was really proud of the club, really proud of the playing group, proud of how they embraced the challenge and responded in that last quarter.
He's pretty proud, as you heard 3 or 4 times there. And Richmond, for what seems like the 4th or 5th time this year, are finally finished. Coach Damien Hardwick spoke post-game.
Yeah, we're just going to sit back and just wait a while, sort of thing. It's pretty difficult at the moment. Obviously, it's been a long week here. I won't speak to them until Tuesday. Just sit back and have a look at the game and take a bit of time to digest what's happened. So, obviously, I think we're still a mathematical chance. So the ball's in our court. We've certainly got to play a fair bit better than what we did today. So we're disappointed to lose, and we'll take stock, have a look at it, see what the tape shows, and keep building from there.
This once powerful side could only manage 55 points against a young Fremantle side without Fife, and who are missing so many other key players. Port Adelaide have won 8 out of its last 10. They've shored up a top 4 spot, while the Western Bulldogs and Geelong were clinical and continue storming towards September. What are your opinions? What are your views? Lines available right now, 1300 736 736, or you can send me a temper text. Heaps of those flowing through already. We'll get to the majority of those throughout the morning, but we'd love your calls. We'd love for you to jump on the phone, as Rick has done. You're on the road, Rick. What'd you make of the footy over the weekend? Welcome to you.
Can you hear me, Kane?
Loud and clear.
Oh, I'd say I've been waiting for this for 1 hour, man, to get through to you. And I didn't realise you're on at 10. I thought you were on at 9. And I rang up at 9, and I've been waiting ever since for you, Kane. I tell you, that is commitment to you. That's a commitment. I don't take that lightly, mate. I mean, that's a commitment to you. But anyway, that's not the thing. 101 minutes later, let's chat. I want to ask you your opinion. Should we have a playoff round at the end of the year for 8 versus 9? Because it seems to me that the top 13 teams, all right, let's just say let's say from 9th to 13, it's very tight. A lot of teams on the same points. Not far out the top, not far out from the top from making the 8. They're only a game out. I just think that there's a lot of teams in the bottom half that still are playing better than some teams in the top 8, considering what happened this weekend. And I just feel like we should be giving the bottom 8 some opportunity to be able to still make the top 8. And I think a playoff round in the break between the last round and the first week of the finals would be the best opportunity to create the excitement of 9th v 8 to play off for that last spot. And I think that would be something that would be awesome because, Essendon, they're still thereabouts, could do damage in the top 8 or give guys or teams a little bit lower than that something to actually play for, an opportunity to say, you know what, we can still make finals if we finish 9th.
I'm not against it, Rick. I'm not. The only counter to that, and I mean, Hutchie's been massive on this for probably 6 or 7 years about this wildcard round. 7v10, 8v9. So right now, West Coast versus Essendon and Fremantle versus the Giants. That's how it sits right now. Of course, it's going to look different in 3 weeks' time during the bye week to work out who gets the last positions. But then you think, well, do they really deserve it? Like, the Eagles are arguably maybe the worst final side we are going to see, and they're 1 game clear in 7th at the moment. Do those teams really deserve it? Are they good enough? How many opportunities have Essendon had? How many have Richmond had? How many have Fremantle had to shore up a top 4 spot? How many of the Giants had would be the view. Look, I'm not against it. I think it would be terrific. I hate the bye round before the finals. I think it sucks all the momentum out of the season. So to have something there with your other awards, the All-Australian, Brownlow medal, all of that, you could make it a bit of a festival. I'm not completely against it, but in the back of my mind it says I'm just not sure these teams deserve it. But it's topical at the moment. 1300 736 736. Hey mate, thanks for waiting over an hour to join us. I think it was well worth it because it's going to stir up some debate amongst the listeners out there on whether a wildcard round is something that would add to the game during that pre-finals bye. Good on you, mate. Speak to you soon. James is in Essendon and he wants to speak about the Blues. G'day, Jimmy.
Good morning, Kane. You know I love you. Now, please give me some very important time about the Carlton Football Club. President Djokovic and his board are doing a big power grab from the members with changes to the Constitution. I am calling all Carlton members to vote no for the changes to the Constitution. The biggest change is to stop the members from causing an EGM using the 100 signatures requirement by increasing to 5% of the voting members. If allowed, the board will never be challenged by the members. So vote no the 17th of August at Moonee Valley. Bring your boxing gloves.
Bring your boxing gloves, says James. Fair bit happening, isn't there, off the field at Carlton. As this review set to be handed down, I've seen some leaks and some emails that have flooded to the Herald Sun. Now, they can't be confirmed or they can be confirmed. They're not sure about the source, but they ran with it anyway. And some interesting findings from that so-called leaked email that has come from someone inside the review at Carlton. We'll wait and see if any of that was true. Adam's in Ocean Grove. He wants to speak about Alistair Clarkson. Your thoughts, Adam, and welcome.
Hey, Kane. Massive fan of you, man. Honestly, love the way you go about it. But I just want to know, if we didn't have a TV or a radio, do you think we'd know COVID existed?
I think we would.
Really?
Yep. You want to talk footy, mate, or you want to talk COVID? No, he's gone. If you didn't, I think that was the Jaden Stevenson line, wouldn't it? I think you'd be pretty certain that the IC units at the hospital would be a pretty good indication that COVID existed. But good on you, mate. Let's go to Martin, who's on the line. G'day to you, Marty. What'd you make of the footy over the weekend?
G'day. Yeah, I loved it. I just I couldn't believe the mighty D's and the structure in the forward line is looking a little better. And I think Max, what a beautiful banana. And one option would be to put Max at full forward and put Brownie in the ruck. But no, it was a lovely, lovely side. I like all the Collingwood and Carlton supporters, particularly the Carlton supporters with what they're going through, to get behind the D's and get them home for this year. We'll win the big dance and we'll lead all the way on the day. Now, Alistair Clarkson, I believe he's going for a holiday up on the Gold Coast, so I wish him all the best and enjoy the time up there.
You think you'll end up there, do you, Marty?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. No worries about that. Yeah, no worries. But
good on you, mate. Good on you, D's. They were pretty good. I said to Jared on Friday that it's exactly what they needed. I thought the road trip didn't come at a bad time for them, and I think to play with some freedom and kick a massive score, their biggest score for the year, albeit the opposition was what the opposition were, but they were terrific and could really kick-start them and give them some serious momentum into September. It's 20 minutes past 10 o'clock. Lines available right now if you want to jump on and have you say 1300 736 736. We'll work through a stack of your texts. A lot of people want to discuss the wild card or the playoff to get into the finals, whatever you call it, on the back of the call that we had, Adam, suggesting it would be a good idea. Who gets 8th spot? Have you say on that? Should Eddie Betts go around again, Carlton fans? And where does Alistair Clarkson end up? 20 minutes past 10 on SEN Flip. That number, 1300 736 736.
listening to SEN Flip with Kane Corns. For Red Energy, awarded CanStar's most trusted energy retailer nationally for 2021. Maybe it's time you called Red Energy on 131 806. And Hyundai. Experience the convenience of buying your dream car online with Hyundai's Click to Buy today.
25 minutes past 10 o'clock. It's 5 minutes to 10 if you're listening to us in Adelaide. And welcome in to SEN Flip. We're with you talking footy with a massive show through until 3 o'clock. And we'd love for you to jump on and give us your opinion on what you saw over the weekend, how many games did you actually see, and what were your biggest talking points out of it. G'day, Kano. I'm so over people wanting more teams than 8 playing finals. It does nothing but reward mediocrity. And you could argue that there are only 5 decent sides in the competition, says Nugget. And you're not alone on that view, Nug. Matty's in Mornington. He wants to chat about the Swans, who held on and did enough, Matty, in a terrific game of footy. Welcome.
Hey, mate. What an absolute pearl of a game it was yesterday. Just to let you know, I'm not going to be as angry as Bruin from Hastings was Friday. But, it had everything. Like, I want to give credit to Draper from Essendon. He was super in the ruck up against Hickey. And it was just what so any AFL supporter wants to go and see a great game of footy. But how good seeing the Saints get done again. Where's old Brocky boy?
Well, it's amazing, Matty. Old Brocky boy is waiting next on the line. So just by coincidence, he was the next caller up. But very happy Sydney Swans fan. Matty's a passionate one of that. And it was a great game of footy. The Swans just refused to kick the ball down the line. And I love that. They just refuse. Yep, they give you an opportunity to turn the footy over. But the style of footy they play and their execution is doing a lot for the prospects of Don Pike. I think he will end up being the next coach of Collingwood on the back of it. So here he is. Brock's on the road. What happened, Brock?
Kane, it's a bloody disgrace, isn't it? Sonia, you've got a 19, 20-year-old kid, a 75, 76-kilo kid running around doing whatever he wants at every stoppage, and you've got big-built men like Jack Steele and Zach Jones and Luke Dunstan and Brad Crouch that don't even want to put an arm on him, mate. They don't even want to touch him. It's just they're weak as water in the midfield, mate.
And so you're talking about Sam Walsh. I want to look at it on Footy Classified tonight because the 3 goals he kicked. So you're playing against Carlton, right? The only midfielder that's going to get you at the moment that plays for Carlton is Sam Walsh. So how you can let him stand all alone inside 50 at a stoppage with no one on him, it's selfish from St Kilda players. They all care about getting the footy and they had plenty of it. Jones and Dunstan and Crouch, they all had 30-odd. They were the top 4 possession winners on the ground. Yet you let Sam Walsh just stand alone and kick 3. It's just unbelievable, mate. So what happens now, Brock? What happens in the off-season? How do they address the list and what do you want to see?
I just want to see some heart, Kane. You know, for a few games there, Jack Steele and Dunstan stood up, but, you know, it's all well and good to do it for 3 weeks when the season's dead and buried, but where was that in round 7, 8, 9, 10 when the season was on the line? Where's the leadership? Where's the on-field want? You know, we're paying overs for blokes that were brought in like Crouch and Hill, and they're just, all they want to do is the easy stuff. They don't want to get their hands dirty. And until that changes, mate, we're just going to dribble along in the middle of the ladder and waste another 5, 10 years with the mediocrity that we've been putting up this year. It's disgraceful.
Very inconsistent and frustrating, and just the lack of defensive effort. They have 44 inside 50s, Carlton, for 24 scoring shots. Not a great ratio, and 15 of Carlton's goals came from that corridor area. A very accurate performance. So where are the Blues fans? 1300 736 736. You can jump on and have your say. I think they need to back it up. To me, they look like a comfortable group that gets well ahead of themselves when they have a solid performance. Carlton should win the next 3. There's no reason why they can't win their next 3 and make a serious push towards the finals. But history would say they'll get comfortable with their performance that they produce. They'll think they're going a lot better than what they are, and then they'll be highly disappointing once again. So Bo's in the Sunshine Coast. We'll get to you in a second, Bo. This one, if I was Clarko, I'd take 1 year off coaching, then start up the Tasmanian Devil footy team, and he'd be their inaugural coach in 2 to 3 years' time. There's going to be a lot of clubs that want him, including probably the Gold Coast Suns. Yeah, well, who knows? Clarko says he's not coaching, but we can't believe a word that comes out of his mouth, unfortunately. We'll get to your call, Bo, after the 10:30 news headlines.
Making SEN news this hour, South East Queensland's lockdown has been extended until Sunday, bringing it to an 8-day lockdown. Over the past 24 hours, there were 13 new local cases in Queensland. All are linked to existing outbreaks. Meantime, the Melbourne Vixens Adelaide Thunderbirds clash will go ahead in Brisbane tonight after the Queensland government agreed to Super Netball matches being played under strict protocols. Victoria has reported 2 new local cases of COVID in the community. Both cases are linked to Victoria's current outbreaks and were in isolation for their entire infectious period. And Shane Warne has tested positive to COVID. He's over in the UK as a coach at the 100 cricket tournament. SEN.com.au Sport up next. At the Olympics later today, the Hockeyroos will take on India in the quarterfinals at 1 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time. Meantime, Peter Bowl will be the first Australian man in 53 years to run in the 800-metre final at an Olympic Games. The final will take place at 10:05 on Wednesday night. Frenchman Esteban Ocon has won the Hungarian Grand Prix. Daniel Ricciardo finished 12th. And the Melbourne Storm's Harry Grant returned for his first match since round 15 over the weekend. He scored a try and laid 35 tackles in their win over the Panthers. Weather's next.
G'day you, Alex. G'day, Kane. I'm a very bewildered Lions fan. What is going on up there? The last month they've gone off the boil. Yep, that is fair to say they've gone off the boil. G'day, Kane. I look forward to hearing the apologies from some in the media and the Collingwood supporters after the ridiculous carry-on and overreaction during the trade period last year. I challenge anyone to answer the question of who you would rather now, Poulter, McRae, Henry, McCreery, or Stevenson, Treloar, Phillips. It's a good debate. It's a different view. I still think I'd rather Treloar and Stevenson than those, but yeah, perhaps not as bad as what it was made out to be during the trade period. Bo's been waiting patiently. He wants to chat about a hot player who's out of contract, Cam Guthrie. G'day to you, Bo.
Hey, Kano, how are you, buddy?
Good.
I read your article about Cam. I didn't even know he wasn't signed, so I was a bit flabbergasted with that. So, what do you think he's worth? And just what your take on that. I was just really surprised that we haven't signed him up.
So, 29 years of age, reigning best and fairest winner in a side that made the grand final, and he's an All-Australian. And he's their second best midfielder, I'm going to say, after Dangerfield. Probably, you could argue Duncan's, in that mix as well. What's he worth? He's probably, he'll take a little bit less to stay at Geelong. They don't lose too many players. The players do like the lifestyle up there, and they're a successful side. I think you'd get offers of $850 from another team. You look at what, Williams was getting at Carlton, that ridiculous offer there. You saw what Hanbury got at St Kilda, Brad Hill. So there would be a team that would pay him $850. I think to stay at the Cats, he's probably $650 to $700. Bo, I think the argument will be about the length of the deal. He'll want 4, which will take him through to 33. The club probably wants to give him 3. So wait and see. What do you reckon? Are you concerned that he may leave?
Well, he's from where I'm. He's a Sunbury boy, and I think he's a very level head from what I hear. I think he'll stay at the Cats. But the other thing is, though, I want to reward him for what he's done for the Cats because he's been pretty player. So I think at the end of the year there'll be a few players that they'll have to leave, force into retirement maybe, or maybe trade just to open the cap space. I can't see him going for anything less than 600.
Yeah, no, I agree with you, mate. He's it's sort of one that snuck up on us. Round 21, unrestricted free agent, meaning he can go anywhere he wants and the club doesn't have to give anything to get him. So, look, there'll be offers, but I think I'm with you. I think it's unlikely that he leaves. Trevor's on the line. He wants to chat about the Blues. They got it done on Friday night. Trev.
Mate, I've been a long-term Carlton supporter all my life. I live up here in Queensland. I pay my memberships. I never get along. So, you know, I'm a dyed-in-the-wool supporter, but what I want to talk about is Eddie Betts. He's holding up people on our list. He's playing. They're talking about giving him another year next year. And, you know, Josh Honey comes in on the weekend and lights it up. He actually competed. He got to the drop of the ball. He gave off 3 before he even kicked one. I just think it's ridiculous that we're talking about signing him up again.
You wouldn't give him another deal?
Well, if I give him another deal, I'd be playing him in reserves.
Yeah, and we'll hear from Sam Edmund after, just before 11 o'clock today with his report that pending the review, I think the words were that Carlton looks set to offer him a 1-year contract extension. I was surprised he went on last year, and I'm not sure, like his performance hasn't been bad this year, but I'm not sure it's been enough to categorically lock in another contract with where Carlton are at. So, look, I'm not sure that's the right move. I don't mind going out with something in the tank, and that's what I would be doing if I was Eddie Betts, and in particular taking that decision out of his hands if I was Carlton. But we'll wait and see. Blues fans, happy to take your thoughts on that. 1300 736 736. Longy is in Mount Martha, and you want to chat about Aaron Francis. Welcome, Longy.
Yeah, mate. How's it going?
Good, thanks.
Did you watch the game yesterday?
Yeah, I got to be completely honest, I was flicking between all sorts of games, but I watched the majority of it.
Yeah, right. So I wanted to grab your thoughts on Aaron Francis playing forward. I just really hope we persist with it because it was his first game in bloody 8 weeks, and he creates a contest, he flies at the ball, and he got outmarked a few times and got pushed under the ball a few times. But I think we should persist with him because we need someone to partner Jones and co when Hooker gives it up next year. So I was wondering your thoughts on that.
Well, my biggest takeout for Essendon, they're desperately crying out for a key forward. I mean, I've written down some notes just on how many times that there was a ball going long inside 50 and they just didn't have a significant contest. You know, if you could pluck a Charlie Dixon into that Essendon forward line, I know Hooker's been that guy, but he's clearly coming towards the end, was an obvious one for me. So how they go about supporting the younger options, I don't think any of the young ones they have on there is a genuine key forward. That's got to be the priority for the Bombers for me. And Francis is a nice 3rd or 4th tall forward if you want to play him that way, medium forward, but I'm not sure he's a long-term option. So everything you can to go and get a key forward, and I've mentioned a number of times, the one I'd be really having a crack at is Ben King. I mean, I know there's the link to St Kilda and all of that, how they get him, but he'd be the one at the end of next year. Ben King for the Bombers would solve a lot of issues, I reckon, and I don't reckon he's going to be staying at Gold Coast with the way that they are going. Good on you, Longy. Thanks for your thoughts. Ashley's in Echuca. You want to chat about the drama that happened at Hawthorn on Friday last week?
Yeah, that's right, Caro. How are you, mate?
Good, mate.
Hey, I just want to get your thoughts. Don't you think it's quite funny that I guess the hype around the Collingwood coaching role, we haven't really heard of too many names that, factual that have actually had a chat with the Pies or with Graham Wright. Media have sort of, I guess, been, putting names out there, but Collingwood's kept it quite quiet over the last sort of 3 or 4 weeks, and we're still not hearing much. If it wasn't Clarko, who could be possibly coaching Collingwood? And, isn't it a coincidence that Clarko just, out of nowhere has just made a decision, bang, he's out of there after sort of convincing everyone he was staying at the Hawks. And I'm thinking there's a little bit of Collingwood promising Clarko to keep everything quiet, that they're going to let him have his send-off that he's meant to have with the Hawks, and then they'll get their man at the end of the year.
You think he's Definitely going to sign it at Collingwood, Ashley. Are you a Collingwood supporter?
I am a Collingwood supporter. I don't think he's definitely going to...
Do you want that?
You wouldn't complain about it, put it that way. You never know. You never know what's going to happen in terms of, how well the next 5 years are going to go. It could be an absolute disaster, but, he's one of those coaches that you're going to have to say, you're going to have to give it a go. Because it can go both ways. So, but I'm just thinking it's strange. Out of all the coaches that have ever been appointed to a club, we're always hearing some noise of meetings they've had, the opportunities that they're presenting to the club, all that sort of stuff. We're not hearing nothing with the Pies, and I'm just thinking they're keeping the lid pretty tight because they know they've got their man.
All right, well, that's it's not an unusual view, I don't think, Ashley. We haven't heard a lot of names. We know that, some suggesting, including Tom Morris, that it's down to 3. Now, this was prior to Clarkson leaving on Friday, and those 3 were Scott, Pike, and the other one has just escaped my memory at the moment, but it wasn't Voss, he was interviewed for it, but there was another name in the mix there. We'll wait and see where it lands with Alistair Clarkson. Wouldn't be surprised if there's significant discussions between Collingwood and Clarkson and Carlton and Clarkson this week, even though he says he doesn't want to coach again. But once again, take anything Alistair Clarkson says with an absolute pinch of salt. Kane, if the AFL brings in any new rule, they need to just ask themselves, would you like to lose a grand final because of the new rule? If the answer is no, you wouldn't, then don't bring it in, says Darren in SA, who doesn't want to see last possession out of bounds. Yeah, the state of the game is also an interesting discussion. I'm not sure the stand rule has really impacted and improved the game whatsoever, but you can have your thoughts on that. I heard Kingy and Jared speak about the keepings off tactics that some clubs are using not being great for the game. We'll touch on that a little bit later on in the program. Right now, it's 18 minutes to 11 o'clock. You're on SEN Flip. There's lines available through until 11 o'clock and through until 3. 1300 736 736. Jump on and have your say.
Home of chasing, pacing and racing. SEN track on 15 B+.
To celebrate 50 years of Maccas, we're introducing the Mac family. And with every medium or large, Mac Junior, Big Mac or Grand Big Mac meal, you'll get one of 6 free Maccas glasses, but only for a limited time. Available after 10:30am while stocks last.
You're listening to SEN Flip with Kane Corns. For Red Energy, awarded CanStar's most trusted energy retailer nationally for 2021. Maybe it's time you called Red Energy on 131 806. And Hyundai. Experience the convenience of buying your dream car online with Hyundai's Click to Buy today.
13 minutes to 11 o'clock on SEN Flip at 17 minutes past 10. We are aware that there's currently a silence, not going to wear during our ad breaks. The techs are aware of it and they will do their best to fix it very, very shortly. But we are with you throughout the content, which I guess is all that matters, and you can have your say whenever you like through until 3 o'clock. Got a big show coming your way. We're going to hear from Sam Edmund with his thoughts on, not his thoughts, but a story relating to Carlton, one of their veterans perhaps going around again. Blues fans will get your thoughts on that. Peter Sumich, I don't reckon he'll hold back on West Coast performance against Collingwood in their former captain and their premiership skipper Shannon Hearn's 300th game. What a mess that was, and what a messy season it has been for West Coast. So we'll speak to him about that. We'll speak to Darren Cale with all the latest news from a massive tennis schedule at the Olympics, but also we'll talk some footy. He's on the board at Port Adelaide as well, and always an insightful chat. I'm keen on his thoughts on Novak Djokovic as well. We'll hear from Jared. We'll cross across to him and test the temperature of the Olympics. Justin Longmire, and also a bit of what David King had to say with Jared Waitley this morning. Kane, did you get up and about when one of your teammates was playing a milestone game? I just want your thoughts on West Coast. Dismal effort on the weekend for Shannon Hearn. Disgraceful and sad, says Connor. I think you do. I think absolutely you are conscious of how much it means. Now, the club where I played, Port Adelaide, was always massive on milestones, and Mark Williams sort of set the tone. There'd be a number of, acknowledgements for that throughout the week, including a significant highlights video that would have interviews with the significant people that have spoken and had an influence on that player's career. So the player's definitely conscious of it. Didn't always work that way, and you can't guarantee a win, but you would have expected a much better effort for one of their greatest players of all time and their premiership captain and the first player to play 300 games at that club. It was an absolute mess. Hi, Kane. You don't need a playoff round with a floating fixture. 7, 8, 9 and 10 should play each other every year in the last 3 rounds, says Jeff. I'm not sure that quite works. What if they've already played each other twice? Not sure you can predict at those rounds who will be in which position. I mentioned Essendon's forward line and the fact they desperately need a key forward. Ziggy in Perth says Harrison Jones is a very solid key forward option for the Dons. Yeah, I think he is. I think he's the third tall. I don't think he's a number one power forward at Essendon, and I'd be doing everything I possibly can to not get a stopgap like 2 metre Peter. He's not the long-term answer. I'm supportive of them going that way for now. They need a big name, Essendon, and I think there's some options that they have got. So that's what I would be doing, and one of them plays for Gold Coast right at the moment. G'day, Kane. Just the talk of Essendon needing a tall. What about asking Todd Marshall with all the talls down there at Port Adelaide? Don't mind it. Todd Marshall, you would think, is probably going to be expendable, I reckon, at Port Adelaide. I don't think they're going to go with the 4 of them during the finals. We'll wait and see. Could be wrong on that, and their record is pretty good out of their last 10, but I'm not sure Georgiades, Dixon and Todd Marshall and Laddams can all survive in that side. Kano, as Wright said, that's Graham with the caller on Collingwood just now. He said the Pies will have a coach sometime in September. Kane, I'm a Carlton member here in Adelaide. Do you seriously think that Carlton will beat Port Adelaide? You are dreaming, says Camo. I didn't say that they will beat Port Adelaide. I said they should. If they think they're good enough and if they want to make a run to the finals, they win their next 3. But history would say, as I said, that they get so comfortable with themselves on the back of one okay performance against an ordinary St Kilda team that they'll let their supporters down again. They've got enough talent in that list to beat Port Adelaide. Absolutely they do. Will they? Yeah, I'm not sure that they will. 1300 736 736. SEN Flip is for Red Energy, awarded CanStar's most trusted energy retailer nationally for 2021. That's Red Energy. And for Hyundai, shop online today with Hyundai's Click and Buy. The West Coast coach is Adam Simpson. He spoke after the game. It didn't really shed much light on all the issues going on, but let's have a listen anyway.
Pretty raw at the moment. I've got to go through the game, see where we failed, address it with our players, and then try and get better. I mean, the season's still alive. We're still thereabouts, but we're not going to get far if we play like that. So we're honest about it. We need to own it, and we need to get better real quick. Otherwise, we won't get far at all.
If you look at their list, they don't lack anything really, and it's been probably the most disappointing performance out of any team this year. When you look at where they sat prior to the year, and Nick Nat, McGovern, Hearn, Gaff, Kelly, Shuey, Yo, all the names in that side, the best 10, I think, in the competition, or competes with the best 10 of any other, and they served that up on the weekend. What a disgraceful performance it was. He did go on to say that he thinks they're much better than what they produced.
No efficiency in the front half, and the inability to keep it in our front half was really disappointing. Couldn't stop their uncontested game, and their run and overlap.
What was the message at half-time? You won the second half.
Run. Start running. Start defending better. I thought the Pies used their brains more than we did as well with their ball movement, and we didn't. We gave them some clarity at half-time, but we shouldn't need to. We're better than that.
We're better than that. Well, I'm not sure you are on the back of a couple of performances. Longy says Harrison Jones is 198 and once he fills out will be the same size as the King boys. Maybe he will be a number one forward in the future. Maybe. I don't think so. I think he's more of a sort of a Jack Darling floating third sort of forward for me would be the best use of him is what I see. And I don't trust any of the club website and their dimensions. I don't trust their weight and I don't trust their height. Harrison Jones doesn't look like just a touch under 200 centimetres to me. I could be wrong. It's like Will Phillips is listed at 82 kilos or something on North Melbourne's website and 181 centimetres. He's tiny. So I'm not trusting any of the club websites with the height and dimensions. So don't get sucked into that. Does Essendon look at Mason Cox? Does Mason get another contract at the Pies? No and no, to answer your question, Rick. It is 6 minutes to 11 o'clock. Jump on the phone. There's lines available right now and have you say heaps of texts coming through. We will work our way through those, but would much rather you call. So happy to take one or two of those on the other side of this.
Cold Flow. Day conducted heating cooling sale on now. Trade in your old heater and save at Cold Flow.
There's simply no better prize than the Toyota Caller of the Year on SEN Breakfast.
Spot on, Gary. At the end of each week, our favourite caller goes into the running to be the Caller of the Year when they could win a 2021 Toyota Hilux Rugged X valued at over 75 grand. How good is that? The Toyota Caller of the Year, only on SEN Breakfast.
Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
Coach Nick's strategies for business growth are proven.
Communicating in a family business can be difficult, especially when it involves succession planning and future growth. I can help facilitate those discussions and take out the emotions.
For more guidance, advice and direction on where to now in business, get on to Coach Nick.
Business owners, if you're ready to take advantage of the current incredible opportunities, then let's take your business to the next level. Your first consultation is free. Visit coachnick.com.au.
It's time, Australia, to wake up to sleep, because it is incredible. It's scientifically proven to give us more energy, clearer judgment, and better memory. 40 Winks, serious about sleep.
Hi, Gerard Waitley here. Us Aussies, we're a patriotic bunch, and we love supporting our own, which is why I'm with Red Energy. It feels good to support a 100% Australian-owned company and know I'll be looked after by a customer service team who are based right here. I love having Red Energy on my team, and I reckon you will too. Red Energy, that's real Aussie energy.
We've been there for every game of 4 and 25. When Meatloaf overcooked it and Cregan saved that try. When Brownie takes one for the team and Brandry we watch as Taylor kicks the sky. When Ben Simmons makes a three, we give a big high five. What future sport looks like just won't be right without a pie. Oh, what a lovely pie, me mates, a 4 and 20 pie. Oh.
Hello, it's Gazy here. I'm forever grateful I got to carry the flag for Australia and proudly represent the Boomers at 5 different games. My secret? I had the best grip on my shoes to avoid slip-ups. And here's an extra tip. The grip on your tyres needs to be better. If you haven't been to Tyre Power for your free 5-minute tyre safety check, then book in now and get a grip on tyre safety. Tyre Power, Aussie owned and operated, keeping you safe on the roads. tyrepower.com.au.
Just really want customer support from someone close by.
True Blue award-winning Aussie support, you betcha. Mate has got your back. Mate serves up award-winning internet and mobile. Get unlimited talk and text, plus great data inclusions with data banking of unused data up to 100 gigabytes from only $20 a month. Plus, you get a Tidal music subscription included free with selected plans. Mate, how good's that? What are you waiting for, mate? Choose a provider you can trust, like Mate. Visit letsbemates.com.au.
Reconciling bank transactions, but with a couple of taps. Making sure everything matches up, but handled automatically instead. With Xero, it's business, but better. Start your free 30-day trial at xero.com.
If you love racing, then must-listen radio is Bensley on SEN Track 1593 AM. Each morning, Andrew Bensley covers the latest news from the stables and track.
Ben and JD Hayes will launch off in a matter of days.
He's the broadcaster that racing personalities, leading trainers and jockeys talk to.
Welcome, Les. Ben joins us. Morning to you, Henry.
Bensley, Monday to Thursday, 8 till 11 on Australia's home of chasing, pacing and racing. SEN Track on 1593 AM, the SEN app and DAB+.
The all-new Hyundai Tucson is here, and it's as futuristic as it looks. The Tucson is packed with advanced technology.
This is a priority message from the future. All Hyundai Tucsons are the property of 2045. Several pieces of technology contained within the Tucson are banned at any time before 2032. Any all-new Hyundai Tucsons will be confiscated.
All-new Hyundai Tucson. Tomorrow wants its car back.
You're listening to SEN Flip with Kane Corns. For Red Energy, awarded CanStar's most trusted energy retailer nationally for 2021. Maybe it's time you called Red Energy on 131 806. And Hyundai. Experience the convenience of buying your dream car online with Hyundai's Click to Buy today.
043390 at 1116s for Temper, mattress built like no other. Rick says, why don't we look at the Pies? Where's the credit to them? 7 kids playing as well. Amazing. The Pies were amazing in all caps. This young Pies team may not have had many Rising Star nominations, but they are coming along nicely. Bianco, Henry, McRae, Poulter and others showing great signs. Add Nick Dacos next year. And what a talented young list we will have, says another one. Plenty more to discuss after the 11 o'clock news.
Sport's biggest moments called play-by-play from around the world, right here on SEN.
Good morning, I'm Alex Riddell with SEN News. Millions of Queenslanders will need to stay at home until at least Sunday, with the state recording 13 new community cases. The lockdown has been extended because contact tracers need more time to run down transmission lines at high-risk exposure sites, including 6 schools and public transport. The new cases are all linked to the existing cluster that began when a 17-year-old student tested positive. One of the cases announced today was active in the community for 6 days while infectious. Queensland's Deputy Premier Stephen Miles says he hopes they won't have to extend the lockdown further.
For us to come out of this at the weekend, we need absolutely everyone in those LGAs to stay at home if they possibly can. There's too many cars on the road in Brisbane at the moment.
Victoria has recorded 2 new local cases of COVID. Both cases are linked to Victoria's current outbreaks and were in isolation for their entire infectious period. Meantime, the Victorian government has announced the New South Wales-Victoria border bubble has been strengthened. Bubble residents can only cross the border without a permit for 6 reasons, including medical care, compassionate reasons, work, education, playing sport or getting vaccinated. And Shane Warne, who is over in the UK as a coach in the 100 cricket tournament, has tested positive to COVID. SEN.com.au sport up next.
Liberty, free thinking home, car, business and personal loans. Visit liberty.com.au. Conditions apply.
Of her Olympic gold medals in the pool for Australia, Ariane Titmus has told Gerard Whateley on SEN this morning she's very grateful to her family for moving from Tasmania to Queensland so she could chase her swimming dream. The 20-year-old says as a 14-year-old she was training in public swimming pools by herself, doing sessions her coach was sending her from Brisbane.
And I think about that now, and that's a girl in grade 8, and I think, well, how the hell did I do that? And it just goes to show the type of athlete that I was back then, and I'm still that same athlete now, and I'm very, very pleased and grateful that they took a chance on me, and I don't think many families would do it, but I think that just the belief they had in me was what enabled them to make that decision.
Well, that's next.
Again, now crash and breakdown free around Melbourne, and the major arterials all seem to be moving at speed. We do have a lot of works on the go, though, including Mernda Bridge in Road West is closed at Plenty Road. We've got level crossing removal works in Edithvale. That sees Edithvale Road closed at the level crossing. Use Swanpool Avenue or Lochiel Avenue to get around it. When your life changes, your insurance should too. UE, you insured. Consider the car PDS at UE.com.au when deciding if this product is right for you. And that's the latest SEN Sky Traffic.
Subscribe to the SEN Track podcast. Just search for SEN Track on your podcast provider today.
Liberty, free thinking home, car, business and personal loans. Visit liberty.com.au. Conditions apply. Partner today with Bright Zero Interest Finance for Tradies.
Mostly sunny in Melbourne today, 16, showers tomorrow 13. Right now it's 10 degrees. And don't miss the Matildas and Opals in must-win games tonight, live on SEN and the SEN app.
Welcome to SEN Flip with Kane Corns. For Red Energy, awarded CanStar's most trusted energy retailer nationally for 2021. Maybe it's time you called Red Energy on 131 806. And Hyundai. Experience the convenience of buying your dream car online with Hyundai's Click to Buy today.
Yeah, it's all happening at the 1,500-metre heats at the Olympics. So Jessica Hull is an Australian. She's a college athlete that's been in the US for the last 3 or 4 years. She's through to the semi-finals. Lyndon Hall has just crossed the line in second in the 1,500, so she will progress to the semi-finals as well. Good results there for a couple of our female Aussie athletes, superstars at the Olympics. But if you want all that, you can cross back to Jared. And if you want some footy and some other things, stick right here. One of our favourite guests is the man who's up next. His name is Darren Cale, and he joins us. I think you're in Miami. Killer, where do we find you this morning?
Yeah, Miami. Actually, I'm watching the 1,500s as well. Did you see the previous 1,500 when one of the favourites actually fell down on the last lap and had to make up about 30 metres and ended up winning?
Hassan was a surname, so she's fallen over, crashed to the deck, and somehow got up from dead last and come through and won. So that's what the Olympics is all about.
Amazing.
Hey, so you are in Miami. Are you working on the Olympics, Killer?
Yeah, so I did the Olympics, the tennis event for NBC over here. They do it at the Telemundo Center down in Miami. So I think, like everybody, I think Bruce and Channel 7 are doing it locally in Australia as well. So I think it's also the case here in America. There's a few of the people that have, for swimming and for track and field, that have actually gone across to Tokyo. But I think most of the sports are being done locally.
And what was it like? What's been, I guess, the reaction in Australia has been huge. We've had some amazing results, and you would have seen, particularly in the pool. Yeah. What's been the sort of response from the people where you are in relation to the Olympics? Are they into it? Are they caught up in it?
Oh, absolutely. No, especially the pool in Australia versus America. It's been amazing. Really, I've had no sleep, I reckon, for about 10 days because I've either been working at tennis or been following what's been happening in the pool. So, yeah, it's been remarkable, especially our ladies, how well they did. Kyle Chalmers, of course, has got a connection to Port Adelaide, so we're riding his train there for a while as well. But, yeah, it's been an awesome 10 days. And the tennis event was great. The problem we had is there was no crowd in any of the matches, which was a bit of a bummer. But beyond that, the actual level of tennis is really good. I know there was a lot of publicity before the event that a few of the stars were missing, and that was unfortunate because both Rafa and Roger would have been there. Both of those guys were injured. Rafa got injured at Roland Garros with a foot injury, so he missed Wimbledon as well. And Roger hurt his knee again a little bit at Wimbledon, so he was also planning on going to the Olympics. And had those two guys gone, then I'm sure there would have been a lot more publicity about the tennis event and given it some more credibility. Serena also got injured at Wimbledon in her match, and of course Simona Halep would have definitely gone, but she's still been struggling from that calf injury where she popped the calf in Rome about 6 weeks prior. So, yeah, a few of the big names didn't go there, but the tennis was still pretty damn good.
You are Simona Halep's coach, of course. So where does the Olympics rank for the athletes, do you think? I mean, everyone's different, and you've just alluded to the fact there. Is it the fifth major? Is there more that needs to be done to get it up the pecking order for the players, or they do rate it highly?
Well, it depends what country you're coming from. If you're coming from Australia or Romania, for sure it's the fifth major. And in fact, Simona's goal this year was to put on the Romanian tracksuit and win a gold medal or a silver or a bronze or any type of medal, and she would have taken that over another major win. So that's how important it was for her. I think if you ask Ash Barty and the Australians that went there, it was incredibly important for them. But there are other countries where I think the individual sport of tennis is maybe a higher priority, but for us, it's enormously important. And as you know, tennis is such an individual sport that we don't get too many opportunities to represent our country, and when you do, they are really, really special. So playing Davis Cup or playing Fed Cup or certainly representing Australia at the Olympics is a special moment for every athlete.
It was a tough one for Ash, wasn't it? I mean, the highs that she's reached already this year and then the shock of a first-round exit at the Olympics. I mean, it's just one of those days?
Yeah, tough opponent as well. So her opponent's got a style of game which is a clay court game. In fact, she was the player last year that knocked out Naomi Osaka in a huge Fed Cup match as well, playing exactly the same way. So she's got one of these heavy forehands that gets high up on the backhand of a lot of players. So some players struggle with that, and she plays inspired tennis as well. And I think a little bit of what we saw with Ash was what we saw with Novak a few days later. Just didn't have that much fuel in the tank, and it was just a struggle to get going. And so it was a little bit of a mix of maybe a little bit of a letdown from that amazing effort of hers at Wimbledon, not really being able to put in the work getting ready for that heat and humidity in Tokyo, and just being a little bit flat. But you've got to give a lot of credit to her opponent. She played really well.
Novak Djokovic was also topical, a few smashed rackets. He was on the angry pills, Darren, and he's a polarising one, isn't it?
He was
and it didn't help him again.
Yeah, look, it was an interesting thing. I was the guy that actually interviewed him straight after his Wimbledon title, so he walked off the court and I had a chance to ask him about 4 questions. And one of the questions was looking forward to Tokyo and the US Open, and he did say that he wasn't quite sure about playing Tokyo. So I kind of left that interview going, he's not playing. There's no way he's playing. You know, he's just, in the last 6 weeks, he's won Roland Garros. He had a couple of massive matches there in the final against Tsitsipas, being 2 sets to love down, and of course that amazing semis against Rafa. Then he has a week off, goes to the grass, he wins Wimbledon. So, you know, I kind of put my coach's hat on for those moments and go, all right, what would you do if you're in Novak's camp? You never, ever say to a player you shouldn't represent your country. So if the player really wants to go, you support them 100%. But in his best interest, probably just resting for 2 or 3 weeks, getting ready for the hard courts. He's got such a big challenge going into the US Open. You know, what he's trying to accomplish, no player's been able to do it since the great man Rod Laver in 1969. And it's going to be a huge thing. It might be also one of these accomplishments that separates him from Roger and Rafa as well. And that's kind of what he's been shooting for. He's been talking about that for the last 3 years. Remember also 3 years ago when he had that the elbow surgery, and that was, I think it was going into Wimbledon 2018. So it was 12 majors ago. He was on 12 majors, Rafa was on 17 majors, and Roger was on 20 majors. So he was a long way back. So 12 majors later, he's won 8 of them, and he's levelled those guys. So he said many times that he wants to chase these guys down, he wants to pass them. So it'll be interesting now what he does, because there's a couple of hardcourt tournaments in Canada and Cincinnati leading into the US Open. I'm not sure that he's going to play either of those. I think rest is going to be really important for him. And you're right, he did lose his temper. It was wrong. He threw his racket, I think, into an empty stand. And the next one was more dangerous. The one where he smashed his racket on the net post right under the chair umpire. Anything could have happened with that. You know, the racket could have broken in half. It could have flicked up and hit the umpire. It could have hit his opponent. And we saw what happened at the US Open last year when he got defaulted in that match as well. So, yeah, it got to him a little bit. Maybe the pressure, maybe he was tired, maybe the heat and humidity, but certainly it wasn't his normal self. But credit to him for at least going.
One of our favourites, Darren Cale, joining us on SEN Flip live from Miami, been covering the Olympics over there. Ben Rothenberg's one of the more prominent journos covering all things tennis. He's tweeted this morning that Nick Kyrgios has been hinting at retirement with growing frequency. So after he's just recently said, Nick, every time I'm at a tournament, I feel like it could be my last, that I'm ever going to be here. I don't know where I'm at. I feel weird. I feel strange about my career. At the moment, Darren, could we see an early retirement from Nick?
Honestly, I hope not. You know, Nick's got so much to give in the game. There's so much joy he brings when he's playing, the way that we love him to play. And, you know, there's a lot of stuff that he carries on with that you can sort of raise an eyebrow with, but there's a lot of great stuff as well. And he's an entertainer. And to be honest, the last couple of years, what he's given us on court has been excellent. You know, all we ask from him is when you go out into the court, give us everything you got. You know, regardless of whether you win or lose, just try until the last point. He's done that. He's been a really good competitor the last couple of years. But I think COVID has hit him pretty tough. You know, he hasn't really been able to get into the rhythm of travelling and playing like most players. He decided to stay home most of last year in Australia and avoid the whole COVID situation. So I think it's going to take him a little bit of time to get back into that rhythm of getting into regular training, competing again. And hopefully, once he does that, he gets a bit of a taste for it. He has a really good chance of doing well at the US Open. If he gets a couple of big wins, he'll get that taste for it again and re-energise himself. And I hope he does, and I hope he sticks around for a while.
US Open late August. I think that gets underway over there. Full crowds, no limits on capacity. Your optimism levels about the Australian Open. I mean, Queensland's locked down, Sydney's locked down, of course. Yeah. Vaccination rates are around 20%. The players won't put their hand up to go through what they went through last year, will they? So does that make you pessimistic about the Australian Open happening?
Yeah, I think that's well said. It's just... We've got an unbelievable guy in Craig Tiley and the team there at Tennis Australia that'll do everything possible. But in the end, a lot of it comes down to the health officials. You know, it's kind of what you guys are going through with the AFL back there, right? So a lot of the health officials decide how it's going to go down, and then they're in conjunction with the government. So if there is some sort of quarantine, I'm really doubtful the players will jump on the plane and come down there. And I'm sure there'll be different scenarios thrown up from Craig and his team, and I know there's about 4 or 5 different scenarios they're trying to work through already. But as we know, this thing can keep changing day to day, week to week, and with our vaccine levels back there at the moment, I don't see the international borders relaxing for quite some time. So, yeah, I'm a little bit worried about it, to be honest.
When are you planning on coming home, or is it just so problematic at the moment with the international flight caps?
Yes, I've got a flight booked, and I've had it booked for about 6 months. Just in case, I've got a flight booked for late September. So I'll be away from home for about 7 months this year. So I left early March, and I come back late September, and then you do your 2 weeks quarantine in Sydney, which is all good. No problems with that, but it's just I'm lucky that I have got a flight booked, and it's still there, and a lot of other Australians are struggling to get there. Certainly feel sorry for them. And, you know, once we can get... You know, I know the government back there keeps talking about getting to a level of vaccinated people, but I actually, raise my eyebrows at that as well, because a lot of people are a bit worried about taking the vaccine, and that's completely fine. You can take it if you want, don't take it if you want, but it's more about the vaccine being available to everyone back in Australia. And once it's available to everyone back in Australia, then if you choose to take it or not to take it, that's on you. That's when we should be opening up the borders.
Agree, absolutely with that. Hey, let's talk some footy because Port Adelaide are going along nicely. Of course, your other hat is a board member of the Port Adelaide Footy Club. They've won 8 out of their last 10. They have shored up a top 4 spot, you would think. Still some concerns about their performances against the best teams in the competition, but sitting nicely with a couple of players still to come back in.
Yeah, look, I'm really proud of the boys. They've done an enormous job so far this year, and I know it's pretty difficult to talk about injuries and certainly make those as excuses, and I'm not, because we've continued to keep winning. But with the players that we've had throughout the course of the year, and the players...
And Susie O'Neill, who's been amazing, and Kenny Wallace, to bond together and win some matches. I think the boys have done an enormous job to put themselves in this position, and we're in a great spot to possibly launch into the finals. I know Sydney's got every sporting team, every top-level team, gosh, every kids team in the country could learn from what the Australians are doing right now, because it's brilliant. And I'll give you a tip too from what I've seen. I reckon you'll find Susie O'Neill will be our next chef de mission of the Australian Olympic team as well. She's just going great.
Hey, my question, this is something that's not coming across our TV screens here, but I am hearing it from the athletes. Now, we come from the swimming into the track. What's the weather like? What does it feel like in that stadium? What are these athletes going through?
The hottest, most oppressive conditions I have ever had come across at an Olympic Games, and this is number 11, summer and winter, so I've seen a couple, but it's unbelievable. It's stinking hot, and it's humid, and you can just feel the air. You know those days when it's just heavy. So in the main stadium, there's not a breath of wind. It is really oppressive, and it's a really it's an underestimated factor at the moment for our athletes. You know, the heat in there, and I just think you'll notice it, I think, as the track and field goes on, particularly in the more the distance events. It's brutal. So the heat is definitely a factor. The guys must have been watching the Kookaburras yesterday. They managed it really, really well. So the teams have done the right thing. The AIS has prepared the teams well. But it's a massive, massive factor. It's hot as hell, basically.
Yeah, and humid, hey? So 36 degrees at the start of proceedings today out there at the Olympic Stadium. I'm not surprised with the culture of the Aussie team, Barrett's, when you mention names like James Tompkins, Ken Wallace, Susie O'Neill, the calibre of the people, and Ian Chesterman, the calibre of the people who are running the show. It's all coming together nicely. We better let you go, mate. You've got to head out to the hockey. Of course, the other most important piece of information is room service. What's it been like in the hotel? Because this isn't Media Village. This isn't Media Village style as normal. You've got very high standards when it comes to room service. And not only that, Barrett, so as the bloke who has to get up at 2 o'clock every morning, it's got to be delivered on time.
Does it change if you've got no idea what sort of room service you get, or how does it work, Barrett? Says, please, I'm trying to get one. That's why I'm asking all these questions, please.
What Matty can tell you is I am actually a master of room service. This is it. Now you've moved into my real specialty.
Yes, yeah.
And I've got to report the Prince Shinjuku Hotel burger, the cheeseburger, is outstanding. So there's plenty of bacon there. There's a good mix of cheese. I do apply a bit extra tomato sauce, but the lettuce is fresh. The cheese, the tomato's a big chunk. No, she's a thumbs up for me. And the buns.
Oh, you got to have a good set of buns,
fries on the side.
See, most people judge their room service on the club sandwich, right? Barrett's is the burger. It's the cheeseburger. Yeah. Rate that, and it's got a tip. There you go. I knew we'd get to the important stuff. Good on you, mate. Good to chat. Enjoy the rest of the day.
You,
take care, brother.
Great to chat to you two legends. Take care.
Mark Barretta keeping us up to date, courtesy of Channel 7. Starts early, of course, on his day with Sunrise, and then he's out and about, and he's heading off to the quarterfinal, Australia v India. So now we get ready for the men's long jump final at the Olympic Stadium. What we might do here, Stepho, is we'll take a quick break, we'll come back, and then we can get right into the action.
Sportscraft, the official supplier of both the Australian athletes and SEN's call team ceremony uniforms.
Do you reckon there's a way to save money by bundling mobile and internet?
Mate, choose a provider you can trust like a mate. Mate serves up NBN from just $59 a month with award-winning all Aussie service. Bundle a mobile plan to save a further $10 a month on your internet. No contracts and no setup fees. Mate, how good's that? I know. What are you waiting for? Mate! Mate's got your back. Visit letsbemates.com.au.
Purchase any 4 and 20 product from anywhere 4 and 20 is sold for an opportunity to win 4 PS5s. One for you and your 3 best mates. Together you'll go head-to-head in a game of Fortnite with your AFL Dream Team. Plus a 4 and 20 branded Sharon footy to be won daily. T&Cs apply. See FNTAFLGameOn.com.au. Ends 31/8/21. Retain receipts or wrappers. NSWTP/00896. ACTTP 21/00450. SAT 21/420.
Hi, I'm Tim from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here, so our team really understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131 806.
Hello home buyers, Greg Alexander here. Buying property is more competitive than ever. So if you're tired of missing out on the properties you want, take a new approach with UPIN. The UPIN property app gives you back the buying power. Pin the property you want and ensure you never miss out knowing on when the property is listed for sale, be it privately or through an agent. UPIN property is available online and via the app. Dream it, find it, UPIN it. UPIN property. That's YOUPIN, UPIN.
At Harley Heaven, the front doors are closed, but in lockdown, the roar of Harley-Davidson is louder than ever. Contactless, virtual, new and used motorcycle inquiries and appointments are all available on Zoom, Teams and FaceTime. Bike buying with free pickup and same-day payment. Call and collect for parts, accessories, merch, essential servicing, workshop repairs and finance options. Harley Heaven is weaving through lockdown. Your home of Harley-Davidson. harleyheaven.com.au.
Right now, McDonald Jones are building a little extra into every new home. Extra savings with $45,000 cash discount off every home design, extra peace of mind with 20-month fixed price, plus extra sustainability with a solar system and electric car charger in every home. Visit mcdonaldjoneshomes.com.au to explore all the extras today and find yourself at home with McDonald Jones. Terms and conditions apply.
SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020. For zero. Invoicing, but instantly. Receipts, but organised. Cash flow, but clearer. Try Zero free for 30 days. Search Zero. XERO.
Our thanks to Channel 7 and Mark Beretta for that update as he heads off to the hockey, that live cross thanks to Toro. Toro's all-new battery-powered ES3000 ride-on mower, maximum performance, zero engine exhaust emissions. So, Stefo, we're into the long jump final here and talk about some big names. They came out, they got straight into it. Cuban's Juan Miguel Echevarria has already jumped. His PB is 8.68. The man who leads the way will be the world champion, Tajay Gale from Jamaica with an 8.69, and then you have to go back. There's only the rest of them are all under 8.6. So what are you thinking here in the long jump?
Echevarria wins this daylight second. The TJ Gale, before coming in the games, I would have thought he would have given him his runway speed's unbelievable. He trains with Steve Francis in Jamaica, coach once upon a time, coach both Shelly-Ann Fraser and Safa Powell. So I really thought he had a good chance, but he hurt his knee in the qualifying rounds, and I just don't think he's going to be up to it into the final. I think Echevarria wins this and potentially can break the Olympic record and maybe even the world record in this jump. He is unbelievable. You've got to watch his runway speed, and that's the way he takes off from the board.
You heard it here first. So we're tipping an Olympic record in the men's long jump final. Action also underway at the Sea Forest Waterway with the canoe sprint. So men's kayak single 1,000 metres. We'll be looking at Jean van der Westhausen, the 22-year-old, on debut, and then a couple of the Aussie doubles team as well in action a little bit later. So we'll be crossing from the Olympic Stadium out to the Sea Forest Waterway. You can join us anytime on the Temper text machine 0457 736 736. Thanks to Red Energy and Aussie Update. So Jessica Hull, the best of the Aussies in qualifying for the 1500. She's qualified second in her heat. So too Lyndon Hall, she'll go through as well, but Georgia Griffith will miss out. That's thanks to Red Energy. Their Aussie team today is on 131.806. The Swedish jumper about to hit the track. Here's David Colbert.
Which is what you need. He's capable of being in the mix. He's a smooth man on the runway, and he hits the board hard. And there you go. That's what you want. If you jump 8 metres in the qualifying, there's 2 simple rules in long jump at the Olympics and the major championships. 8 metres in the qualifying gets you in the final. 8 metres in the first 3 jumps generally gets you another 3 and puts you in the mix. And Montler looks like he's done that here. Yeah, we do have a great record. You go all silvers though. Again, it makes me twitchy. When you look at what we've done, Mitchell Watt in 2012 in that amazing night, 808 for Montler. That amazing night in the London Olympic Stadium, Super Saturday, when Greg Rutherford won the gold medal. Gary Honey up against Carl Lewis. Jai Tarima 8:49 in that outstanding night in Sydney. Theo Bruce better go a long way back to 1948. So what can Gale do here? He was just so good at the World Championships with that 8:69, but he twisted his knee in the qualifying. He didn't look like he was going to be able to even take his third jump. Somehow managed to jump 8:14. He's improved his sprinting this year from 10:42 to 10:30 and then 10:18, which is serious. 10:18 is a very sharp run. But let's see what... He looked okay in the warm-up. Let's see if he can take off. It's not his take-off leg, so that helps. He goes off the right. In he comes, the world champion. It's a foul. So that doesn't help his cause. So a foul for the world champ. Just a quick update, Bruce, on the Colbert family. My youngest son, Filthy, today has been sent off to school. I did actually take a letter to Alan Crawley and co at Yarra Valley and the eastern suburbs of Melbourne saying David won't be able to attend school tomorrow because the Olympic long jump final is on. That was in 1984. I had them hoodwinked because the final actually didn't start till well after school finished. But anyway, Jordan's been sent to school today. And Bruce, I asked your services in Rio because the 100 final was on at school and you sent the school teachers a video and they all watched the 100 final, so we didn't do that today, so it's an oversight from me.
Oh, Dave, I'm here, so is it too late? Oh, boy.
Well, I'm sure that there are schools around Australia tuning into the Olympics, and why wouldn't you? And not quite sure what class young Jordan's got on at the moment, but I can guarantee you that he'll be on the screens of 7 watching the long jump final, as you would, wouldn't you?
For sure, particularly if Dad's calling.
Is there nothing else going on at the moment at the Olympics? Because this is, I know it's in my contract that we have to have 15 minutes of long jump every half an hour. Huang, here he comes, the man from China, 11th in Rio. Coached by Randy Huntington, so he knows a little bit about this track and this venue. He was the man that coached Mike Powell and, of course, Sue, their 100-metre man, last night. So, 15 minutes might be up, Bruce. That's the opening of the long jump. We'll be back. Don't you worry about that.
It felt like 2 hours, Dave, to be honest. But I enjoyed it. So, Riley is going to be in the 7th heat here. A couple of familiar faces.
So we'll leave it there at the Olympic Stadium just for now. So the women's 200 metres heats 1 through to 6 about to take part, and then we'll take place, and then we'll be there for heat 7 for the 21-year-old Australian Riley Day, who will be carrying our hopes in the 200 metres. And the long jump final now underway and continuing out at the Sea Forest Waterway. Thanks to Red Energy and Aussie Update, Thomas Green has featured in heat 1 in the men's kayak single 1,000. So the K1 1000, and Thomas Green has delivered. He goes through to the semi-final. What was that?
Oh, I'm just loving my sure bet. It's about to start, so I'm getting a bit pumped up. I'm sorry, guys. I was getting excited.
Here am I in research world, trying to update the world on what's happening with our Aussies, thanks to Red Energy, and you're on your phone. Stebo's sure bet, by the way, Elaine Thompson-Hurrah to do the double. So you're backing her in to do the 100 and 200 double. She was out on her own in Team Jamaica the other day, though, wasn't she?
She managed to reach 39 metres a second in the 100. 39 kilometres an hour a second. Am I tripping? Am I bugging out here? I'm trying to watch. I can't multitask. I'm watching the race. I'm all over the place. But she, top end speed, let me just put it that way, is phenomenal. And I think she will have the best top end speed out of all the girls in the 200. And in the 200, the higher top end speed you have, and she'll be able to carry it with the phenomenal technique that she has. I just can't see her getting beaten.
It's a good day to be a sprinter out at the Olympic Stadium. It's hot. It's hot over 35 degrees, over 36 degrees, and humid as well. We'll take a break. This is Tokyo 2020 live on SEN. Thanks to Xero Online Accounting to help you do business, but better. And, mate, Australia's most satisfied internet customers.
G'day, it's Matty Johns here. When it comes to getting a quality Australian steel shed, you need to talk to the right people. The Shed Company are your personal guide through the whole process. The team will be with you every step of the way, from design through to council approvals and finding the right local builder. They make it easy. So call the Shed Company on 1-800-821-033 or visit theshedcompany.com.au. The Shed Company, experience the difference.
While trying to stay active, there's always minor setbacks, aches in your knees or complaining muscles. Ask for Sudox at your local chemist so minor setbacks stop holding you back from taking care of yourself. Sudox offers no odour and no grease. Sudox, now available in Chemist Warehouse, Chemist Outlet and Pharmacy for Less or sudox.com.au. That's SOODOX. Always read the label, follow the directions for use. If symptoms persist, talk to your health professional.
Discover your next adventure. Ride the wave on a Sea-Doo. If you've never felt the thrill of 0 to 100k an hour in 3.5 seconds, check out the Sea-Doo RXT X300 or RXP X300. It'll change your life. But make sure you get a wriggle on, because last summer some of their customers missed out on a Sea-Doo and were left high and dry. Live the Sea-Doo life. Check seadoobeaches.com.au.
Powered by over 100 years of innovation, Toro's all-new battery ride-on mower is a game changer. Get maximum performance and go the distance with up to 2 hours runtime on a single charge of the 72-volt battery. The tight turning circle, reverse mowing options and multiple cutting heights provide extra agility, while the high-back adjustable seat is built for comfort and support. With zero engine exhaust emissions, this quiet achiever is set to take the field by storm. Race into your nearest Toro dealer today.
When you're shivering in the winter chill, there's only one thing you need to remember. When the temperature hits you, just get a Fujitsu. And right now, when you buy a Fujitsu air conditioner, you'll receive a digital prepaid MasterCard worth up to $450. Buying new or upgrading, just get a Fujitsu. It's Australia's favourite air.
Purchase eligible model by 31st August 21. Claim by 29th October 21. Prepaid gift card issued by EML Payment Solutions Limited, ABN 301314365532. T's and C's and exclusions apply. See website.
G'day, I'm Jacob the Builder from Leichhardt. When setting up the construction site, I leave nothing to chance. I call SBS Fence and Toilet Hire before organising anything else. With SBS Fences, the worksite is kept safe and protected, and their loos ensure the apprentice has somewhere to hide while he's scrolling on his phone. SBS Fence and Toilet Hire, Sydney's best sanitation solutions. Just one quick call and they're on their way. sbsfence.com.au.
In the bedroom, you don't want to arrive early. But in the same breath, no man really wants to talk to a doctor about it. That's why you can text Pilot confidentially, your online men's health navigator. Pilot.com.au.
Invoices.
Hooray.
But sent instantly.
Hooray.
Keeping track of payments.
What?
But managing them online instead.
What?
With Xero, it's business but better. Start your free 30-day trial at xero.com.
As a bloke, we don't like arriving early in the bedroom, or the bathroom, hotel room, sheepskin floor rug, car, or wherever you are. But you do want to feel comfortable talking about a solution. Pilot.com.au is your online men's health navigator. No talking, just a fast, text-based consult with an Australian doctor. Online assessments, real treatments, discreet shipping. Pilot is your online men's health navigator. Pilot.com.au.
SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020. For Xero, invoicing but instantly. Receipts but organised. Cash flow but clearer. Try Xero free for 30 days. Search Xero. Xero.
The heats continue in the women's 200 metres at the Olympic Stadium. Out at the Sea Forest Waterway, the sun is shining. Australia's Thomas Green has booked his berth in the semi-finals through Heat 1. So that takes us now to Heat 3. Nick Green and Matt Hill standing by to commentate this for Channel 7. Jean van der Westhuizen, the 22-year-old, is on debut for Australia. Born and raised in South Africa, moved to Oz in 2019, and now he represents us in the K1 1000. He's studying finance at Bond Uni up there in Queensland. He's coached by Jimmy Owens, and he's up against a pretty formidable-looking squad here in the third heat. So the aim here is to get through to the semi-finals. Doesn't look too windy. It's the same venue as the rowing regatta that we saw in week 1. The rowers are back home, by the way, in quarantine already. So if you're listening via SEN to our incredible rowing team, welcome home. Hope you're going okay, and congratulations and well done. Let's take you out now with Nick Green, Matty Hill.
Third Olympic Games, plenty of experience, been here many times before at international level.
Yeah, 5th at Rio in this boat class.
So away the Australian, Jean van der Westhuizen, 2 from the top. Good start from Gell from Slovakia and also Pimenta from Portugal. Look at the speed from Pimenta. Third Olympic Games, and he was out very fast and matching strokes at this stage with Guillaume Berger from France, and the Australian comes through half a boat length, getting a good start.
Yeah, it looks like the Aussie, like the rest of them, have gone out hard in the first couple of 100 metres and then just settled. And while their boat speed hasn't slowed down, they've just dropped their rating and just settled a little bit, take some breaths and get into some form. They know this race is over 1,000 metres. They need to get into their rhythm as quickly as they can.
So reminder, first 2 go through to the semi-final. Tom Green earlier in Heat 1 already through, and now Jean van der Westhuizen's got through into second place after the first 250 metres. Berger over on the far side and Suda from Brazil. They're the 1, 2, 3, 4 after 300 metres, and van der Westhuizen was 1.46 off Pimenta.
We talked about the Slovakian paddler who is at the right-hand side of the screen, currently in last position going to his third Olympic Games. A seasoned campaigner, he might be playing a bit of cat and mouse here, just tactics, wanting another row, but a paddle. But what's clearly in front is the Portugal paddler is out in front early, and to the Australian, we're in second spot at the moment.
So Pimenta, his third Olympic Games, performed well in Rio, making the final there. Wasn't far off bronze and leads by over a boat length, well and truly over a boat length now. Van der Westhuizen in second, first and second. Looking pretty strong as they go through the halfway point. The time will be interesting. 1:46.01. Van der Westhuizen 2.78 off the lead in a time of 1:48.79. In the previous heat, Kopats went through at about 1:44 and Dostel at 1:45. So this is a marginally slower heat, but the Australian looking pretty strong.
It's a good opportunity to actually paddle really hard. You've got plenty of time to recover. If you want to qualify for the first 2 spots in the semi-final, Van der Westhuizen will go hard, right? He'll go hard and paddle strongly. He'll try and hold on to that position. Clearly, the distance between first and second is there, but I think he'll paddle quite hard to try and qualify directly into the semi-final.
Gee, Peter Gell was completely off the pace there, but has really lifted and is about a boat length away from the Australians. So Van der Westhuizen, if he's going to make the semi-final, have to be a bit careful here. 250 metres to go. Pimenta makes a statement and leads by over 2 boat lengths. But have a look at now the Slovakians getting close to the Australian, and we're going to have to cheer hard to get him through to the semi.
Well, he was a long way off the pace, Peter Gill from Slovakia, and has come through. It might have been a tactic just to put some form and put some pressure on himself in the early parts of the race. But the Australian's still in second spot, and he'll try and hang on if he can. But clearly he's been, outclassed and outfoxed by a very witty Olympic athlete.
Yeah, we've had 2 athletes here that have been to Rio and London previously, and have a look at the experience showing now with Pimenta leading by a boat length, but Gell has really picked up that stroke rate. And then Van der Westhuizen in third. can go through to the quarter-final, so we'll see him again later on in the afternoon. So Portugal first, Slovakia second. Good row, good first row from Van der Westhuizen. Gets those nerves out of the way in third place, and then over on the far side was Berger. So that time of 3:40.32. We'll just get that time for Van der Westhuizen. 3:46.2.
Sportscraft reckon our Aussie athletes look like winners? Find your own podium finish style. Discover the latest Sportscraft collection.
Hi, I'm Tim from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here, so our team really understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131 806.
Men's health. We're getting better talking about it, but men's sexual health is still a subject not all blokes feel comfortable talking about. Well, guess what? With Pilot, you don't have to talk. You can text a health inquiry confidentially. Finishing early or experiencing dysfunction. Pilot is your online men's health navigator. Do an online assessment, get discreet shipping and ongoing care. Real doctors, real treatments. Pilot.com.au.
To create a high-performance machine, equal parts art and automobile. That was the brief. Lauded and awarded like any masterpiece. There's always critics. But with 15 premium Harman Kardon speakers and the new bimodal exhaust, it's kinda hard to hear them. The new Kia Stinger.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Yeah, g'day, it's Matty Johns here. When it comes to getting a quality Australian steel shed, you need to talk to the right people. Experience the difference with the Shed Company. They're all about offering you a premier experience that'll make the shed buying process easy and flawless. They deliver personal, premium service that you will remember. So call the Shed Company on 1-800-821-033 or visit theshedcompany.com.au. The Shed Company. Experience the difference.
Hello home buyers, Greg Alexander here. Buying property is more competitive than ever. So if you're tired of missing out on the properties you want, take a new approach with UPIN. The UPIN property app gives you back the buying power. Pin the property you want and ensure you never miss out knowing on when the property is listed for sale, be it privately or through an agent. UPIN property is available online and via the app. Dream it, find it, UPIN it. UPIN property. That's YOUPIN, UPIN.
Are you supporting Australia? Whether it's the grind of the daily drive or being ground at the racetrack, Penrite has emerged as Australia's trusted lubricant. Increased performance, economy and renowned reliability from a lubricant range made for Aussie conditions, meeting or exceeding most manufacturers' specs. Don't just choose Australian made, choose Australian made and owned. Remember, quality lubricant is a small price to pay for peace of mind. Trust Penrite.
In Wilburn, no problems on the Hume motorway in both directions around Brooks Road. At Belfield, a burst water main taking out lane 1 westbound on Tunspile Road near Seymour Parade. Chaloris and Tenra Drive, not too bad northbound up towards Arthur Street. Also, the road bridge clear in both directions. Victoria's Basement is cooking up a storm with sizzling hot prices on essential cookware and kitchenware. Free shipping on orders over $89. Shop Victoria's Basement online. That's the latest Sydney traffic.
I just really want customer support from someone close by.
True Blue award-winning Aussie support, you betcha, Mate, has got your back. Mate serves up award-winning internet and mobile. Get unlimited talk and text, plus great data inclusions with data banking of unused data up to 100 gigabytes from only $20 a month. Plus, you get a Tidal music subscription included free with selected plans. Mate, how good's that? What are you waiting for, mate? Choose a provider you can trust, like Mate. Visit letsbemates.com.au.
Hi, I'm James Cashmore. Our Pay What You Can model extends to all businesses affected by COVID-19. So if you're a business that sells its services to other businesses and needs help to generate more inquiries quickly, our team of phone and digital experts are standing by to help you. And regardless of whether your business is big or small, simply pay what you can and we'll get to work on supporting you through this time. Go to leadgeneration.com.au to find out more. That's leadgeneration.com.au.
Since 1976, Cambridge Stud has been New Zealand's iconic thoroughbred nursery. Made famous by legendary stallions Sir Tristram and Zabille, their current stallion roster includes European champion 3-year-old Al Manzor, Zaba Bell's Group 1 winning son Embellish, and Hello Yoomsang, winner of the Group 1 Diamond Jubilee Stakes at Royal Ascot. Cambridge Stud, a new era, a proud tradition. Visit cambridgestud.co.nz for more details.
Welcome back, Tokyo 2020 live on SEN. Matt White and John Stephenson with you all throughout this week. The action really hotting up at the Olympic Stadium. So the women's 200 metres heats continue. We've got about 20 past 12. Just after 12:15 will be Australia's competitor in this event, Riley Day from Queensland. But we're now up to heat number 3. Let's take you back to the stadium. Tamsin Manu and Bruce McAvaney.
First 3 automatically through. We've seen some really fast running. Fastest first rounds of this in Olympic history. Semi-finals later this evening. So battle is 2 from the right and Kambudji is on the left. Bestua Spain inside of her and Eftemoma of Bulgaria 3 from the left. Battle runs a good bend. So does Joseph, the 19-year-old. Battle getting up to Kambudji almost, not quite at the moment. I think the French woman will get through for 3rd. It's Battle, but Kambudji is going away here. This has been a very, very good run, and again it's quick into that slight headwind, but conditions must be absolutely perfect. Good run by her. That's very close to her personal best. Dave, that long jump final, how's it progressing?
Still in round 1 here. The long jump. Best we've seen so far. Shavaria's opening effort of 8:09. Here's Tentoglu, the Greek athlete. He's very smooth on a runway and he gets some good bounce. And that's a pretty solid opening jump for the Greek. 10th at the World Championships. Didn't make the final in Rio, but he's had a string of very strong performances in Europe, including the European title. He goes by the nickname of the Bounce Man. His coach found him doing parkour. It's that stuff they do out in the streets where they bounce around walls and jump off small buildings in a single bound. Coach happy. This will move him into the lead. Only just 8:11. Plenty of discussion about that sand. They tell me it's because there's so many volcanoes in Japan. Active and
so Tentoglu, the Greek jumper, has gone through quite comfortably. 8:11 for him, so the distance is starting to well and truly get out there. Red Energy update. Red Energy is proudly Australian. You can call their Aussie team today on 131 806. The women's 1500 metres heats. Earlier this morning, Jessica Hull outstanding in her heat. She was in heat 2. It featured an incredible scene where Sifan Hassan got knocked over with about 360 metres to go.
Wow.
Picked herself up and ran them all down in first. That's your early play of the athletics at the moment. You were out of your chair, Stefo.
I couldn't believe I was grabbing you, man. Like, look at this, look at this.
The good thing is that the Sydney sider, who now lives in Eugene, Oregon, is comfortably qualified at 4:05.28. Let's have a listen to Jessica Hull on 7.
I just wanted to have a good clean run. I know how messy the 1500 can be, so my coach said I'm prepared for any scenario. Race plan doesn't change whether it's fast or slow, and I went out there knowing exactly how to execute, and I'm lucky that kept me out of the chop, because I think there was a fall at the bell. I'm not sure, but yeah.
but you were just clear of it because you were putting yourself in the race. So that was a great tactic. We've been watching your preparation, a lot of altitude training. Very different heat here, the humidity. Is that a factor?
Yeah. For the 1500, I don't think so. We did, when I raced in the college system, our nationals was in Austin, Texas one year, and I kind of just had a good feel from that of how to keep cool in the warm-up, and that was more important. Hot track is a fast track for a 1500 runner, so we love the heat.
And the decision for you to go 1500 only, I know you were umming and ahhing whether to go for the 5000.
Yes, definitely you want to do one and do it well. For me at this point in my career, so the 15 was where I'm most confident. I've raced it the most times. I know how to kind of navigate the tactics a bit better, and pretty brutal conditions for a 5k here, so choosing the 1500 when my coach decided a couple of weeks ago, I was all in. Yeah.
Okay, so Pete Julian, your coach, he'll give you a tick for that performance, I hope?
I think so. He jokes that he kind of uses a grading scale, and A classes don't come around very often. We save them for race day, so maybe I would have got one, but we'll save some more for the semi and hopefully an A+ day going forward.
Jessica Hull there, 24 years of age, so through to the semis. Then in Heat 3, Lyndon Hall, the 30-year-old at her second games, did the fastest time of the Australian competitors in the heats this morning, 4:02.27. Here's Lyndon with Richo.
Yeah, it's so nice just to get that done. It's been a lot of build-up, and watching the rest of the guys go the last few days has been exciting but stressful, knowing that you're up next. But I just wanted to play it safe and stay out of trouble after seeing some tripping in that heat before. I was like, I'm a bit closer to the front, a little bit wide, I'm a little bit safer, and I know I'm going to run better like that.
That was a great run. You've run 4:02, which is fantastic. What a season you've had. And then Nationals. Do you have a little niggle after Nationals, which put you back a little bit?
Yeah, I had a little hiccup with my hamstring, so I missed a few warm-up races on the Gold Coast, but didn't miss much running, just had to back off the intensity for a little bit. But, maybe it was a good little break. Maybe I needed it, freshen me up or something.
Well, then you showed, obviously, before you jumped on the plane here, that you were in great shape with the most recent run.
Yeah, no, we're lucky to be able to put some sort of time trial race sort of things together up in Cairns. Got some locals involved, which I'm really thankful for. So shout out to those guys up in Cairns who drove me around and, gave me some good race practice before jetting off over here.
Now, Lyndon, we've been a bit sneaky. We took a camera to the London Tavern in Richmond to watch your family watching you, and they went absolutely berserk. And I reckon they're going to hang on every word you're about to say now. Give them a big cheerio.
Oh, hey guys, I hope you're behaving yourselves being at a bar at 11 a.m. Georgie and Ellen, all eyes on you. I know you'll be the troublemakers. But have fun, and thanks for all your support. I love you guys so much.
Semi-finalists again, mate. Congratulations. A lot more to come. Well done.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Lyndon Hall there with Jason Richardson, trackside at the Olympic Stadium, where it's edging closer and closer towards 40 degrees, just off the charts. The temper text machine is whirring along beautifully today on day 10. Maddie, have been trying to work out who Nick Green sounds like, and the penny dropped just then. He's Hamish Blake. For sure.
Is that
Wow. That's good calling from our texter. He's been around a long time, Nick Green. He's out there commentating at the canoe sprint today with Matty Hill, who you know is the voice of Flemington.
Is that right?
So Matty Hill's been calling Melbourne Cup for the last however many years, one of our great callers, and he's got Nick Green alongside him. First week in the rowing and now second week in the canoe sprint. So 0457 736 736 is the text line if you'd like to join the Temper text machine. Stefan, how much, when you were talking to Barrett's there and you got the feel and you got the sense of the culture that's within the Australian team, because I think that's resonating obviously back here, and success helps. When you are at a games, how much do you understand or feel the feedback that's coming the other way?
I can only speak from my own personal experiences, and I never really paid attention. I don't think many athletes do. I don't think it's such a bubble when you're there at the games in the village and you're so focused on competing. You don't really take on a lot of the external factors that are happening around you or what's happening back home, except for what you hear from your family, and you then tend to generally take that all with a pinch of salt and focus on what you have to do. So I think it's, as much as that is, we're seeing it on the TV screens and we're seeing the reaction from the team, I still think you're quite isolated when you are there.
Let's quickly go back to the stadium. Heat 4 of the 200.
Well, Gabby Thomas got a flyer.
She's already up to the bomber. What a start Thomas got. So she runs a beautiful bend early. Jabo of Zambia in lane number 9 going all right. Gee, she's a beautiful mover, Thomas, isn't she? She's come off the bend. And now Mabomba picks up with that strength and comes up alongside of her. And Thomas tries to go with her and can't quite. And look how quick they are. 22.11. You're not as happy as I've seen you, but that's okay, Tamsin. What a pickup.
Yeah, and it was actually quite dangerous for Thomas what she did, because all she had to do was finish in that top 3. She tried to re-accelerate down that front straight.
Unusual, wasn't it?
And when she did that, Bruce, she tightened up and went out of that beautiful, relaxed style that she had coming around the bend.
So Macca was all over what you said, that Thomas got off to a flyer. Good start, but it didn't do her too many favours at the back end. So Gabrielle Thomas came out hard, but Christine Mboma from Namibia ran her down 22.11. You're getting cocky, John Stephenson. Hey, there's a surprise about your sure bet.
John Stephenson, cocky? No way. No, Steph sure bet is looking very, very good for all those that put money on Elaine Thompson. You are looking very good for the weekend.
Elaine Thompson, hurrah. So she'll be up after 10 o'clock. You can join us anytime on 0457 736 736. Did I say 10 o'clock? I meant 12 o'clock. So she'll be up after 12 o'clock in her heat. And then Riley Day will be in heat number 7. So the final heat of the women's 200 where the pace is on. So 21.11 for the young Namibian here. The world record and Olympic record still stands for Flojo. 21.34. Her Olympic record in the 100 went down. We need to take a break. News is coming up and more of Day 10 right after this.
Sportscraft, the official supplier of both the Australian athletes and SEN's call team ceremony uniforms.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. Our family company has been selling the best quality wall and floor tiles from Italy, Spain and around the world for over 42 years to professional builders, tilers and do-it-yourselfers. During the Sydney lockdown, National Tiles online store is offering you great deals including free samples, free delivery and 100% money-back guarantee. So order all your tiles from immediate delivery at nationaltiles.com.au now and save. Conditions apply.
Hey, Callum Sinclair. And Buddy Franklin here. For over 35 years, QBE Insurance has proudly supported our Swannies before and after every goal.
Now they're helping you kick goals with your car insurance.
Save $75 when you get your new comprehensive car insurance online. Visit qbe.com/au and get a specky savings before you buy for a beautiful drive after.
Car insurance is issued by QBE Insurance Australia Limited. See qbe.com/au for eligibility criteria and the PDS to decide if this product is right for you.
There's a new way for footy fans to start their day with the AFL's newest podcast.
I think playing against the Bulldogs is scary. That's the coming-of-age game for Max King. It's not absolutely locked in that he's not there as coach. Djokovic, Glass, Worsfold, you're dealing with some Eagles rock stars and he's not that.
Find out the biggest footy stories first on AFL Daily with me, Nat Edwards and Damien Barrett from 7:30am weekdays. Subscribe to AFL Daily wherever you listen to podcasts.
Look, we all love a holiday, and being honest, we've tested our own fair share of hotel spas, but nothing comes closer to that permanent holiday feeling during lockdown than a backyard spa from Splashes. They've got a massive range of spas, swim spas and plunge pools, the knowledge to back that range up, lifetime support and bubbling litres of great value, and loads of stock. Splashes, part of your backyard since 1993. Book an online consultation now at splashes.com.au.
In the bedroom, you don't want to arrive early. But in the same breath, no man really wants to talk to a doctor about it. That's why you can text Pilot confidentially, your online men's health navigator. Pilot.com.au.
A start. That's all it takes. It doesn't matter when, or where, or how. Just start. With the biggest range and the best brands, sporting dreams start at Rebel. Sport is calling.
As a bloke, we don't like arriving early in the bedroom, or the bathroom, hotel room, sheepskin floor rug, car, or wherever you are. But you do want to feel comfortable talking about a solution. Pilot.com.au is your online men's health navigator. No talking, just a fast, text-based consult with an Australian doctor. Online assessments, real treatments, discreet shipping. Pilot is your online men's health navigator. Pilot.com.au.
Sport's biggest moments called play-by-play from around the world, right here on SEN.
Good afternoon, I'm Celeste Mitsu with SEN News. 207 new local cases of COVID-19 have been identified in New South Wales in the past day. At least 50 were infectious in the community and the source of half remains under investigation. Sadly, a man in his 90s has become the 15th fatality from the outbreak. The man contracted the infection after the virus seeded into a Liverpool nursing home. He had received 1 dose of an AstraZeneca vaccine. Meantime, 4 new cases have been linked to the Summerhill aged care facility. A total of 18 patients and 2 staff have been impacted. At least 83% of the patients were vaccinated and 75% of staff were immunised. Transmissions in workplaces continues to be the main source of concern. Chief Health Officer Dr Kerry Chant says it is worrying.
Some as many of 30 colleagues in some workplaces that have been infected. It is critical that people don't work whilst they've got symptoms, but also you can take the proactive step of choosing to get vaccinated.
Almost 7,000 people are waiting on their application for travel into Victoria from a red zone. Majority are from New South Wales. The southern state has updated its advice on the border bubble. Residents won't require a permit from midnight to cross for essential travel, vaccination or medical care. South East Queensland's snap lockdown has been extended until Sunday afternoon after the state recorded 13 new community cases. One of today's cases has also spent 6 days out in the community. And New South Wales Police are offering a $1 million reward for information about the 2001 disappearance of Ian Draper. The then 37-year-old was last seen leaving his workplace at the Mount Pritchard Community Club in a white 1992 Ford Falcon on August 3. His car was found over a month later in Leppington. SEN.com.au sport coming up.
Enjoy great deals at Snooze, plus free local delivery with orders over $999. Call or chat online. It's amazing what a little snooze can do. Exclusions, T's and C's apply.
Aussies Jessica Hull and Lyndon Hall have both qualified for the women's 1,500 metre semi-final on Wednesday. Hull explained why she opted out of competing in the 5,000 metre event.
You want to do one and do it well. For me, at this point in my career, so the 15 was where I'm most confident. I've raced it the most times. I know how to kind of navigate the tactics a bit better, and pretty brutal conditions for a 5K here.
Audio courtesy of 7. Our equestrian team, led by Andrew Hoy, are well placed for a podium finish ahead of the show jumping phase this afternoon. The Aussie eventing team is currently placed second. And coming up, the Hockeyroos take on India in their quarterfinal clash.
Here's a great tax tip. Get a COVID-safe tax refund on the spot at Tax Tips. For an instant tax refund, visit taxtips.com.au now. Conditions and charges apply.
The V6 Twin Turbo, rear-wheel drive Kia Stinger. Kia, movement that inspires.
Prospect, no problems on the Prospect Highway, southbound to the M4. M4 clear, westbound to the Blue Mountains. Belfield, the Burstwater Main, Punchbowl Road. Taking out lane 1 westbound at Seymour Parade. Warrenor Bridge looking okay in both directions. And Roselands for COVID-19 testing, no problems. King George's Road into Roselands Drive. Win a Toyota Hilux with Battery World. Purchase any UASIT battery to go in the draw for your car, 4x4, camper and more. Visit batteryworld.com.au. T's and C's apply.
Sydney's voice of sport, Andrew Voss. Breakfast with Bossy, tomorrow from 6 on 1170 SEN.
Have your say on 1170 SEN. Call 1300 01 1170 or text 0457 736 736.
A late shower or two. We're heading for a top of 19 degrees in the city and in the west. A morning shower tomorrow and 21. And don't miss the Matildas and Opals in must-win games tonight, live on SEN and the SEN app.
Welcome to SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020. For Mate Communications, award-winning Aussie service and a bonus Tidal music subscription included on selected mobile plans. And Xero, invoicing but instantly, receipts but organised, cash flow but clearer. Try Xero free for 30 days. Search Xero, Xero.
It is a mega Monday of sport here on SEN, our Olympics coverage with me, Matt White, and Olympian John Stephenson continues right up until 3 o'clock today. The feature for our next hour will be Australia v India in the women's hockey quarterfinals. Then Joel and Fletch will be driving you home from 3 through till 6. From 6 o'clock tonight, the NRL Nation call of the Bulldogs v Titans. So that's Jimmy Smith and Brett Camorley up until 8 o'clock. Then our Olympics coverage continues again. We'll begin a countdown to the Matildas semi-final match against Sweden, a massive one this evening. Adam Peacock will host the pre-game coverage alongside young Matildas head coach Leah Blaney, then Brenton Speed calling the game from 9. And if you would rather switch around, you can do so for some basketball from 9 o'clock on the SEN Flip channel on our app. Sam Hargraves and Chris Anstey will count down to tip-off as the Opals take on Puerto Rico from 10 o'clock. So don't expect to get too much sleep today as we continue action on day 10. The women's 200 metres heats are continuing. We'll get to heat number 6 in just a few minutes' time, and then heat 7 will feature Riley Day. Heat 6 is where we find Elaine Thompson-Herah, the winner of the 100 metres, and Steph's sure bet,
sure money,
is that she backs it up and does the 100, 200. So that's about 3 minutes away, and more action continuing out there at the canoe sprint. The most famous athlete, when you went on into the village and you went down to the dining hall or wherever you bumped into the superstar at the Olympics, what's on your radar?
Usain Bolt. He's a good mate of mine. No, I reckon he's... But no... It's not the most famous athlete, but one that spun me out, because you see them all, they're all sort of all in the dining hall, would be Sergio Garcia that plays golf. And he was representing Spain, obviously. And I was sitting with Liz Gambage, and we was having some dinner, and he just casually just walked to our table and just sort of like stood by the end of our table and was like, "Hey, guys, good games, huh?" And we're like, Liz didn't know who he was, and I knew who he was. I'm like, "Yeah, man, like, cool games, like, what's up?" Like, I didn't know what to say because it's Sergio Garcia, like, he had such a rivalry with Tiger Woods. Yeah, like, what's going on with your pitching wedge? Like, I didn't know what to say. Like, I kind of just rolled with it, but he was mad cool, and I was a massive Tiger Woods fan, and because him and Tiger Woods had a bit of a rivalry, I thought he was like really standoffish, kind of a mean dude, like pretty like cold face type of dude, complete opposite, and teaching not to judge a book by its cover. Such a legend of a guy, just really down to earth, and I had a really good conversation with him. And
do you remember that he once went out with Martina Hingis? So
wow,
and there was I was at a
throwback.
I was at a US Open. I covered some US Opens for Channel 10, US Open golf, and I remember, and this is when Tiger was in full flight, and Phil Mickelson, and everyone was there, and I remember being blown away that Martina Hingis was hanging there. She was just hanging around waiting for him to finish, and it's one of those weird ones, like we're at a golf tournament with the biggest names in the world, and this superstar of tennis that we grew up with is there, and it really spun me out. I'll tell you a good one on Sergio Garcia. We're in a family holiday in Dubai, right? And we're downstairs at the big resort, and we're walking along, and this guy's walking along the other way. He's eating an ice cream, and he's got full golf gear on. He's got hat, the cap on, spikes, and he's walking the other way. This is downstairs in the food hall there. And my wife says to me, "Well, that guy doesn't look half much of a golfer." And I went, "That's because that's Sergio Garcia."
You're kidding me. You are
He was there because they were playing the tournament just down the road. So there you go. Sergio, that's a cool one. I like that one.
Sergio Garcia.
I like it. And then, of course, your mate, you saying you just got him on tap, right? You could.
Yeah, well, we should get him on SEN our radio.
Come on. Now you're talking.
Yeah, that's what you call an Olympian, isn't it? You know what I mean?
Now you're talking. You saying, have you got him on speed dial, or is he just hidden away in a different...
No, he should be there. We spoke this morning about the hundreds yesterday, so we had a big argument about it. I said he needs to put his spikes back on and get out there and make it a bit more entertaining. I shouldn't say that.
All right, here we go. Elaine Thompson-Herah in the round 1 heats of the women's 200 metres. So looking to go into the semi-final. She is now the Olympic 100 metres champion.
Can I throw in a bit of a roughie?
Oh, yes.
looked a really good race, and I think the odds would be good. Sharika Jackson looked absolutely phenomenal. She came third in the women's 100 in the final. She ran out of lane 2 there, and she looked phenomenal. And she used to be an ex-quarter miler who's now gone to the 100, so she's going to have the speed endurance to be able to take these girls if she gets it.
Okay, here's Tamsin and Bruce.
She showed her mettle, didn't she, in the final? It was a great race. It was about as good as it ever gets, and she came through with the most magnificent performance and then result. She's a great champion. So from the outside, Dobbin, then Healy of Ireland. Emmanuel got a terrific start, Canada. And then Thompson inside of her, and then on the inside of her again is Vervaet. So Thompson a long way back here, isn't she? Emmanuel in front of Dobbin. First 3 to go through. Elaine surely's not going to make the same mistake as Sharika. No, she's going to get to third place. So this is interesting now. She might know. Third will do. Emmanuel, Dobbin, Thompson. The difference between Thompson and Fraser Price, the attitude they brought to this race, it's fascinating, isn't it?
Different coaches. So Shelley and Fraser Price used to be with the same coach, but she's now no longer. So the race plan for the others was obviously to use no energy.
Hey, Dave, Riley Day's not far away, and you're getting really wound up into this long jump final.
All righty, we'll tap into the long jump final as it continues. So that heat taken out by Emmanuel Crystal from Canada.
I wouldn't be worried if you put money on young Thompson. I think she ran the smartest out of the favourites there, conserving all the energy. And when you get to a championships, it's all about conserving through the rounds, because it takes a huge toll on your nervous system by the time you get to the final if you start to step on the gas too early, as we saw Rowan Browning last night.
So we're continuing with the 100-200 double for Elaine.
I am I am very confident, and we're still waiting to hear about Sharika Jackson, because she did come fourth in her heat, and she's right on the verge of not being one of the fastest qualifiers. But she jogged, and she made that stupid mistake these sprinters make, where we're taught to always get into the top 3 or top 2 in your heats to make sure you definitely qualify. She's made that stupid mistake by coming in fourth, where she's now left it in the hands of the gods.
I think one of the highlights of day 10 will come later on. The highlights thanks to Wolfglas, IWC Red Winemaker of the Year. One of the highlights of today will come from the football women's semi-final, Australia v Sweden. So that will be awesome. The semi-final matchup between the Matildas and Sweden from 9 o'clock tonight. The cycling also gets underway at the track at the Velodrome this afternoon, Stefo. That's at 4:30 through till about 10 past 7. So first up will be the women's team sprint qualifying and then final. No Aussies in that, but the women's team pursuit will be looking to qualify throughout the final. As far as when you were competing and obviously into the second week there, how much did you get to see outside of athletics? Nothing.
And plus, my event, I don't know about now with the schedule, but my event when I used to compete was the last event of the Olympic Games and of the track and field competition. The last event, the 4x4. So you run the individual, and then you got the 4x4 duties. So I really never got to explore the host city or the village like I wanted to.
Out at the Sea Forest Waterway, the women's K2 500. So we're up to the second heat in this. This is a great story of the Australians, Jamie Roberts and Jo Brigden-Jones. So Jamie is on debut at 30 years of age. She's from WA. She was driving a mining truck in the Pilbara in 2012, and she listened over the radio to the K4 1000 team, the Aussie team, win in London. And she went, I want to have a crack at that sport. So now Jamie is representing Australia with Jo Brigden-Jones, who's a nurse from Sydney at her second Olympic Games. She was 9th in the K4 in London. The Aussie's on our screen now, and she comes through the Northern Beaches Kayak Club here in Sydney. So Jamie and Jo ready to take on the course out at the Sea Forest Waterway. So let's take you to our commentators out there, Nick Green and Matt Hill.
A lot of time on the water. They're very calm. They're very relaxed. Their age and experience is playing in. That they've raced at a world level. They're in the top 6, 7, 8 at international level. So they'll be aiming very strongly to be in the Olympic final. And then in the Olympic final, anything can happen.
Next to the Australians, you've got Carolina Naja from Poland, who is the silver medalist from Rio, but she has a new partner here as well in Anna Pawlowska. That's the French crew, Hostens and Guillaume in the middle lane for France. Here are the Australians.
Yeah, looking relaxed, looking calm. I don't know, 145. kind of the time for the first heat, so they know what sort of marker they've need to achieve.
Yes, in that first heat, 145.7, 147.8 was the time for the second crew that got through to the semi-finals. We have a look at Li and Zhu from China. And we've got Hoskin and Hatton from New Zealand. They're going to be on the far side of your screens.
9th of the World Championships in 2019. Next to them, China, 10th on the World Championships. So those two crews top of the screen, 9th and 10th at the world level.
So away, second heat, women's kayak doubles 500 metres. The Australians, Robertson, Brigden, Jones on the near side. First two go through straight to the semi-final, which is very handy to get out of the heat. The hot and humid conditions in Tokyo today, the semi-final and final to be held tomorrow. But coming through quickly, Naya and Polovska from Poland, Hostens and Guillot from France are right up there as well.
Yeah, expect lane 4, 5 and 6, the ones at the bottom of the screen. They're the crews with the most experienced athletes, whether they're Olympic Games or world level or just time in the sport. So expect those three crews to match each other and push it out. First two only go to the next round into the semi-final. So they, again, they don't want to be out there too long. They'll try and get through the semi-final if they can.
So as we come through halfway, we'll get a bit of a guide of how these crews are going. And at the 250 mark, it was Hostens and Guillot leading by 0.1 of a second over the Polish crew. China just ahead of Australia, little between them in third.
Yeah, Robertson, Brigden, Jones from Australia have been together for a couple of years, so they know each other well. And they've just shut it down there. They've just dropped their rating. They're just cruising. So maybe it's a tactical game that they've played to go, you know, we haven't had a lot of time on this course. Maybe we'll just go through the rounds and get to the quarterfinal and just start to fine-tune our unity.
Yeah, it looks as though we might be seeing them again this afternoon in the quarterfinals as Team Poland really screw down here now. Naja and Polovska, they get a canvas in front of France, and the Chinese crew are just lifting up the ante there over on the far side. They're going to have a dip here for a semi-final.
So we'll just leave that heat for a sec, take you back to the Olympic Stadium. Heat 7, round 1 of the women's 200 metres, featuring 21-year-old Australian Riley Day. She'll get away in lane 7. Her personal best time, 22.77. She's going to have to run that or near to that to qualify through to the semi-finals, because the heat is on in every sense. Tamsin Manu and Bruce McAvaney calling this one, of course, 4-7.
Rather than fight on, she'd, go live the rest of her life and enjoy herself, because she was really struggling with her body.
She was only 22 in Rio, so she's 27 now, Ellen. She ran 22.5. She was fantastic, wasn't she? Riley's committed. I had a chance to have a chat to her, Tamsin, a couple of weeks ago when she was up in Cairns, and her attitude's just right. She said, Olympic Games, I know it'll be nerve-wracking, but I'm up for it. She said, there's no place for the slackers on a day like today, and she realises that she has to run the race of her life in the first heat. So let's see what she can bring to the table. Queensland women have done pretty well in the last week for Australia, haven't they, at these Olympic Games? Here's Bash. She is good. What was that story, the BBC?
They ran a story on her being the poorest Olympian, and when the pandemic happened last year, all the facilities closed down, and the only training that she could do in Gambia was wake up really early just to do some distance running to keep fit. So her story's fascinating, and she's coming through the ranks so successfully and doing great things for her country. She was 6th at the World Championships, and you're right, Bruce, definitely one to watch.
So Prandini and Day know each other well. They were at the Nitros together, weren't they?
They were, and that's a good thing, because that means that Riley, who would be super nervous for these Olympic Games, she's in the call room with a familiar face.
It's exciting. It's exciting to see a young sprinter on a journey and now gets to the biggest stage at 21 years of age. So they're the qualifying times, exactly that. So has to finish in the first 5 and run inside 23.16 to make tonight's semi-finals. It feels like a formality, but in sport, nothing is a formality. You take nothing for granted. Outside lane for Riley Day. Away. Got a pretty good start now. Bass will get up to her pretty quickly because she's a fast 100-metre runner. Prandini going well. So Day has run a solid bend. Nothing wrong with that at all. Right up with Bass and also Prandini. So how can Riley hold her form all the way up the straight. Prandini clear of Bass and Day. The time's going to be interesting. Does she go inside her 22.77? No, she doesn't. 22.56 Prandini. Second Bass and Riley Day gets through to the semi-finals.
Yeah, isn't that fabulous? She's made it through to the semi-final. She needed that run, Bruce. She looked nervous before the race, and you can tell that she kind of ran a little bit nervous. She didn't allow her body to flow as well as we know Riley can do. By that I mean open up that stride length and be nice and relaxed. Prandini, you can see her sitting there on the track. It's hot out there, and she would have... I think she's just gotten herself a little bit overawed by the occasion in terms of the nerves. She's such a fabulous competitor. I love her work ethic. She is going to be better for the run, and how fabulous she's made it through to a semi-finals at an Olympic Games.
Riley Day through to the semis, so third in her heat, 22.94, just outside of her personal best time. Need to take a quick break. I'll update you with what's happening out at the canoe sprint, and I'll get Stefo's thoughts on that 200 by Riley Day.
Sportscraft, the official supplier of both the Australian athletes and SEN's call team ceremony uniforms.
For over 100 years, Trojan Tools have been helping tradies and DIYers get the job done. And since then, Trojan has added heaps of tools to its range. Everything from screwdrivers, pliers and hammers to tape measures, hand saws and paint scrapers. Trojan Tools are tried and tested and come with a lifetime warranty. And we mean it. You break it, we'll replace it. No questions asked. With Trojan Tools, there's no substitute for quality. Whatever the job, Trojan Tools are up to the task. Trojan, tools built tough. Available at Bunnings Warehouse.
Shopping online is easy with Coles. And with click and collect orders, we'll bring your groceries straight to your car at over 400 stores. Find out more at coles.com.au/shop. It's that easy. Coles. Value the Australian way.
How's an incredible 3-night stay in Queenstown for Two Sound?
Try out Kia's Footy Survivor. Pick a winning AFL and NRL side each week and you could win.
Sign up for Kia's Footy Survivor before August 12 at sensurvivor.com.au.
Since 1871, Continental Tires have kept motorists safe on the road. That's 150 years of reliability. 78% of tests rank Continental Tires as #1 in the world for best in braking. 140,000 tires are tested each year, which is a total of 200 million kilometres. And 1 in 3 cars in Europe are fitted with Continental Tires. German engineered, legendary accuracy. When you need tires fitted, ask, are they Continental? Continental-tires.com.
Ever wanted to attend the grand final in style? SEN and Ringers Western are giving you the chance to attend the 2021 NRL Grand Final with 2 tickets and a new outfit, including new jeans, shirts and boots. To win, all you have to do is head to the SEN win page or iCanWin.com.au and enter your details. Head to the grand final in style thanks to SEN and Ringers Western.
Hi, I'm Tim from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here, so our team really understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131 806.
Recording receipts? But in a snap. Stashing them in your glove box? But storing them online instead. With Xero, it's business, but better. Start your free 30-day trial at xero.com.
A start. That's all it takes. It doesn't matter when, or where, or how. Just start. With the biggest range and the best brands, sporting dreams start at Rebel. Sport is calling.
This ad for pilot.com.au, your online men's health navigator, is going to go for a really long time. I'm feeling it. We are on here. We are on... Oh, hold on. Oh, it's about to finish. Oh, no. Yep. Not sure we'll make it. Oh... It's finished.
Matty Johns here. If you're a tradie with years of experience on the tools, get in touch with Qualify Me and turn your experience into a nationally recognised qualification in weeks. Take the Qualify Me 60 seconds free skills check. Visit qualifyme.edu.au and let Qualify Me qualify you today.
Men's health. We're getting better talking about it, but men's sexual health is still a subject not all blokes feel comfortable talking about. Well, guess what? With Pilot, you don't have to talk. You can text a health inquiry confidentially, finishing early or experiencing dysfunction. Pilot is your online men's health navigator. Do an online assessment, get discreet shipping and ongoing care. Real doctors, real treatments. Pilot.com.au.
Attention! Are you interested in quality reserve wines? Lloyd's Auctions hold weekly wine auctions featuring wine from the Barossa and Clare Valley, McLaren Vale, Scott Creek and Sunraysia. All starting at $1 at Australia's greatest auction house. Bid now, including Shiraz, Chardonnay, Moscato, Cabernet, Sauvignon Blanc, Rosé, Merlot, Grenache, Pinot Gris and more. Flat rate shipping nationwide at just $12 per carton. Shipping thousands of cartons each week nationwide. All starting at $1. Find out why and bid now at lloydsauctions.com.au.
The Hockeyroos and the Kookaburras are going for gold at the Olympics. Check out the Hockey Australia website for ways to watch all the matches and find out where you can play. Go Australia! Then after the games, see our biggest stars on home soil in the Sultana brand Hockey One League. How good is hockey? Watch our Hockeyroos and Kookaburras at the Olympics, then see our world-class Australian hockey stars on home soil in the Hockey One League. Buy your tickets today at hockey1.com.au.
SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020. For Xero. Invoicing but instantly. Receipts but organised. Cash flow but clearer. Try Xero free for 30 days. Search Xero. Xero.
An Aussie update for you thanks to Red Energy. Red Energy is proudly Australian. You can call their Aussie team today on 131 806. Day 10 of Tokyo 2020 live here on SEN. Matt White and John Stephenson with you. So Jessica Hull and Lyndon Hall both going through to the semi-finals in the 1500 metres. We've got the men's long jump final continuing and the women's 200 metres. So now we know that Riley Day has qualified through to the semi-finals, third in her heat. Let's have a listen to Riley on 7.
I'm Olympic semi-finalist, so it's unreal. A few things to work on in that race, but I was very overwhelmed before I got on the track. So I didn't know what to expect, but I think I handled myself well for one of my first majors.
You've done a great job. You're only such a young athlete. It's interesting, Tamsin and Bruce calling the race, and Tamsin did notice, she knows you so well, that you did look a touch nervous. Hey, so you should be. It's a heat of the Olympic Games.
Yeah, it was. I was trying to just remember that it's just a race. The Olympics isn't going to change how fit I am, how fast I am, and how well I run. If anything, it can make me lift even more. So I feel a lot more relaxed now that the first run's over. I know how everything works, and I can just leave it all on the track tonight.
And you and Paul Pierce have worked so hard. You've peaked absolutely perfectly. Congratulations on that.
Thank you.
What's the mindset coming into this semi-final now?
Absolutely floor it to the end and see if I can make the final. A PB would be amazing, but I've already done half the things that I wanted to do here, and that's make the semi-finals, so it's unreal.
So 22.94, her PB 22.77, so she'll need to run a couple of tenths faster in the semi if she wants to get towards that PB. Your reaction to that, Steffo?
Yeah, interesting you listen to her talk there. You know, I think, you know, Riley definitely has the ability to be shooting for these finals, and I think if you go to Olympic Games, I mean, that should be your aim, is to reach for the sky so you get off the ground, right? And look, it was a good run by her. I think she was stretched out for that time. I don't know if there's much more improvement coming into the semi-final, but look, she's there now. Hopefully she can recoup. The semis is always nice because it's at night. When you run the heats is in the day. You got to wake up a little earlier than you normally do, and your sort of routine's a bit out of whack because most of the time you're always racing at night. So it's going to be interesting to see how she bounces back. But I'm looking forward to seeing how the semis play out.
Our next event at the canoe sprint features Elisa Bull and Elise Wood. So the K2 500 team from Australia here. We've got a 25-year-old firefighter from Queensland and a 28-year-old former world champion paired up together. Incredible bloodlines all the way through. An elite surf and iron woman was Elisa Bull before she decided to take on the canoe sprint. And Elise Wood, her husband Jordan, well, his dad collected bronze in the K4 saw in Rio, and in the K2, and her mum-in-law Anna is an out-and-out superstar of the sport as well. We're underway out at the Sea Forest Waterway. This is heat number 4 of the K2 500.
The Olympic best time of 200 metres set by Lisa Carrington. She looked really good in the heat this morning, and the New Zealanders once again blast away with Germany second, the Australians and also the Belgians fighting out third at this point.
The Australians probably slow starters in that race. But they find themselves in the mix. They've settled down a little bit. They've found their rhythm. They're still very close contact. It is the heat, so they're all just testing each other out. The New Zealand crew, as expected, have gone hard out of the start. They'll be one of the favourites for this boat class, so they'll go out hard and try and control the race where they can.
49.34, so it's a quick first split at the 250-metre mark. So as we thought, it's a hot heat. Germany second, 3/4 of a boat length off the lead, and Australia there scrapping for third at this stage. They were 2.32 off the Kiwis at the 250.
Yeah, New Zealand, even though they're comfortably in lead, one of the favourites, they're working very hard. And so this is a fast heat, it's a hot heat. The German crew are just on their tail. The Australians just at the top of the screen. Boats are overlapping, slightly in third at the moment. The boat speeds up a little bit, so these Aussies are pushed in the last half of the race to see if they can qualify over the top of the Germans. There we go. There's going to be a bit of match between the Australians and the Germans to qualify automatically into the semi-final.
So this is interesting. We've got less than 50 metres to paddle. Lisa Carrington and Caitlin Regal there looking pretty confident as they head towards the line. Can the Australians lift and get a spot in the semi-final? They're not going to, but they're heading towards the quarterfinals looking pretty confident as well. New Zealand from Germany, Australia third, and then it was Belgian team of Peters and Brooks in fourth place, 143.
So the Aussies there in third. First and second here go straight through to the semi-finals. The rest go through to the qualifying finals. So Bull and Wood third. They'll go into the qualifying final along with Jamie Roberts and Joe Brigden-Jones. They finished fifth in their heat. So they'll be through to the QF round. And then we've got Jean van der Westhausen in the men's kayak single 1,000. So the K1 1,000 and Thomas Green both qualifying through to the semis. Rather, Green goes through to the semis and Van der Westhausen will go through to the qualifying final. We'll have some quarterfinals out at the Sea Forest Waterway a little later on this afternoon. We've also got some table tennis that's been underway. Australia v Japan, the host nation, the men's team round of 16. And of course, at 1 o'clock, we'll be taking you to Australia v India, the Hockey Roos in the women's quarterfinal, looking to do what the men did, the Kookaburras, yesterday over the Netherlands. This is Tokyo 2020 live on SEN, thanks to Mate, Australia's most satisfied internet customers, and Xero Online Accounting to help you do business but better.
Sportscraft. Reckon our Aussie athletes look like winners? Find your own podium finish style. Discover the latest Sportscraft collection.
Triumph doesn't just happen. It comes about because we choose to chase it. With over 10,000 medals and trophies, Wolf Blast chases greatness with every vintage of Grey Label Shiraz, including winning International Wine Challenge Red Winemaker of the Year. Complex, distinctive wines crafted with character. Chase Triumph boldly, and when you do, raise a glass of Wolf Blast Grey Label to yourself. Wolf Blast. Here's to the chase. wolfblast.com.
Penrite Oil, 100% Australian owned and made, celebrating great Aussie Olympians.
Dawn Fraser is Australia's most successful Olympian, having won 4 gold and 4 silver medals. Fraser held 39 records during her career and also became the first woman to ever swim the 100-metre freestyle in under a minute.
Great Aussie Olympians over the decades, brought to you by another Aussie great, Penrite Oil, 100% Australian, family owned and trusted since 1926. penriteoil.com.au.
How's an incredible 3-night stay in Queenstown for 2 Sound?
Try out Kia's Footy Survivor. Pick a winning AFL and NRL side each week and you could win.
Sign up for Kia's Footy Survivor before August 12 at sensurvivor.com.au.
Shopping online is easy with Coles. And with click and collect orders, we'll bring your groceries straight to your car at over 400 stores. Find out more at coles.com.au/shop. It's that easy. Coles. Value the Australian way.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. Our family company has been selling the best quality wall and floor tiles from Italy, Spain and around the world for over 42 years to professional builders, tilers and do-it-yourselfers. During the Sydney lockdown, National Tiles online store is offering you great deals including free samples, free delivery and 100% money-back guarantee. So order all your tiles for immediate delivery at nationaltiles.com.au now and save. Conditions apply.
Attention Sydney! Are you interested in quality reserve wines? Lloyd's Auctions hold weekly wine auctions featuring wine from the Barossa and Clare Valley, McLaren Vale, Scott Creek and Sunraysia. All starting at $1 at Sydney's greatest auction house. Bid now, including Shiraz, Chardonnay, Moscato, Cabernet, Sauvignon Blanc, Rosé, Merlot, Grenache, Pinot Gris and more. Flat rate shipping nationwide at just $12 per carton. Shipping thousands of cartons each week nationwide. All starting at $1. Find out why and bid now at lloydsauctions.com.au.
Hi, I'm Tim from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here, so our team really understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131 806.
As a bloke, we don't like arriving early in the bedroom, or the bathroom, hotel room, sheepskin floor rug, car, or wherever you are. But you do want to feel comfortable talking about a solution. Pilot.com.au is your online men's health navigator. No talking, just a fast, text-based consult with an Australian doctor. Online assessments, real treatments, discreet shipping. Pilot is your online men's health navigator. Pilot.com.au.
For the hottest of hot party you've ever seen. Cream comes on steady, hot and strong. It just keeps on and on.
Ask your plumber about Ream's advanced stainless steel water heaters with 12-year cylinder warranties.
Install a Ream. Install a Ream.
Accept nothing less than Australia's best.
If you're not sleeping well or you're waking up with a sore neck or back, well, here's your solution. It is the Aussie-made Spinal Ease pillow. It'll change the way you sleep. You will wake up refreshed and ready for each and every day. We use it here. We love it here. Thousands of Aussies now sleep better on a Spinal Ease pillow, and you can too. So start sleeping better. Visit spinalease.com.au and order with Afterpay to sleep now and pay later. You'll even get free delivery. That's spinalease.com.au.
Brett Camorley here for Gallagher Insurance Brokers, proud partner of the Gallagher Kangaroos. If you name one of my 13 Gallagher Kangaroos must-have players of the round before the higher ground each Sunday on 1170 SEN, you could win an NRL double pass thanks to Gallagher and go into the draw for the major prize, a corporate box experience for you and 9 mates. To win, simply head to iCanWin.com.au and tell me your Gallagher Kangaroos must-have player.
SEN's day session coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Tyre Power. Get the power of Australia's biggest independent tyre retailer. Look online at Tyre Power now.
Olympic silver medalist, Commonwealth Games gold medalist John Stephenson is with me on our mega Monday of sport here on SEN. Make sure you download the app if you're heading on out for some lockdown exercise. You can listen to us all the way through as day 10 continues. The women's 100 metres hurdles final is coming up. Now, no Aussies in this. Of course, this is the event that Sally Pearson came to our screens with silver in Beijing. I was there for that. Gold in London, incredible, and her 2 world championships as well. So before we move on, Steffo, we need to take a look at this field. Now, you're backing in the unbackable kind of favourite, Jasmine Camacho Quinn, in this one. She wins?
She's the Winx of the hurdles, so Black Caviar, whichever one you want to pick, but she's going to, Daylight will be second with her, unless, she finds trouble throughout the hurdles. That does happen. You can trip up on a hurdle and find yourself on the ground and not becoming victorious as a favourite. But I will give you a roughie, and I love a good roughie at good odds, and that is Megan Tapper. She's running out of lane 9. Very, very small in stature of a girl, comes from Jamaica, but she's been running great through the rounds. I reckon she can sneak in there for a medal, and if you check out the odds, it's unbelievable odds. So I'm picking my 1, 2, 3. It's going to be Camacho to win.
Yes.
Into Megan Anderson for second and Tapper for third.
So you've got Anderson second, and you're counting out Kendra Harrison, the American here, who's ranked 2 in the world.
Yeah, I think, look, she battles in majors. She struggles mentally. She has all the physical attributes. She's super duper fast with a PR of 12.20. She definitely has the speed to win it, but she didn't look good through the rounds, and I think that she'll find a way to lose this race.
Oh, she finished 4th in London, in Rio. She didn't make it through the semi-final stage. So Kendra Harrison, who's got the fastest time in the field in terms of personal best, 12.2 she has run for the 100 metres hurdles. You're backing her out, but Jasmine Camacho Quinn with a 12.26 her PB, and then you've got into Megan Tapper and Brittany Anderson, so the 2 Jamaicans to fill the minor placings. I want to get your thoughts on Rowan Browning. Incredible push from Australia behind him, and deservedly so. A young man who comes out, wins his heat, stops everybody, including those in the race, looking around going, who's this kid? He's not short on confidence. He's a very smart young man. He can run. He's got the flying mullet, but then he gets to the semi-final. Now, the realistic expectation of somebody, of an Aussie who's just done 10.01 to win the heat and comes into the semi-finals, would be that he's going to have to lower that 10.01 to get through. Would that be a fair assumption?
Yeah, I think the way the current climate in the men's 100, you know, if you put him in the Bolt era, the 10.01 wouldn't have been enough, not even in the heats. And I think we've got to give it a bit of context. What Rowan has done is superb. How he ran in the heats, how he's meant to run.
Yep.
And if you speak to Rowan himself, he'll say, hey, I want to make a final. I want to win a medal and be like, you know, like the Italian man that won the final. So, you know, I think it's important to give it some context that, you know, Rowan will learn from, after running the heat and running 10.01, he'll learn to jog 10.01. He sort of was foot to the floor for 10.01, and if you know track and field well enough, you can sort of see the best opportunity he had in the semi is either to match that time or he was going to run slower. Just the way the body's anatomy works, your nervous system becomes a little bit flatter after you run a personal best because you're doing something your body's never done before. And you know, you got to try and understand those things. So it didn't surprise me how he ran yesterday in the semi-final, but this is what big championship running is. You have to have that second bullet, that third bullet. You know, You can't just go in one bullet. And we saw that with Rowan, and he did the right thing for a guy that's making, you know, his first Olympic Games in the big spotlight. He did the right thing. Go out in the heat, show him what time it is, and there's hope that he can do it again in the semi-final, and then I hope he can do it again in the final. We've all made the mistake. I made that mistake in Helsinki in 2005. I had to shoot a bullet in every darn round just to make the final. When I got to the final, I came dead last because I just had nothing left emotionally and physically.
Yep. So is that the experience that Rowan takes out of this? There's a whole stack of experiences to take out here. I mean, it's very rare that we see an Australian sprinter over the years go out and win a heat. It's very rare that we've seen that kind of time. He's arrived, there's no question, but now he goes away and will start to study that and go, okay, now I know what else I need to keep that going.
Well, I think that's what the Australian, you know, sports fraternity and community got excited by, that we saw an Australian sprinting, but it was the heat. Let's put it in some context. It was the heat. It's a different era. The men's 100 metres is evolving in past the post-Bolt era. But Rowan's had experience with this. He went to Commonwealth Games in 2018 and he missed the final. He should have made the final there. So this guy was planning for this. He knew what was going on. Unfortunately, he just missed. He did not disgrace himself. He did fantastic. But he's now looking forward to moving forward. If I was him, going forward and going, and that's what I learned from World Championships. I won Commonwealth Games 6 months later after that. And the biggest thing I took from this, what Rowan will take from this, is that I need that extra bullet. What do I do in my training, both physically and mentally, to when I get to the next championships to actually be able to fire that third bullet that's hopefully the kill shot?
And let's not forget that the Olympic cycle now is only 3 years away. So let's have a listen to Rowan after that semi-final. He didn't progress through to the final. This is Rowan Browning on 7 to Richo.
Well, Ro, how do you rationalise that, mate? What's going through your mind as you consider what happened?
Yeah, it's tough, Richo. I mean, I just never got out, you know, and then I had my work cut out for me. feel like I came back well to the end of the race, but I just left myself with too much work to do, and it's only 100 metres. But, I've been consistent this year, and I've been knocking on the door of sub 10 and a big breakthrough. Hopefully it comes later in the year in Europe. I'll definitely walk away from this experience with a lot learned.
What we love about you is your belief. And when you go back and watch that race, that first 5 metres, you look like you were aware that you probably didn't nail it, but then you stayed with the best in the world, mate. You've got to get a lot out of that.
Yeah, thanks for chiming in. I feel like this season I've had all the component parts of the race. It's just been about putting it together in one run, and it's coming. But, that's part of figuring out the event and racing at this championship level. I mean, in 2019 I came 40th. I ran basically dead last in my heat at the World Championships. So I'm heading in the right direction.
Are you aware of the impact you've had in Australia? Australians were up and about last night when they saw you.
Yeah, I've definitely felt the love and just been overwhelmed with support and messages. So thank you everybody for that. It's seriously just been so wonderful to receive that.
Mate, you're 23 years of age. This is just the start of your journey. The future looks incredible, mate. We are going to have a lot of fun following you and supporting you all the way.
Thanks, Richo. Yeah, it's been great being here. So thanks everybody back home. I'm sorry I couldn't get it done the semi, but the next Olympics is only 3 more years away.
There you go. Just like we say, it's only 3 more years away. The women's 100 metres hurdles final is approaching us very soon at the Olympic Stadium. This is Tokyo 2020 live on SEN.
Sportscraft reckon our Aussie athletes look like winners? Find your own podium finish style. Discover the latest Sportscraft collection. Penrite Oil, 100% Australian owned and made, celebrating great Aussie Olympians.
Dawn Fraser is Australia's most successful Olympian, having won 4 gold and 4 silver medals. Fraser held 39 records during her career and also became the first woman to ever swim the 100-metre freestyle in under a minute.
Great Aussie Olympians over the decades, brought to you by another Aussie great, Penrite Oil, 100% Australian, family owned and trusted since 1926. penriteoil.com.au.
Our kids, they love to touch everything, don't they? Which is why it's so important to find a reliable child-friendly hand wash to help prevent the spread of germs. Get your hands on Sudox's Kids Foaming Hand Wash. Sudox's Vital Hand Wash is made in Australia from naturally sourced active ingredients. It's 99.9% antibacterial. And the best part? You can use it with or without water. Sudox's Kids Foaming Hand Wash. That's SOODOX at your local pharmacy or sudox.com.
A start. That's all it takes. It doesn't matter when, or where, or how. Just start. With the biggest range and the best brands, sporting dreams start at Rebel. Sport is calling.
Doing a bit of painting? Tools make a difference. Monarch Premium quality brushes and accessories are much softer, hold more paint, and don't leave brush marks. Monarch Painting Tools at Bunnings and leading paint specialists, monarchpainting.com.au.
Bingley have been bringing you the best brands and best advice since 1957. Ready to kick some goals with some of the best deals too? Check out the AFL Record Digital Edition now for Bingley's exclusive online deals. Also, the AFL Record Digital Edition includes feature articles, team lists, footy trivia, kids section and plenty more. Bingley and the AFL Record Digital Edition. All things Aussie rules and amazing online deals. Available now at sen.com.au and on the SEN app.
In the bedroom, you don't want to arrive early. But in the same breath, no man really wants to talk to a doctor about it. That's why you can text Pilot confidentially. Your online men's health navigator. Pilot.com.au.
Want award-winning service with your mobile plan? Mate! Get unlimited talk and text plus data banking up to 200 gigabytes from only $25 per month. Plus free Tidal music subscription included. Choose a provider you trust like a mate. Visit letsbemates.com.au.
SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020. For Xero. Invoicing but instantly. Receipts but organised. Cash flow but clearer. Try Xero free for 30 days. Search Xero. XERO.
Welcome back. Let's go straight back to the Olympic Stadium because they're about to announce the finalists of the women's 100 metres hurdles.
Here, Cunningham comes out from the United States. So 2 Americans here. They clean swept Tamsin 5 years ago. Obviously can't do that here, but she's the second of the Americans in this final.
Yep, coming out to the track first of the women hurdlers, which is like her all her life. She was a premature baby born at 32 weeks, and so she's quite happy to come out first, Bruce.
That is a lot of information prior to the final. I love it. Devine Charlton from the Bahamas. She was a World Indoor finalist in 2018, and she's in good nick.
She has a Bachelor of Science and in her downtime likes to scuba dive.
Just missed her personal best. We are enthralled with Megan Tapper. A pint-size flying machine, isn't she?
Standing at 5'1", she's hard not to like. Look at that. What a great entrance.
Supposed to be nervous before finals, aren't you? Toby Amuson, who I think's got an outside medal chance. Prior to the heats of the semis, I thought she was the third favourite. She's the Commonwealth champion and she's in ripping form.
And aren't we glad that her mum let her sneak off to training when her dad wanted her to concentrate on her schoolwork?
Nadine Visser, impressive all the way through. She competed in the heptathlon in Rio. She's a high-quality hurdler. You can see with that time, 12.63.
Yeah, had that hammy issue mid-season and is rounding into form at the right time.
Well, Colin Jackson, one of the all-time greats, said last night on television for the BBC that Brittany Anderson, I'm in awe of her technique and style. She is something, this 20-year-old, isn't she?
She is, and when Colin Jackson gives you that compliment, wow.
Here's the world record holder. Not often the world record holder gets introduced second last. Normally last, centre of attention, Kendra Harrison. So that world record of 12.20 that she set just before Rio didn't make the Rio team, by the way. And here's the one who's the favourite now, Jasmine Camacho Quinn, Puerto Rican, based in the States. 12.26. She took Sally's Olympic record in the semi-final last night.
Yeah, and she had that mishap in 2016 in the semi-final where she had to leave the track in tears. Can she have redemption here?
Drawn alongside Harrison. 12.20. Sally's run the fastest ever final at the Olympics. But you feel this will be quicker. Conditions are good. And there's Anderson. So Harrison with a headband. Camacho Quinn outside of her. Off they go. Harrison, Camacho Quinn, they're together at the first and the second. Anderson trying to keep up with him. Tapper having a good run. Camacho Quinn's away from Harrison. How quick will it be? Look at Tapper. Camacho Quinn gets home. It's 12.36. It was a dominant win in the end. It wasn't completely perfect. It is now, though.
Oh, Bruce, she hit that hurdle so hard, and after what happened in Rio, there was heart-in-mouth stuff. Exactly. I can't imagine her family back home watching. But she's so much stronger now. She's got the maturity that she can use that core strength, and she held... Oh, that was nerve-wracking.
Hard in the mouth, and she can't believe it. And, Kenny's a good sport. She would be gutted because... she got intimidated when she was run away from. The Jamaicans were the four, little Tapper and Anderson. 5 years is a long time to wait, isn't it?
It is a really long time to wait. Camacho Quinn is just, I know Kenny Harrison has that world record, but Camacho Quinn has that style that is just super, super exquisite. She's so fast off the hurdles. Her lead leg just snaps down. It's actually incredible watching Camacho Quinn's hurdling technique, how quick she is, not only with the lead leg snap, but through the hurdles. And I'd love to see how hard she hit that hurdle, Bruce, because she really hit it hard, and that was around about the spot where she hit it in the semi-final in Rio. There's Kenny, and she looks really happy, Bruce, which is so nice to see. I think when you miss an Olympic Games and you have to sit at home and watch it, when you finish up an Olympic Games on the podium, she's happy.
Just thinking about the history here, Puerto Rico at the Olympic Games, the famous tennis final in Rio 5 years ago. I think it was their very first, and this is their second gold medal ever in any sport. So it was dominant in the end, but it was not without its trials and tribulations. Oh. You can pack a lot into 12 seconds, can't you?
You can. Well, it's not natural. You're running full speed at an object and having to get over it. There's no room for error. Well, actually, Camacho Quinn proved us wrong. There is room for error, but that's how good she is. Look Look at Tapper. She's such a wonderful competitor. They're just waiting, aren't they?
And we all are. We're still waiting for that final confirmation here.
Prix Jamaica.
So there it is. Let's have a look. Camacho Quinn 12.37, and it looks like Harrison will get second at 12.52. Tapper's prayers, are they going to be fulfilled here? They are. They're fulfilled. She's got that bronze medal. Oh, how sweet it is, eh? Gold and bronze, and the world record holder in the middle.
Oh, this is what sport's about, Bruce. These wonderful scenes. Countries coming together and just really ecstatic for each other to be on the podium.
She's knee-high to a grasshopper, Tapper, isn't she?
She's tiny. Tiny, third place. Well, she's ecstatic with that bronze medal. Camacho Quinn's brother, Robert Quinn, the outside linebacker for Chicago Bears, he actually came across to Rio to see his sister. He will be, I'm sure he'll have his teammates all together watching this and be ecstatic for his sister.
And good on Kenny Harrison. She's shown so much sportsmanship. They went together, didn't they, to the first. Tapper's on the left, of course, but Harrison and Camacho Quinn, it was about here that Justine started to get away, and then a problem or two.
Yeah, see, Harrison's got the higher trail leg knee, so she's hurdling technically beautifully. Here it is. We start to see Camacho Quinn. The problem was, Bruce, is she's so super fast. She just got too close to that ninth hurdle, and because she was so close, she had to pull up a little bit. She's incredible at the moment. See how close she is? She had to drop that stride into that hurdle, and when she did that, she was just a little bit too close and couldn't get that knee up and over and through. But luckily, she had the forward momentum and held her ground.
And you can see that photo finish for second and third. So Camacho Quinn took Sally's Olympic record yesterday, but Sal's still, look at that. Sal's still the fastest in an Olympic final. Personality's everything in sport, isn't it? It's everything. That's why Bolt was even greater than he was on the track, because of what he gave us off the track, and we're seeing it here as well.
I'd love to see her husband, Matthew, who coaches her. She used to be with that MVP group, but she went across to her husband to coach her, and you should have seen him when she won the Jamaican trials. He was really, really emotional and excited. He'd be out of his seat right now, that's for sure.
And the silver medalist there. So I feel like we're looking at two gold medalists here with Tapper, don't you, and Camacho Quinn. Here's a good look.
Wow.
The way she's...
Jasmine Camacho Quinn from Puerto Rico gets the gold. Kendra Harrison from America gets the silver. And your girl Megan Tapper from Jamaica, John Stephenson, had to wait. She asked the country to pray for Jamaica, and it came up on the board.
Man, you can call me Mystic Steph because I predict these things. You know what I mean? Like, look at that. Look at that for third park. I said that was going to be a roughie that should get in there for a medal, and I'm very happy because the old sports bet account goes up.
She gives away about a foot and a half at least in size to Camacho Quinn, who nailed the second last hurdle. Yeah, with her left leg, I think it was, and it actually clipped the back of her ankle and then came up the calf as well. So she showed remarkable poise to continue going. Your other pick, Brittany Anderson, the other Jamaican, finished 8th because she properly nailed the second last hurdle.
Camacho would have been having flashbacks to Rio. I mean, she crashed out there, and you know she's leading now in Tokyo, and in fine second last hurdle she had a big crash, wasn't able to manage and balance and finish the race and take the gold medal. But she would have been thinking, and you saw her across the line, just look up to the gods and go, why did I do that? You know, that was so close. So look, she's got the gold medal she wanted. She was the outstanding favourite, and she got the job done.
Well, that wraps up the action on the day program at the Olympic Stadium for athletics. It's been a lot of fun today, mate. We'll be back in full form tomorrow, so bring Steph's Sure Bet with you tomorrow. But after the news, we're going to head out to the hockey. It is Australia v India in the quarterfinals.
Hello home buyers, Greg Alexander here. Buying property is more competitive than ever. So if you're tired of missing out on the properties you want, take a new approach with UPIN. The UPIN property app gives you back the buying power. Pin the property you want and ensure you never miss out knowing on when the property is listed for sale, be it privately or through an agent. UPIN Property is available online and via the app. Dream it, find it, UPIN it. UPIN Property. That's YOUPIN, UPIN.
Hey, Callum Sinclair. And Buddy Franklin here. For over 35 years, QBE Insurance has proudly supported our Swannies before and after every goal.
Now they're helping you kick goals with your car insurance.
Save $75 when you get your new comprehensive car insurance online. Visit qbe.com/au and get a specky savings before you buy for a beautiful drive after.
Car insurance is issued by QBE Insurance Australia Limited. See qbe.com/au for eligibility criteria and the PDS to decide if this product is right for you.
What's the right spirit to have in sport?
Alison Michelle Felix is fast. Her personal best in the 100-metre sprint is 10.89 seconds. Usain Bolt does it in 9.58 seconds. Needless to say, Alison is a track and field superstar with 6 Olympic gold medals. There's something special that powers Alison on. She follows Jesus. She says, "For me, my faith is the reason I run. I definitely feel I have this amazing gift that God has blessed me with, and it's all about using it to the best of my ability." It's interesting, God has given us all great gifts to use, and when we use them for Him, He opens doors you wouldn't believe. In the Old Testament, the prophet Jeremiah wrote, "For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord. Plans for welfare and not for evil. Plans to give you a future and a hope. And that hope includes our eternal destiny with Him."
The Spirit of Sport for the Council of Churches, a part of 1170 since 1932.
Sport's biggest moments called play-by-play from around the world, right here on SEN.
I'm April Austin with SEN News. South East Queensland's lockdown has been extended until 4 p.m. on Sunday after 13 new local coronavirus cases were reported today. It means the region will be in lockdown for at least 8 days. Acting Premier Stephen Miles gave more details on today's new cases earlier.
7 new cases are students from Ironside State School. 5 are related to Ironside State School, that's household members or family contacts, and 1 case is linked to a confirmed case from the karate school that trains at Ironside.
A man in his 90s has sadly become the 15th person to die from COVID-19 during New South Wales' current outbreak. The state recorded 207 new local cases today. Just 89 were isolating while infectious. And Victoria is tightening border restrictions as their outbreak remains under control. 2 new local cases were recorded today, both in isolation. SEN.com.au Sport up next.
Shop online with Amart Furniture and spend $799 to receive $79 off your order. Online only for a limited time. Visit amartfurniture.com.au. Conditions apply.
At the Olympics, Australians Jessica Hull and Lyndon Hall have qualified for the women's 1500 metre semi-finals, finishing 2nd and 3rd in their heats this morning. Aussie sprinter Riley Day has also made it through to the semis of the women's 200 metres. She says getting the heat out of the way will help settle her nerves.
I was trying to just remember that it's just a race. The Olympics isn't going to change how fit I am, how fast I am, and how well I run. If anything, it can make me lift even more. So I feel a lot more relaxed now that the first run's over. I know how everything works, and I can just leave it all on the track tonight.
And back home in rugby league, a blow for Penrith ahead of their clash with the Sydney Roosters on Saturday, with Stephen Crichton set for a 1-match ban.
Get free delivery on KFC's Christmas in July feast, only on the KFC app. Get the Colonel's finest Kentucky Fried Chicken delivered right to your dinner table. Not available everywhere and not forever.
The V6 Twin Turbo, rear-wheel drive Kia Stinger. Kia, movement that inspires.
Belfield reverse water main affecting westbound Punchbowl Road to Seymour Parade. Alexandria, they've cleared a smash up the City Bound Botany Road, Morley Avenue with the M5 steady through the main tunnels and past Fairford Road both ways. No problems at Hume Motorway, Campbelltown, Ingleburn with the Rilland Road run steady over the Hume, Camden Valley Way through Orange Park, Leppington. That's good around northbound, southbound. No problems the M4 past the Cumberland Highway. Want to win a Volkswagen Golf GTI? Of course you do. Tune into Channel 10 from 7 to 9 to join the live race in the Golf Ad Break Championship. That's latest traffic.
The newspaper Back to Front breakfast with Andrew Voss tomorrow from 6.
Have your say on 1170 SEN. Call 1300 01 1170 or text 0457 736 736.
cloudy with a possible late shower in Sydney and Sydney's west today, a top of 19. Morning showers, then sunny tomorrow, 21. And don't miss the Matildas and the Opals in must-win games tonight, live on SEN and the SEN app.
Welcome to SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020. For Mate Communications, award-winning Aussie service and a bonus Tidal music subscription included on selected mobile plans. And Xero, invoicing but instantly, receipts but organised, cash flow but clearer. Try Xero free for 30 days. Search Xero, Xero.
Welcome back. Matt White with you in the Tokyo 2020 live on SEN Olympic studio. John Stephenson will be joining me yet again tomorrow when we resume for day 11 coverage from 10 o'clock. But it's time to get straight into the quarterfinal for the women's hockey. So earlier today, Argentina defeated Germany 3-0. So now the Hockeyroos are looking to overtake India here in this quarterfinal and go through to the semis and join the Kookaburras who did that yesterday. So the first quarter just getting underway. We'll take you to our 7 commentators, Alistair Nicholson and Georgie Parker.
Ernie Fitzpatrick in no hurry in defence for the Hockeyroos. India took a long time to get going in this Olympic Games. Lost its opening 3 games for a 1-0 win over Ireland and then a 4-3 win over South Africa in the final 2 group games. Got them into the quarterfinals. Paris working hard. No way forward at the moment. Somerville. Fitzpatrick exchange passes through the midfield. Harry Somerville. 13th game of international hockey. She's played every match in Tokyo. Has not looked out of place for a second. Hit firmly by Udita. Defence from Australia there. India will have the ball though. Tate plays it forward. Laurem Siami, dashing run. 31 degrees today. 67% humidity in Tokyo for this match. Nikki Pradhan hits it firmly. Nicely controlled Laurem Siami. Out to the right-hand side. India comes forward. With the stick of Navjot Kaur. Sheila Pukrumbum, back they go. Grace Deep Ecker mistimes the attempted overhead, allowing Australia onto the ball. Malone. Stewart. Who's in the right corner? Williams try to make a way there.
Just a little bit too much on that one, but the idea was perfect there. Grace Stewart held her width to get that pass off of Rosie Malone. You can see Mariah Williams working hard to get in front and behind her Indian opposition, just unable to connect that one. But if she did receive that, she would have been behind the entire defence there and would have been able to come into that circle and have a one-on-one with the keeper.
Katrina Powell watching on. The team attempts to go through to a semi-final and be guaranteed of playing off for a medal at this Olympic Games. Make the semi and you will either play in a gold medal match or a bronze medal match. If you win the semi, it's off to the key game in Tokyo. Beaten in the semi and you'll still play for bronze. Australia's men getting through in extraordinary circumstances yesterday, circumstances that had the whole of the nation really on the edge of its seat.
And they would have taken inspiration from that. 2 of the girls have partners that played in that match, so they'll be bringing that energy into this game as well. Disappointing in Rio from both teams, of course, both knocking them out in the quarterfinals. So redemptions from both the men and the women to be made here in Tokyo.
Claxton played it forward. And the road was Pradhan of India. Plays it nicely to Tate. Tate into midfield. India move it back through Pukrumbum. One time didn't come off. Edwina Bone read it well. Over 200 matches to her name. Here's Claxton. Claxton's ball cut out in midfield. India through Pukrumbum come forward again. Out to the left-hand side, the support runner there. Tay squares it up. Can they get a shot away? Yes. A deflection? Yes. Oh, that was a close run thing for Australia. Pradhan goes again. Lawton clears it away.
So it's a post saved on either end there, and that was really well worked by India. You can see them changing their angles every time that pass was made. There was no straight lines at all, and can make it really difficult for the Australian defenders there. Really good use of their body, and very, very closely.
So Rani, the captain on the far post, and Vandana, who scored a hat-trick in the last game against South Africa, she set up the opportunity for a deflection. Now Australia's turn in attack. Paris looking for a foot, and that's going to be an Indian ball. Race deep. Eka gets it moving quickly.
The Australian defenders just saw that they were one step off there. Cara Somerville especially, she didn't even have the line of the ball. If you're going to be off your opposition, you at least need to have that ball between yourself and that opposition. She had neither of those, so Rani was left there on the post by herself, and that could have easily been a goal. So a little bit of a wake-up call for the Australian defenders there, but hopefully we can get one down the other end.
Kershaw. Savannah Fitzpatrick inside the circle. Paris on a reverse. Back to a forehand. Takes the shot. Oh, just across the face it goes.
A great shot there, and a good piece of play as well. I thought that the initial pass to her was a little bit narrow. I thought it was going to get cut off, but it wasn't. And a good piece of skill there from Brooke Paris. She wanted to go on her backhand, but couldn't see that space, so instead used that body positioning and was able to have a great shot across the face.
India now in attack. Oh, Lynch comes out and takes her opponent very fiercely. Shamila Devi has been put down and isn't getting up very quickly here. She's hurt.
So Rachel Lynch has done nothing wrong there. She took the ball and the body came after the ball. The goalkeeper has every right to be able to go out and approach that ball, and what she did, and not nice to see a player go down like this. Goalkeepers appear much bigger because of all the pads they're wearing, and a heavy fall there, so hopefully just a little bit of a knock and she could be up on her way.
Shamila, an inexperienced international player. She's only playing in her 15th match for India. She's 19 years of age, and she bore the brunt of the very experienced goalkeeper for Australia, Rachel Lynch, in game 233. La Remsiami watching on.
Landed, you can land on poor angles and land with your entire body weight, but Rachel Lynch did nothing wrong. It was the perfect goalkeeper approach, really. Just a heavy landing, I think, and she looks on her way. In a way, she probably just wanted to take a breather as well. You can see it was a great ball there. Carrie Somerville just getting caught up. Rachel Lynch, you can see, though, taking all the ball, and she'll just have a little bit of a breather, just make sure she's okay. Probably a little bit winded as well.
I think people who are casual watchers of this sport are getting a real insight into just how tough it is with some of the collisions. We've seen multiple players hit in the face with hockey sticks, balls throughout the tournament. We've got penalty corners where the ball's being dragged, flicked at 145 k's an hour at you as you run at it.
It's a fast-paced game, both with the ball and with how fast the players are moving as well. So when it is passed, it means that there's a lot of room for collisions to happen.
Forward comes Somerville of Australia. Bone, you can hear the cries. Eddie, inside the circle she goes. Done by Grace of India.
Just push that straight to the spare defender coming down there. You always need to be missing that player, the right or the left of them, but Emily Chalker just hanging behind her.
Bernard collected by Bone on the way through there, so this is a physical quarter-final so far.
And Australia's always going to win that physical conditions. India might be a little bit rougher in ways, but Australia will be the more superior physical side. So they're always going to win that, especially as the game goes on and your fitness then starts to come into play a little bit. We pride ourselves on being that fittest and strongest team.
Monica gets India moving forward. And on the right-hand side, Navneet Kaur. Just to get around Kershaw, ball inside the circle, that's collected. Uncomfortable there, Caitlin Nobbs. Did that come off her knee? Yes.
huge hockey family. Caitlin Nobbs, both of her parents went to the Olympics. Her mother's a gold medalist. They'll be watching on.
Taylor worked a 1-2 beautifully with Lawton, but good read on the play from Nikki Pradhan. Vandenaar, infield they go. Rani. This is Nihar on the break, on her reverse, inside the circle. Closed down by Kershaw expertly there. And there is Shamila, so she's looking like she's okay to return.
Sometimes be a little bit of a shock when a goalkeeper comes at you as well, so a little bit of a breather she probably needed. Just take a little bit of a second because it can be a heavy hit.
That's a beautiful hit. Emily Chalker staying in possession, working it forward to Stewart. Stewart top of the circle. She's got Savannah Fitzpatrick there. She goes on her reverse stick, but it's an errant shot from Grace Stewart.
Now, Australian defenders have done a couple of really good balls there where they've missed the entire Indian defence and that entire press, and our Australian forwards are getting that stretch, which is really good to see. I want to see that bit more confidence and positive mindset with how they're going forward today.
And that was not a well-directed overhead. Almost landed on the roof of the bench there. Jenner shows a far better execution of that. Emily Chalk is going to have the free hit outside the circle for Australia. As we tick towards quarter time in this women's quarter final. 90 seconds remaining in the first quarter. Lawton found a foot outside the circle and she's onto it quickly. She's just taken that 5 before going inside the circle. It's seen over the back line.
Saying stop being so rough in the circle. It's not contact, but it is contact.
Australia can't mount anything there, so a minute to go in the first quarter.
Gracie Stewart just saying, I wanted that a little bit wider. Put it straight at her body. She wasn't able to make that trap. She wanted that ball in the space. And sometimes, especially in hockey, you want to put the ball not necessarily where the player is, but where the player is going to end up.
Monica. Good to see that Salima is back on the field. Monica following up. And you will have possession. Kershaw, a little vigorous with that challenge.
30 seconds,
Gurjeet. And Steve Ecker. And now Dita. And we are not in any hurry to try and mount something late in this quarter. Perhaps something a little more meaningful now. It's hit hard down the field. Gets through everyone untouched. And that will be quarter time in the women's quarter final between Australia and India. It's scoreless through the opening 15 minutes.
Sportscraft, the official supplier of both the Australian athletes and SEN's call team ceremony uniforms.
This weekend, as you're cheering on your team and you crack a can, NHP says cheers. NHP Electrical is your local, trusted #1 choice for all your electrical needs. Specialist electrical and automation products, systems and solutions. 100% Australian. NHP brings over 50 years of electrical and engineering industry experience. Find NHP Electrical products at your local, recognised NHP wholesaler or nhp.com.au.
Your first property investment is usually your first home, but you can invest sensibly in property long before then. Talk to Prestige Australian Financial Services to learn how you can build wealth through starting or growing your real estate holdings and save tax at the same time. Prestige help by advising on tax, helping you secure a loan and find the right property. Prestige Australian Financial Services. Your success is their business. To learn more, visit ilovepafs.com.
Hi, I'm Bernard Foley. This November, get set for the world's first Aqua Rugby Festival. Never before seen down under, it's high-speed rugby on a floating pitch in the stunning Sydney Harbour. Get down to the Manly shoreline and watch it light up with live free entertainment. Or step it up and watch the action on board one of Sydney's most luxurious super yachts. Get your tickets at aquarugby.com. Be part of the action November 5th and 6th. Aqua Rugby. This is how we play.
Purchase any 4 and 20 product from anywhere 4 and 20 is sold for an opportunity to win 4 PS5s. One for you and your 3 best mates. Together you'll go head-to-head in a game of Fortnite with your AFL Dream Team. Plus a 4 and 20 branded Sharon footy to be won daily. T&Cs apply. See fntaflgameon.com.au. It's 31/8/21. Retain receipts or wrappers. NSWTB/00896. ACT TP 21/00450. SAT 21/420.
At Harley Heaven, the front doors are closed, but in lockdown, the roar of Harley-Davidson is louder than ever. Contactless, virtual, new and used motorcycle inquiries and appointments are all available on Zoom, Teams and FaceTime. Bike buying with free pickup and same-day payment. Call and collect for parts, accessories, merch, essential servicing, workshop repairs and finance options. Harley Heaven is weaving through lockdown. Your home of Harley-Davidson. harleyheaven.com.au.
Discover your next adventure. Ride the wave on a Sea-Doo. If you've never felt the thrill of 0 to 100k an hour in 3.5 seconds, check out the Sea-Doo RXT X300 or RXP X300. It'll change your life. But make sure you get a wriggle on, because last summer some of their customers missed out on a Sea-Doo and were left high and dry. Live the Sea-Doo life. Check seadoobeaches.com.au.
Do you reckon there's a way to save money by bundling mobile and internet?
Mate, choose a provider you can trust like a mate. Mate serves up NBN from just $59 a month with award-winning all Aussie service. Bundle a mobile plan to save a further $10 a month on your internet. No contracts and no setup fees. Mate, how good's that? I know. What are you waiting for? Mate! Mate's got your back. Visit letsbemates.com.au.
Reconciling bank transactions, but with a couple of taps. Making sure everything matches up, but handled automatically instead. With Xero, it's business, but better. Start your free 30-day trial at xero.com.
A start. That's all it takes. It doesn't matter when, or where, or how. Just start. With the biggest range and the best brands, sporting dreams start at Rebel. Sport is calling.
This ad for pilot.com.au, your online men's health navigator, is going to go for a really long time. I'm feeling it. We are on here. We are on... Oh, hold on. Oh, it's about to finish. Oh, no. Yep. Not sure we'll make it. Oh, it's finished.
Can you see it? There's travel in your future. With Flight Centre, win a holiday every year for 5 years worth 30 grand. Where will you go? Enter now at flightcentre.com.au/win.
Men's health. We're getting better talking about it, but men's sexual health is still a subject not all blokes feel comfortable talking about. Well, guess what? With Pilot, you don't have to talk. You can text a health inquiry confidentially. Finishing early or experiencing dysfunction. Pilot is your online men's health navigator. Do an online assessment, get discreet shipping and ongoing care. Real doctors, real treatments. Pilot.com.au.
SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020. For Xero. Invoicing but instantly. Receipts but organised. Cash flow but clearer. Try Xero free for 30 days. Search Xero. Xero.
A quick check on day 10 of the Olympic medal tally thanks to Rebel Sporting Dreams. Start at Rebel. Shop the biggest range with the best brands in store or at rebelsport.com. China lead the way. 24 gold medals, 51 in total. The United States of America second with 20 gold and 60 in total. Japan, the host nation, third with 17 gold and 31 in total. And Australia continue to stay in fourth position. It's been an extraordinary run on the first week and a bit of these games. 14 gold, 3 silver, 14 bronze for a total of 31 medals. The Aussies continuing the charge in the second week. Back out to the hockey we go, the quarter-final, now into the second quarter, Australia v India. So the Hockeyroos level 0-0, Alistair Nicholson and Georgie Parker.
Bum goes back to Grace Deep Eka. Rosie Malone running interference did well for Australia. Claxton back to Bone. Bone down the line. Lawton traps. Looks forward. She'll stay in if Sam Fitzpatrick wants it to. She lets it go out. Now plays on immediately. Works it inside the circle. Can she get back onto it? She's going to pressure. Grumbum there, but will be an Indian 16-yard hit. No, an Australian ball on the 23-metre line. So, lobs of Australia. And the foot of Grace outside the circle. Yet to see a penalty corner in the game. Can Australia construct? We'll draw one here. Or maybe find a goal. No.
The entire Australia team there were all in front of that goal. They really needed to spread out, make a little bit more space for them. It's so congested. So sometimes you've got to be selfless and get wide, create that width to open up a channel either for yourself or most commonly for somebody else. So a lot of strikers have to make these selfless leads out wide, even though they know they're not going to get the ball.
Takes a deflection. See the two players committed there, and Williams wins the free hit, made dangerous by Gurjit Kaur. Here's Kershaw. Goes round Monica, squares it up. Malone dangerous. There's the first penalty corner. Australia gets an opportunity here to open the scoring. 4 minutes into the second quarter. And they're going to refer this, Georgie Parker.
Monica just checked to see what was that for, and just had a look and assessed it herself and thought, actually, do you know what, I don't think I pushed her there. So having a referral, you get one incorrect referral per match. So you usually are pretty confident in it. Australia haven't been overly successful in their short corners, but you can just see that it's a great lead there from Emily Smith. Pushed into Rosie Malone there, number 2 striker for Australia. She probably has a fair enough reason, because it looked as though Rosie Malone lost her footing more so than a push.
Rennie, yes, there is no clear reason to change your decision. It's a penalty corner and India lose their referral.
But I also can understand why the umpire hasn't changed her decision there as well.
The umpire was right there too, Georgie. Had a very clear look at that incident.
And she did see body on body, and sometimes you can get conditioned thinking, oh, well, that's just part of the game, but it isn't part of the game. We're not meant to be touching and pushing in hockey at all, so even a slight push, it's like a push in the back. You might not necessarily think it's all that much, but it's in the rules. And Australia, we've not been successful so far in our short corners, so I'd love to see just this first short corner, a really simple shot on goal, whether it be Maddie Fitzpatrick or Somerville, just straight direct to goal.
Injected, Maddie Fitzpatrick. Oh, it's deflected up into the goalkeeper. Williams has another crack. Follow-up shot. This is desperate goalkeeping from Savita. Another penalty corner for Australia.
It's all happening here. It's so many chances. One has to go in, and I'm so happy that they went a straight direct shot. You can see what it means when you do go direct, though. You're getting more chances because there's going to be a rebound, and Rosie Malone nearly saving that for Australia. Steph Kershaw coming in with the shot, and it's been overruled by the other umpire. So it's a 16-yard. Didn't see what happened. Said that it might have been a dangerous shot potentially. But Australia haven't used a referral. They've just gone down to full withdrawn press. You can see India have lost their referral now.
Nehar brings it forward for India. Squaring ball. And the umpire noticed something outside the circle of foot. You can see her touch her foot there. Tate. India's opportunity in attack. Inside that attacking circle. Whistle goes to the mouth. Foot found. Australia will get some relief here. Salima Tate.
You know, Mariah Williams, she's got such a dangerous backhand, and I think it might be there, back of her stick. Yep. I think she didn't need to one-time that. She had time to trap that and go.
Great play, Kershaw on the break for the Hockeyroos. Here's the dangerous Emily Chalker. It's inside the circle. Malone looking for the deflection. Had it just taken a whisker of her stick, that would have been a goal, but given it was fired in from outside the circle, no no score for Australia.
Sometimes those bouncing passes in can be so dangerous. Even though it was a little bit of a miss hit there from Chalker, it was a little bit more effective in the end because a flat pass would have been intercepted by India. But Chalker, she's had such a great campaign. It's so good to see. It's her third Olympics and been unsuccessful to medal in both of those. So it's so good to see her playing with so much confidence, especially under Trini Powell. She might have lost it the last couple of years, so it's so great to see.
5 goals for Emily Chalker in Tokyo. Neha. Off to Navjot inside the circle. Monica has won the first penalty corner for India. Found the foot inside the circle, and now India with the opportunity. So Gurjit and Katharina Vandana.
Just a little bit of inexperience there. Once you could see that the striker then had control of the ball again, you have to protect those feet. If she was going for a shot, that's when you can lunge in like that. But just a little bit of inexperience here. But Australia have been so solid in their defence. Only the 1 goal against them. Rach Lynch, the 2019 goalkeeper of the year. We've got Eddie Bone running out as well, who is a bigger body running out, protecting a lot of the goal.
India's penalty corner's excellent against South Africa. Gurjit with the shot and the goal. India on the board in the quarter-final. 1 PC and 1 perfect finish in the right corner.
That's what happens when you get short corners against you. It's very dangerous. You're having a full shot onto you, aren't you? So slight little touch there. Own goal in the end. Taylor, and she will stop them 99 out of 100 times. Would have one of the best hand-eyes in our team. So really disappointing there. You can see how much this means to the Indian team. So really disappointing for Australia, but we're only part way through the second quarter, and it might be a little bit of a wake-up call there for Australia. Really disappointing there.
Australia had kept 4 clean sheets in a row. Only other goal conceded was against Spain in the opening match of Olympic competition. So Australia will have to come from behind in this quarter-final to advance further in Tokyo. Scoring goals has been a major problem for the Hockeyroos through the tournament. Kershaw, strong run forward. Tackle from Nisha was deemed illegal. Jenna.
We're going to need to rely on some of the older players in the team. There are a lot of Olympic debutants in this match for Australia.
Paris working hard, maintaining possession, getting it to a dangerous position. Well played, though, by Nehar of India to take it away. Gets it back, works it down the line. Beautiful stuff from the Indian side. Vandana impeded.
You can just see the look of disappointment on their faces at the moment. They need to get out of that mindset that we are down in this quarter-final. I'm sure some flashbacks and players from Rio will be coming in. But there's a lot of hockey left to be played. Nearly 40 minutes of hockey left to be played. So a lot can happen in that time. Especially if they can get the ball moving like they are now. Lawton away to Nobbs. Nobbs found the foot. She keeps it going. There's just a critical stick in there from Laurenciami. India about to come forward, but that raised into Nobbs. A green card, so 2 minutes on the sidelines. India down to 10 field players. There's a misconnection there from Steph Kershaw with Chalker, but probably a bit unnecessary as well. There was a fully set up defence there, so they're always going to be able to intercept that well. And even if Chalker did receive that ball off of Kershaw with that one-time pass in, it was always going to be a difficult receive. Monica. It's the one off, so 10 on the field for India, 11 for Australia. Can they take advantage of this situation? Find an equaliser. Claxton to Kershaw. Claxton again. Nobbs to Jenner. Maddie Fitzpatrick. Space opens up for Somerville. Somerville slaps it inside the circle. Ball raised. Chalker didn't like the decision. Has to live with it.
Good harassment. Chalker away. Space opens up. Could this be the equaliser? Cracking shot from Chalker. Could that have been a penalty corner?
Great intercept there from Emily Smith. Steph Fitzpatrick got a similar goal like that where they just get in their face and create their own opportunity as a forward.
Nobbs found the foot there. Grace was getting right up in her face. Nobbs out wide. Bone. Dangerous ball. Chalker was there but couldn't make contact. Right idea, not the finish.
Emily Chalker going for the one time across instead, but you can just see here this is what a tenacious striker looks like, and a really important touch in the end there. She went to go across the face. It was well defended in the end by Eka there. Yeah, really well defended. Just shut off the entire goal there. Wasn't able to even bring Grace Stewart into that. It's a great piece of play from both teams.
Very well to get a stick on that and keep her feet out of the way. Grace deep Eka.
It can be quite difficult in that position as a striker because you don't know whether to shoot from the top or run in.
Rani, the Indian captain, to Navjot, turns the ball over to Bone. Nobbs wheels around, goes out wide. Lawton. This plays as a free spirit. This time she's turned it over, and India on the counter-attack. Tay takes the shot, but can't find the finish.
A little bit of lack of experience here. You don't want to be running through the middle of the field there like Amy Lawton into a wall of Indian players who are up with confidence. The risk versus reward isn't there, so some of these experienced players, some players who've played in these matches where we have been from behind and ended up winning, there's been plenty of those. They're the ones that need to set up, really settle this game and put this game into our terms. You want to control this ball from the back and then transfer that controlling mindset through the midfield.
India back to the full complement with that green card, the 2 minutes having expired for Monica. Goal scorer, Gurjit Kaur. First goal of the Olympic Games. 61st of her career in 93 games. It's a good ratio.
India will just keep playing with this ball around the back. They would not mind. They know that they're winning. They know that they're up, and Australia need to score. Yeah, it's only partway through the second, but they will have no problem just taking a minute off the clock here.
Stephen Higgins, Kershaw to intervene in all of that, but India comes away down the right-hand side. Rani breaking forward, Bone in the road. Spin move from Claxton in midfield. Time now to survey what's in front of her. Goes laterally. Maddie Fitzpatrick to Kershaw. Kershaw. Nice possession there, Australia. Spell for Maddie Fitzpatrick. Stewart and Chalker also off at the moment. Always executed the overheads particularly well, India, today. On that occasion, Navneet Kaur. Gurjit Paris did well to win it back after a poor pass. Malone found the foot there. And away she goes, Rosie Malone. Keeps on going, that's persistence. Inside the circle. Just not going Australia's way at the moment. 2 minutes to go until half-time. In this women's quarter-final, Australia has only lost in 41 meetings against India 4 times. Firm favourite. There's the look at the goal from Gurjit. The only penalty corner India has had in the game was seized upon. Monica. With the whistle. Shamila down in that left corner. Selected heavily by Rachel Lynch, the Australian goalkeeper, but she's back in the fray. Shaken off that collision.
Australia just need to get this half away from them, and then they can just wipe it clean. They'll go through. There's clearly plenty that they can work from, but you won't be wanting a jump time goal here within the final minute. Just soak up this pressure. Don't let India go in with any more confidence. They're already going to go in. Reset. Let the younger ones just soak up this pressure. The environment is a huge occasion for them all.
Maybe there's an occasion here, an opportunity. Lawton, one of those youngsters, off to Taylor, to another of those youngsters. Malone inside the circle. That's a misdirected pass, and you can see the reaction of Savannah Fitzpatrick. She got herself to a position where Australia might be able to construct something, but the mistake costly there on the stroke of half-time. It's an overhead made dangerous as the Australian player got too close to the Indian player while the ball was in the air. So India with the free hit. Gurjeet happy to see the seconds tick down, and for her side, India through her goal to lead at half-time. Quarter-final action in Tokyo. The Hockeyroos have the job ahead of them, Joe and Das. It's 1-0 to India at half-time.
Yeah. If you're not sleeping well, or you're waking up with a sore neck or back, well, here's your solution. It is the Aussie-made Spinal Ease pillow. It'll change the way you sleep. You will wake up refreshed and ready for each and every day. We use it here. We love it here. Thousands of Aussies now sleep better on a Spinal Ease pillow, and you can too. So start sleeping better. Visit spinalease.com.au and order with Afterpay to sleep now and pay later. You'll even get free delivery. That's spinalease.com.au. QBE Insurance have sponsored the Sydney Swans for 35 years, supporting them through thick and thin. And now they're supporting you, offering you the chance to save $75 on new comprehensive car insurance online before November 30. It's super easy. Get a quote in minutes online at qbe.com/au. QBE, there for you before and after. Car insurance is issued by QBE Insurance Australia Limited. See qbe.com/au for eligibility criteria and the PDS to decide if this product is right for you.
Now, are you sure you're ready to buy a house, or think you're paying too much on your home loan? Are you just pretty sure, or are you certain?
When you deal with First Point Mortgage Brokers, you will be certain, because with First Point, you have access to all the loans you'd expect from the bank, and a few you didn't.
They are doyens of finance, Fletchy. The guys at First Point Mortgage Brokers, the team. Forget about sure, be certain.
Visit firstpointmortgagebrokers.com.au.
Firstpointmortgagebrokers.com.au.
Powered by over 100 years of innovation, Toro's all-new battery ride-on mower is a game changer. Get maximum performance and go the distance with up to 2 hours runtime on a single charge of the 72-volt battery. The tight turning circle, reverse mowing options and multiple cutting heights provide extra agility, while the high-back adjustable seat is built for comfort and support. With zero engine exhaust emissions, this quiet achiever is set to take the field by storm. Race into your nearest Toro dealer today.
Every interview and every show. Listen to the podcast now. Just click the catch-up button on the SEN app.
New South Wales, at Optus, you can get 20% off the $55 month-to-month SIM plan over 12 months. Ends August 22nd. T's and C's apply. Visit Optus online today.
For over 40 years, Kubota's range of agricultural, construction, mowing and implement machinery has helped to shape and build Australia. Kubota's new and improved models continue to deliver outstanding quality, performance, reliability and value. Always ready to get the job done. Visit kubota.com.au to view the latest online catalogue or contact your local Kubota dealer for your copy today. Kubota, shaping Australia.
Calculating GST.
Help.
But automatically.
Thank you.
Preparing your back.
Oh, yeah.
But in a few clicks instead.
Oh, yeah.
With Xero, it's business but better. Start your free 30-day trial at xero.com.
In the bedroom, you don't want to arrive early. But in the same breath, no man really wants to talk to a doctor about it. That's why you can text Pilot confidentially, your online men's health navigator. Pilot.com.au.
How's an incredible 3-night stay in Queenstown for 2 Sound? Try out Kia's Footy Survivor. Pick a winning AFL and NRL side each week and you could win.
Sign up for Kia's Footy Survivor before August 12 at sensurvivor.com.au.
As a bloke, we don't like arriving early in the bedroom, or the bathroom, hotel room, sheepskin floor rug, car, or wherever you are. But you do want to feel comfortable talking about a solution. Pilot.com.au is your online men's health navigator. No talking, just a fast, text-based consult with an Australian doctor. Online assessments, real treatments, discreet shipping. Pilot is your online men's health navigator. Pilot.com.au.
SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020. For Zero. Invoicing but instantly. Receipts but organised. Cash flow but clearer. Try Zero free for 30 days. Search Zero. XERO.
Welcome back. Day 10 of Tokyo 2020 live on SEN continues half-time in the hockey. Just going around the grounds thanks to Flight Centre. Win big with Flight Centre. 5 years of holidays big. Where will you go? flightcentre.com.au/win. The men's long jump final has now been completed. Miltiades Tentoglu from Greece has won the gold medal there. Echevarria from Cuba in second with the silver, and Masso, the other Cuban, rounding out the podium. So Tentoglu, the gold medal winner in the men's long jump final, which has been now completed at the Olympic Stadium. 8.41 metres, his best result there, enough to claim the gold for Greece. Earlier today in the women's 1500 metres, Georgia Griffith came out in heat 1. The 25-year-old on debut for Australia finished 14th overall, 4 minutes 14.43, so not qualifying through. Jessica Hull, however, the 24-year-old on debut as well, did in a dramatic heat that saw the favourite Sifan Hassan knocked down with 360 metres to go, but the Netherlands racer got back up, rounded them up and won that heat. But Jessica's time of 4:05.28 enough to qualify into the semi-finals, which will be later on, of course. And then the third heat, third for Lyndon Hall in that heat, the 30-year-old Victorian at her second games, but with the best time of the Aussies out there, 4:02.27, so she will go through as well. And Riley Day, the 21-year-old in the women's 200 metres, first round today, has qualified through to the semi-finals. A 22.94 for Riley. She'll be up this evening in the semi-finals. She's got lane 9 in the first of the semis. So 22.94 in her heat. Her personal best time stands at 22.77. Also this evening we'll have the semi-final of the men's 400 metres. So Steve Solomon representing Australia there, the 28-year-old from Sydney who finished 8th. So he made the final in London 2012. He needs to get there again. He'll be in the second of 3 semi-finals. He'll be in the middle lane, lane 5, and he has a very good opportunity here to go through to yet another final with the third semi stacked with all of the big names. So that'll be Steve Solomon later on this evening. We'll determine the men's 3,000 metre steeplechase tonight in the athletics, and the women's 5,000 metre final as well will be held. And the qualifying rounds of the pole vault will also be held in the night session at the athletics. Australia has 2 competitors. Nina Kennedy at her first Olympic Games out of Western Australia. She won bronze in the 2018 Com Games. And Elizaveta Parnova, the 27-year-old, born in Russia, now in WA at her second Olympics. Parnova is the niece of Tatiana Grigorieva. Her sister Vicky also competed at the Commonwealth Games in Glasgow. She comes from a long, long line of pole vaulters, born in Russia and now representing Australia. So Kennedy and Parnova will be out there hoping to qualify tonight in the women's pole vault. So day 10 action continues. We've also had action out at the Sea Forest Waterway this morning in the canoe sprint. Thomas Green going through to the semi-finals in the men's K1 1000. The other competitors this morning, Jean van der Westhausen made it through to the qualifying final in that event. Our women's K2 500 team of Jamie Roberts and Joe Brigden-Jones finished 5th there. They go through to the qualifying final, and the other team of Elisa Bull and Elise Wood finished 3rd in their heat. They will also go through to the qualifying final. So we're waiting for the second half to get underway at the OE Hockey Stadium, where Australia is playing India, trying to book a berth into the semi-finals.
Hi, I'm James Cashmore. At Lead Express, we've introduced a pay what you can model for all businesses affected by COVID-19. If you need help to answer or make sales and service calls, or you'd just like an independent review of your current sales process to make sure it's as efficient and as streamlined as possible, we're here to help. Simply select the type of campaign you need assistance with and pay what you can. Go to leadgeneration.com.au to find out more. That's leadgeneration.com.au.
Just a bloke in a bar. Made from the finest natural ingredients with no artificial flavours, Bloke in a Bar is a crisp lager with mild hops brewed to taste like real beer and enjoyed with best mates. You could even call it banter in a can. Get a taste of Bloke in a Bar. Visit blokeinabar.com, click on the store locator and enter your postcode to find your closest stockist. Brought to you by the Bloke in a Bar podcast. Enjoy responsibly.
While trying to stay active, there's always minor setbacks, aches in your knees or complaining muscles. Ask for Sudox at your local chemist so minor setbacks stop holding you back from taking care of yourself. Sudox offers no odour and no grease. Sudox, now available in Chemist Warehouse, Chemist Outlet and Pharmacy for Less or sudox.com.au. That's SOODOX. Always read the label, follow the directions for use. If symptoms persist, talk to your health professional.
Aussie update thanks to Red Energy. Red Energy is proudly Australian. You can call their Aussie team today on 131 806. India lead Australia. The Hockeyroos 1-0 as we move into the second half. So the third quarter of action. It's hot out there today. 32 degrees is the official temperature at the moment in Tokyo, but it's very, very humid. It was up to 36 at the Olympic Stadium. So the girls out there for the second half, hoping to qualify for the semi-finals, but trail by 1 to the Indians.
The halftime message from Katrina Powell is put them in place and they can really be that dominant team that we've seen throughout this whole competition.
Only conceded one goal prior to the quarter-final and conceded one here. So Australia certainly has shown throughout Tokyo 2020 that they're a side capable. You're going to need to find their best here against India. Indians have been tenacious right in the face of the Australians, giving them no space.
Throughout the whole Olympics, they have been a little bit messy in their attacking 25, and it's been okay, and it's worked out for them because they've had so many attacking 25 entries and circle penetrations, but we've only had the 8 here, so if they're going to be running at a ratio that they're not getting outcomes while going in, you need to be getting those 20 to 25 short, circle penetrations. Or you need to be cleaner when you're getting the ball in there. It's one or the other.
That wasn't clean from Kershaw, but poor pass results in Taylor winning it back for Australia. Now Kershaw fronted in midfield. Taylor up to take the free hit. Renee Taylor. To Bone, the two Queenslanders combining. Down the right now. Maddie Fitzpatrick inside the circle to assist to Savannah Fitzpatrick. Not totally cleared away. Still alive for Australia. Worked back by Stuart Claxton. A shot for Williams into the goalkeeper, Savita. Williams again. Can she get a shot away? Penalty corner, Australia. Early chance in the third quarter to draw level for the Hockeyroos.
A great piece of skill there from Mariah Williams. Didn't take her stick off the ball, but a good save in the end by Savita and kept that ball down. You can just see Mariah Williams tucking her right hand back and getting some height under the ball. It would be great if she put that a little bit left, but she didn't have any vision to be able to see, so making the goalkeeper make a save is really important. You can see the just coming onto the foot there, Rebecca. And we've not been very effective in our short corners, but the last one they had, it was a good option. We had a couple of rebound shots there, so hoping again they just put that ball onto the goalkeeper.
Australia's chance, flung in by Fitzpatrick. Maddie Fitzpatrick off to Somerville, and that amounts to nothing.
It's been a theme for them this entire Olympics. Just really a little bit slow on the top there. No one seems to want to take that shot. It's just been a little bit messy. And Katrina Powell, she was such a prolific goal scorer in the field of play. I don't know if it's been a priority to put much time into the short corners, but they're such an important part of hockey. You can win or lose a game from how effective you are from them. and we had Jodie Kenny and Anna Flanagan coming through, that's when we were at our most dangerous, because we knew that whenever we were getting a short corner, we had two really dangerous options at the top. Georgie Morgan, she's one of the players that was omitted from this squad, and she was someone else who was very important in our team in giving just a little bit more dangerous options at the top.
That's a good interception made by Somerville. Somerville's got Savannah Fitzpatrick and finds her. Fitzpatrick looks up, assesses. It's closed down again by India. Very good at that today. Savannah Fitzpatrick raises that ball. And it will be an Indian free hit in defence to be taken by Udita. He wore that without flinching. Tay. Nicely done by Taylor. Taylor gets through a couple. Found the foot. What's going on there?
And that should be a penalty corner. So they've been hot on this since the entire Olympics. But if you play the ball after the free hit's been done and you had time to be able to look up and go, then you're getting a green card. In fact, that case, it was inside the attacking 25. So it then gets upgraded from a free hit to a short corner. And they've already used their referral, so they can't use anything there. But you can see that she didn't even look, and that's what the umpire's angry about. You can look, and she's saying she didn't hear, but a short corner for Australia, and hopefully they can make a little bit of a better option at the top. They made a meal out of their last short corner. It's Carrie Somerville. She's not played many games of hockey at all. This is just her number 13, so she needs to take a deep breath, enjoy this moment, and not be overcome by it.
Somerville has never scored an international goal. One right now would be perfect for the Hockeyroos. Savannah Fitzpatrick flings it in. Her sister fakes. Somerville back to Fitzpatrick. To Savannah Fitzpatrick. Savita down. Knocked it away. Grace Ecker clearing ball. India survives again. Mistimed out of defence. Not well played by Navjot. A chance here. Maddie Fitzpatrick found the foot there, surely. Umpire didn't see it. Was on the blind side. Play goes on for India. Missed that one.
Frustrating there, but just a few too many passes there on that short corner option. I don't know whether or not Maddie Fitzpatrick, if it was part of the short corner to go back down to Sav from who was injected the corner and then came into the post or not, but just too many passes. The more passes you make, the more room for error.
Savannah Fitzpatrick won the ball for Australia there, but gave it back up. Nikki Pradhan surrounded. Sav Fitzpatrick's desperation is worthy of commendation.
You just see just how many options there are. 1, 2, 3, and then passing a crease. This one either needs to be a one-time pass, one-time shot in, or it needed to have something special and it was just straight in the end to the goalkeeper.
Here come the Aussies. Rosie Malone. And that's come... Didn't take a foot on the way through, so that's going to be an Australian ball. Maddie Fitzpatrick inside the circle again. You can see Chalker lurking at the back post. India's defence putting up the roadblock at the moment. Jenner to Lawton. Back to Jenner. She might thump one in. No, looks at Crossfield. Somerville. Jenner. Back it goes again. Owning possession here, Australia. Maddie Fitzpatrick, Kershaw. Kershaw likes to take them on. Couldn't find a way through Tay. 6 minutes into the third quarter of this quarter-final, and it remains 1-0 to India.
Australia's had a lot more possession this quarter, so they're being a little bit more dominant, but again, they need to be more effective in both their short corner and when the ball comes into that circle.
Nobbs and Kershaw. Kershaw works it nicely. Here's Chalker. Chalker towards Savannah Fitzpatrick. That popped up off her stick. And you can see the frustration. Penetration's now firmly Australia's way, so that's for entry inside the attacking circle, the D at either end. Lawton, can she keep it in? Great desperate work. 19-year-old Amy Lawton off to Rosie Malone. Malone with Grace Ecker right there with her on a reverse. Kicked away, Savita. Didn't really clear the area. Savannah Fitzpatrick fighting again. And Malone's ball is deflected out of play off the stick of Nisha.
You can feel something building here, though. They're getting more and more options, and they're connecting a little bit better as well, the Australians.
Maddie Fitzpatrick.
Got to miss that sweeper when you're coming in. You can't be hitting it directly to them. Every team, as you're attacking, will always have a player that hangs there with no player against them. Just sits wherever that ball is, wherever it sits from there to the goal, they'll continually move in that line. So you always need to miss them. If you don't have an option, I guess what you think of doing is just whacking that ball in, but you've always got to miss that player. Called the sweeper because they're cleaning up everyone's mess, sweeping up everybody's mess, and that's what they're doing there today, the Indian team. And a lot of balls being just hit in with no real hope from the Australians, so they just need to connect a little bit better in that attacking 25.
Now, Georgie Parker, what is worse, being out there on the field in this type of situation or being in the commentary box?
My heart rate's probably up there with a lot of these girls right now. I'm very, very stressed. I just would hate to see any hard work that went on from earlier in this competition go down with one poor match. So there's still plenty of time left, though.
The whistle was from the umpire further upfield. India will have the ball through the goal scorer, Gurjit Kaur. Takes the aerial route out of defence.
It's a frustrating one, so if you're wondering why these overheads, where the free goes, I think sometimes the umpire is a little bit guessing as well. It's essentially whoever was landing in that space first, whoever's had that space first with his overheads gets to keep that space, and the opposition has to then move back 5.
Works forward, Navneet of India. Navneet Kaur moves it on quickly. Played it into Lawton. Haven't had too much play in their attacking half, let alone their attacking 25 in this third quarter, India. It's not staying there long. One Olympic meeting between the two, won convincingly by Australia in Rio 6-1. They did play in the Commonwealth Games final, these two sides, back in 2006 when Australia won gold with a 1-0 victory. 41 meetings, Australia 31 wins, 6 draws, only 4 losses. Firm favourite, the Hockeyroos, coming in based on group form as well. 3 losses and 2 wins for India in the group stage over 2 sides that didn't make the quarters in Ireland and South Africa. Australia has beaten everyone that it played in the group phase. Spain, China, Japan, New Zealand, Argentina. Today, though, has not gone to plan so far. And we've only got 20 minutes of normal playing time to go. 5 in this quarter. Brooke Peris charges forward. Couldn't find Williams.
There were half a dozen of these players who were in the 2014 Commonwealth Games, and in that game we were 1-0 down until the last 11 seconds. So there are some players here that have this experience of being down for an entire match and then being able to equalise really quickly. So if they draw on that experience and just make sure that calm head comes through to these younger players who this moment is clearly getting to them, they need to lift their eyes, make sure they're connecting with each other, playing simple hockey and not just getting caught up and overwhelmed with this moment.
They're getting quite...
Hi, I'm Tim from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here, so our team really understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131 806.
Beaumont Tiles are keeping your Reno dreams alive. Shop online at tile.com.au. With Australia's biggest range either delivered to your door or click and collect, you'll be happy you chose Beaumont.
Invoices.
Hooray.
But sent instantly.
Hooray.
Keeping track of payments.
What?
But managing them online instead.
What?
With Xero, it's business but better. Start your free 30-day trial at xero.com.
Rightio, Fletch, here's a bit of trivia for you. Think about this. They're Australian made. They will help your sleeping problems, whether it's snoring, sore neck, etc. I've got one of these. I love it. Do you know what I'm talking about?
It would be the Spinal Ease pillow. I've got one too. So you're preaching to the converted.
So many people have been asking me about that. They're saying, is it really that good? Yes, it is really that good. So you can order yours Spinal Ease pillow with free delivery. You just go to spinalease.com.au. That's spinaleze.com.au. And you know what? You can thank us what?
You can thank me now. You can thank me later. Don't call me late for dinner.
We've got Tokyo covered from every angle. Download the Daily Telegraph app to follow your favourite journalists, Olympic events and winners. Don't forget to turn on notifications for around-the-clock breaking news alerts, medal tallies and more. Visit our Olympic news blog at tokyonews.com.au for 18 hours of exclusive coverage a day to keep up with all the action from Tokyo. It's your games, your way.
IMAR. We all know they're the tradies, mates, when it comes to business insurance. That means if you're in the motor trade, IMAR's got you covered. If you're a mechanic, panel technician, car detailer or even a motor wrecker, insure with IMAR and receive competitive monthly premiums at no additional cost, which is great for cash flow. Just a simple phone call and we'll get you covered too. Call 13-IMAR now. That's 134627.
They're the tradies, mate. That's IMAR.
Love to shop and save? D-Shop really deliver with up to 90% off thousands of deals. D-Shop delivers with gym equipment half-price sale and up to 85% off a huge range of furniture. With D-Shop, there's more shopping, less waiting. D-Shop deliver fast because we're Aussie-owned and run, and our local warehouses are full of stock ready to send. Oh, must be my dshop.com.au.
This ad for pilot.com.au, your online men's health navigator, is going to go for a really long time. I'm feeling it. We are on here. We are on. Oh, hold on. Oh, it's about to finish. Oh, no. Yep. Not sure we'll make it. Oh, it's finished.
Shopping online is easy with Coles. And with click and collect orders, we'll bring your groceries straight to your car at over 400 stores. Find out more at coles.com.au/shop. It's that easy. Coles. Value the Australian way.
Men's health. We're getting better talking about it, but men's sexual health is still a subject not all blokes feel comfortable talking about. Well, guess what? With Pilot, you don't have to talk. You can text a health inquiry confidentially, finishing early or experiencing dysfunction. Pilot is your online men's health navigator. Do an online assessment, get discreet shipping and ongoing care. Real doctors, real treatments. Pilot.com.au.
Sport's biggest moments called play-by-play from around the world, right here on SEN.
I'm April Austin with SEN News. A man in his 90s has sadly become the 15th person to die from COVID-19 during New South Wales' current outbreak, as the state records another 207 new local cases today. Premier Gladys Berejiklian has defended a decision to divert COVID-19 vaccines from regional New South Wales to instead give them to Sydney's Year 12 students, saying it is in the best interests of public health. From Monday, Year 12s in council areas of concern will begin receiving Pfizer jabs. Southeast Queensland's lockdown has been extended until Sunday afternoon, with 13 new local coronavirus cases reported today. Acting Premier Stephen Miles gave more details on the new cases earlier.
7 new cases are students from Ironside State School. 5 are related to Ironside State School, that's household members or family contacts, and 1 case is linked to a confirmed case from the karate school that trains at Ironside.
And in other news, scientific experts have been brought in to help firefighters bring a blaze at Victoria's big battery site near Geelong under control as it continues to burn for a 4th day. SEN.com.au Sport up next.
Win a Toyota Hilux with Battery World. Purchase any UASA battery to go in the draw for your car, 4x4, camper and more. Visit batteryworld.com.au. T's and C's apply.
In Tokyo, the Hockey Roos were down 1-0 in their women's hockey quarter-final against India a short time ago. Earlier on the track, Australia's tennis, Jessica Hull and Lyndon Hall both qualified for the women's 1500-metre semi-finals, and Riley J qualified for the women's 200-metre semis. Over to the US, where Australia's Tia-Clair Toomey has been crowned the fittest woman on earth for the 5th time, taking out this year's CrossFit Games. And back home, NRL players will be reunited with their families in Queensland via security hubs as planned on Wednesday, despite the state's extended lockdown.
It's time to complete your census. You can do it online, by paper or with assistance. Visit census.abs.gov.au. Authorised by the Australian Bureau of Statistics, Canberra.
The V6 Twin Turbo, rear-wheel drive Kia Stinger. Kia, movement that inspires.
M4 Grey States on the sideline breaking down track westbound. That was cleared past the Cumberland Highway with the M4 steady out towards the foot of the mountains. That comes the M5 through the main tunnels. Harbour Tunnel steady off the freeway north, steady out towards the ED Tunnel. Belfield, first water main affecting westbound. Punchbowl Road, Seymour Parade. Hammer Road steady through Leichhardt and Annandale. No problems I'm seeing for the run. Hume Highway, Liverpool. At Simply Energy, they're all about making your energy simpler. See if you can save at simplyenergy.com.au. Simply Energy, it's that simple.
Mornings with Matt White, tomorrow from 9 on 1170 SEN.
Have your say on 1170 SEN. Call 1300 01 1170 or text 0457 736 736.
Partly cloudy with a possible late shower in Sydney and Sydney's west today, a top of 19. Morning showers, then sunny tomorrow, 21. And don't miss the Matildas and the Opals in must-win games tonight, live on SEN and the SEN app.
Welcome to SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020. For Mate Communications, award-winning Aussie service and a bonus Tidal music subscription included on selected mobile plans. And Xero, invoicing but instantly, receipts but organised, cash flow but clearer. Try Xero free for 30 days. Search Xero, Xero.
Matt White with you for Tokyo 2020 live on SEN, and it's our mega Monday of sport. After our coverage at 3 o'clock, it'll be Joel and Fletch from 3 till 6 as always. Then at 6 o'clock, we've got the NRL Nation call of the Bulldogs versus the Titans. Jimmy Smith and Brett Camorley taking you through that one up until 8 o'clock. At 8 this evening on SEN, we'll head back to the Olympics to begin a countdown to the Matildas semi-final match against Sweden. The good news there, Sam Kerr expected to play. Adam Peacock will host the pre-game coverage alongside Leah Blaney, who is the young Matildas head coach, and will take the call from Sevens Brenton Speed from 9 o'clock. However, if you're not into that, at 9 on the SEN Flip channel on our app, Sam Hargraves and Chris Anstey will count down to tip-off as the Opals take on Puerto Rico tonight from 10 o'clock. So there you go. I've got your entire Monday evening sorted with SEN's Mega Monday of Sport. So we're into the fourth and final quarter now of the women's quarterfinals in the hockey tournament. Australia still trailing by the 1 goal to India. The Aussies have had 10 shots on goal for no result. The Indians 5 shots on goal for that 1 goal. So 1-0 the Indians lead. The Hockey Roos trying to fight back in it and head towards the semi-finals. Our 7 commentators, Alistair Nicholson and Georgie Parker.
Frank team in the other pool. Stewart trying to take the ball inside the circle there. She's capable of finding a goal for Australia. Chalk is another one. They've got options. Rosie Malone. Who's it going to be for these Hockey Roos?
I'll take comfort knowing they can score quickly. You think of the game against Argentina, they had 2 late goals in that game, coming within a couple of minutes of each other in that final term. So they'll take comfort in that. However, they haven't looked dangerous going forward. They're making poor decisions around the back. They're looking a little bit lethargic. They're not looking cohesive. So this moment is really playing a part into the minds of these younger players.
Williams over halfway. Malone to her left. She goes more direct than that. Grace Stewart outside the circle with Grace Ecker. Stewart finds the foot. Back it goes to Kershaw, who can now put it inside the circle. Stewart. You can see Grace Ecker leaping to get her feet out of the way of that, denying Australia a penalty corner. Laurem Siami, ball raised up. Whose stick was it off? Harry Somerville has made it dangerous.
Already a couple of green cards been given in this match, so the umpire just trying to get a little bit of control here. There's clearly a lot of emotions going in from both teams. India on the verge of a huge upset here in Tokyo, and Australia wanting to put everything out there to chalk back a goal here.
And the clatter of sticks there. So Brooke Peris's green card received at the end of the third quarter. Time has elapsed, so the full complement for the Hockeyroos to negotiate the final 12.5 minutes. Could we be headed to a shootout like yesterday? Australia will take that at the moment. Grace Stewart on the attacking 23. Back to Kershaw. Kershaw. Neha has been an obstacle for Australia all afternoon. Laurem Siami. Nobbs tries to close down her space. Laurem Siami worked it back. Navneet out of play, Indian ball. Under 12 minutes to go. India has only ever beaten Australia in women's hockey 4 times in 41 matches. Would be a huge result for India and a huge upset against Australia. Peris and Fitzpatrick about to come back on. Jenner. Pressure everywhere. Tension creeping in.
India just really hassling the Australian defenders. They know that they're low in confidence, so they're giving them no time at all.
Glad some of us can grin. Pukranbam goes back for India. Monica. They're looking confident, India. Pukranbam again. Kershaw goes with her. Maddie Fitzpatrick lends a hand. Fitzpatrick takes possession. Worked it nicely to Kershaw. Monica in the road. And it's a stick check and an Australian ball. Fitzpatrick wayward with that strike down the line.
That was a frustration hit if I've ever seen one. Wanted the ball away from her defensive end. Soaking up pressure for the majority of this quarter so far. No real connection with her or any striker.
Away come the Australians out of defence route. Renee Taylor. It's got to the stage now where the Hockeyroos are going to have to channel the Matildas with their quarter-final performance and their heroics. Inside the attacking circle from Savannah Fitzpatrick, but again India comes away. Who's Australia's Sam Kerr? Who's Australia's Tegan Micah in this situation? Mary Fowler. There's a hero moment to be had here in Tokyo with under 10 minutes to go in this quarter-final. Australia down a 0-0. Taylor will get the free hit and wants to move it quickly, catch the defence off guard. Williams dives desperately, but Australia, it's almost a little symptomatic of the entire match for the Hockeyroos.
And this is where the time pressure starts to come in. When quarters first came in, it really evened up the matches a little bit because that time pressure, you just need to hold on India for 9 minutes. Might seem like a long time, but you can see those minutes ticking and ticking away. But no time to really grind teams down, which Australia have always been so good at doing. I'm saying that, still plenty of time to be able to score goals.
Maddie Fitzpatrick, well played. Peris, so speedy and constructive. Got an option in Savannah Fitzpatrick. Instead, she goes to Chalker inside the circle. Chalker in a third games. That's off Grace Ecker's stick and a penalty corner. As much as she wore one in the face, it was her own doing. And Australia gets a penalty corner. And how big this moment is, Georgie Parker.
Huge, but I'm so worried about it just because of how ineffective we've been on our short corners. The last one, you can just come off her own stick into her face. Wore it pretty well. she'll go straight back into the defensive setup. But you can see Jane Claxton, she's got plenty of experience. They would have told her the corner in the first 5 seconds, and the rest of the time she would have just been saying, stick to our game plan, make this as simple as possible. You've got Carrie Somerville, Maddie Fitzpatrick on the battery. Just go direct, no playing around with it. Make them make a save. They're nervous as much as we are.
Here's the moment for Australia. Maddie Fitzpatrick, the shot, Savita, the save. Another penalty corner. Mounting pressure on India, but the defence remains firm for now.
They'll go direct again here. Maddie Fitzpatrick will just say, tell her players where she was putting it. But you need to be absolutely tenacious there as well. You need to be jumping in front of your opposition, getting those rebounds if the ball's going to be going to that goalkeeper.
Some can barely bear to look at the moment. Here they go again. Maddie Fitzpatrick, Savita the save. Paris was there. India will get relief.
And save on the line there. Maddie Fitzpatrick, it was a good flick. It's just a good save from the postie. She cleared the goalkeeper. A great save in the end there from Monica. Emily Smith, you can see just the endeavour she had to get to the post had it been flat.
8 minutes to go in this women's quarter-final. Australia trailing India by a goal. Have to throw everything at the Indians now. Lawton.
Play this minute by minute. Don't get caught up with that time.
Claxton inside the circle. Williams working hard. Jocelyn couldn't win possession of the ball. Grace Deepecker does for India. Laurem Siami works it infield. And still they go. Nisha releases Rani. They've got options. Beautiful read on the play by Nobbs. And Nobbs just wants it out of there.
So important, really important touch there. Caitlin Nobbs, she's very, very fast, and she was just able to cover that line. They were well away there, India. It was a 3-on-2 in the end. And a good run back there from Caitlin Nobbs.
I'm not sure Australian hockey hearts and minds can cope with all of this after yesterday. What drama in Tokyo. 7 minutes remaining for the Hockeyroos, undefeated through the group stage, won all of their 5 games, the best start to an Olympics ever for a nation that has won 3 gold medals in Olympic women's hockey. Cards coming out here, what colour? Green colour. So 2 minutes, Nikki Pradhan.
Card there, I'm not sure what that one was for. Rosie Malone saying, can I have the free hit as well?
Beautifully done by Bone. Somerville wanders up for Australia. To Jenner. Jenner's overhead. Bone can't control it. Out of play it goes. Every second that ticks off the clock is of detriment to the Hockeyroos at the moment.
I know exactly how these girls are feeling. I'm feeling those feelings at the moment that I used to feel when you were playing. You're feeling so stressed and anxious, and you can see it slipping away from you, but you need to get out of that mentality and play just what's in front of you. Play that moment that's in front of you. They've got the ability to be able to get a goal back. It does not take long. I know I've said that a lot, but it doesn't. The swings and roundabouts in the hockey can be so quickly changed. They just need to stick to that process, though. If you start playing individually or start worrying about what's happening at the end of the game and how you got to that point, you of course be caught up in all of those emotions. So you just need to worry about the exact moment you're playing in right now.
That's them. For everyone else, it's hard not to be emotional right now. Hearts are racing around Australia. Played up by Maddie Fitzpatrick. Play goes on. Desperate work from Grace Ecker in defence for India. She has been mountainous back there. They've been hemmed in. Australia's had the ball in its attacking 25 for so much of this second half. But the Indian defence impenetrable at the moment.
It'd be an absolute travesty if they were to lose this. It's like quarterfinals are so questioned by so many in the hockey because it just does not reward finishing on top.
Claxton to Savannah Fitzpatrick. Still plenty of time for the Hockey Roos. They're putting the pressure on. They just need a clean finish. Edwina Bone. Laurem-Siami right there with her. The space was taken. She looks at the umpire.
And Eddie Bone needs to show her maturity and her experience there. Rather than stopping getting angry at the umpire, she needs to get straight back into her position, because that type of behaviour can then stem into these younger players that are looking at players like that who've lived and breathed these experiences. She just needs to get on with it and make sure that she's helping her younger players who've not been in these moments before, help them be and lift them up into this occasion.
4 minutes stands between India and a semi-final. And for Australia, unless they can find something in these 4 minutes, their next meeting might be with a baggage handler.
Tell you what, India's going to be nervous here as well. They've got 4 minutes. They're 4 minutes away from a semi-final. They're going to be playing stress, so they know that any error now into their circle can mean it's going to be a draw. And I tell you what, they won't be confident coming up against Rach Lynch in penalty one-on-ones. Rach Lynch is arguably the best in the world, with Maddie Hinch, the GB goalkeeper. So Australia will be confident if they can get to one-on-ones, but they need to get there first.
Taylor's ball intercepted at the top of the circle. Shamila dispossessed. Brilliant play, Renee Taylor. Could this be the moment? Forward it goes. They've always got to stick in at the right time, India. A bit of a muddle for Pradhan. Claxton inside the circle. Oh, that's a very bad decision for Australia. Right there, Kershaw. She looked dangerous.
It's really hard. You really want to...
Are they challenging this? I think they are.
And completely fair enough. We've got 3 minutes left. Asking that it was a push on Steph Kershaw, and completely fair enough. There's 3 minutes. There's nothing left to give here. Stops momentum for India as well to be able to get that down the other end, but push there from... And down the other end, we got one against us, so it could work. You can see just went through the legs of Mariah Williams.
Yes.
And a little bit of a trip there on Steph Kershaw as well. You've got to be careful as these midfielders to not go so direct to goal. You think that's how you want to play, but that's where all the players are. So you can't be going too direct in these moments.
Everyone just trying to stay calm. It seems almost an impossibility to think that anyone would be capable of being calm in these circumstances. Sean Marine, the coach of India, is doing his level best to create a positive vibe.
There are 32 stressed women out there. One on the verge of a semi-final, one on the verge of an early exit from the Olympic Games after being so dominant in the round games. Australia pretty confident with this referral, it seems. They're taking their time and they get the decision right. It's a huge moment.
Another look. Georgie Parker, you've done your umpire's course. You've been exemplary with your decisions throughout the entire Tokyo 2020 Olympic campaign. What's your decision? Put me out of my misery.
It's really hard to overturn an umpire, but if you're going off the precedent of what was overturned, what not overturned down the other end, it seems to me that could have been a little sharp and a little bit of a trip there on Steph Kershaw, but it could also deem that Steph Kershaw was the one that ran into her, so I'm not sure what the umpire's thinking. It's a very much umpire's discretion, this one.
Sarah Wilson from Great Britain is the video umpire with this critical decision to make.
It's aiding to the nerves, this one.
Carol, yes, I have a decision for you. There is a push in the back by the Indian players. Penalty corner, and you keep it in there.
Huge.
What a result for Australia that is.
Huge moment, and a great use of their referral system there. 3 minutes to go. They might not have done that one in the first quarter, second quarter, but at the moment they've got absolutely nothing to lose. We've had a huge amount of corners this game and they've not been successful. Maddie Fitzpatrick. And that last one, she beat the goalkeeper, but it was a great save in the end there by Monica, and we need to do that again today.
What's your play here? What are you doing with this penalty corner?
I'd be going just direct. And these variations have worked, not just today. They've not worked today. They've not worked for the 5 games prior. We've been relying on people like Emily Chalker scoring these goals. So you're going direct, making them make a save. They are nervous. They are nervous as well.
It's rapidly approaching now or never for the Hockeyroos. Maddie Fitzpatrick looking for the deflection, and the deflection from Kershaw at the right post. But Australia will have to settle for a free hit. Another penalty corner, Australia.
I'm not entirely sure what happened there, but...
No, he comes here with the love. Yes, he can't. Yes, but he cannot play.
The 2 umpires are on the same page.
So she still had her headgear on when she was... Not sure what it was for. I didn't hear the umpire. Great save in the end there by Monica as well. I think she might have had her headgear on when she was playing. You can't use that headgear once the penalty corner's been played out. Didn't see the situation, but here Maddie Fitzpatrick, a huge moment for this. She's been added into the squad after the team was already announced. This could be a defining moment of her career.
The Hockeyroos do not want to go home. Maddie Fitzpatrick, the fake, gets it back. Kershaw, Savita down low. Kershaw follows up. Umpire can barely see. Bodies everywhere. India emerges.
It's frustrating me, Al, because that's not been working. And if you do that, you need to be faster in that shot on goal. Sav Fitzpatrick before took the trap and wasn't able to find any space. Steph Kershaw was the same there. The goalkeeper and the entire Indian defence was able to move their whole defence over.
Indian free hits.
Time's ticking down, and that's going to be playing into the minds here of these girls. Just see how slow this is, though. And she's so far up as well. She needs to be a little bit closer.
2 minutes to go in the women's quarter-final. Australia has been trailing since the 22nd minute. The only time the Hockeyroos have trailed in Tokyo. Have only lost on 4 previous occasions to India. This would be a monumental upset. Cracked forward by Somerville. Williams desperate as ever. Somerville follows up superb. Malone with 3 all around her. A sea of blue shirts. Malone keeps on going. She doesn't want her first Olympics to end prematurely. India away though. Nehar down the left-hand side. Precious seconds ticking away. India on the attack, over halfway. Have really done it in this final quarter. Nehar will be in no rush.
It's going to be completely different ways of playing for this. Australia are going to play frantic. You can't help not. India, the complete opposite. They'll be wanting to buy time as they are here.
Under a minute to go. The most desperate of times for Australia. And now they go for broke. Renee Taylor down the right-hand side. Controlled by Grace Stewart. No! It's gone out of play. Utter despair for Australia. 30 seconds remaining. They have to win possession. Great trap by Nobbs. Stewart's touch not great. India in possession and will be keen to hold on to it. After all the good work Australia did through the group stage, it's going to be heartbreak, it seems, in Tokyo. Nehar sees it out of play.
Heartbreaks for these girls. They've had such a difficult lead up into this game. You can see how much this means for the Indian team. They'll be on the verge of tears.
The dream is going to end in despair for Australia.
This is huge for the sport of hockey. It really is. This is a huge occasion. They've only been to their 3rd Olympics, this Indian team, but you can just see how much this is going to hurt the Australian team. It's the 4th Olympics in a row that we've been knocked out in a position that probably wasn't meeting our expectation. They had a really difficult build-up, a change of coaches just a few months ago. And this hurts, this really hurts. This hurts for me as a supporter. This hurts these girls much more than it would hurt me. And it's the 2nd Olympics in a row that we've completely gone through this with finishing not where we expected to be.
This is utterly gut-wrenching for the Hockey Roos.
And I did think it was, I said at the start, Al, it's either going to be an absolute arm wrestle of a match or it's going to be a blowout. Unfortunately for us, it was that arm wrestle, and you can just see that pain on these girls. 5 years of hard work for one poor match. And we can talk all we want about how these quarterfinals can do injustice to the team that finished top. Australia, they won 5 games in a row. India just won the 2 and able to play, but in the end, they played the match that they needed to win. Australia wasn't able to do that. So huge credit to India, who played out of their skins. They deserved that win. Australia wasn't able to complete that. Mariah Williams. It's heartbreaking, absolutely heartbreaking to see.
Emotion everywhere from a positive perspective. India,
well, that is a huge upset in the world of hockey. The Indians defeating Australia 1-0. There are heartbreaking scenes still on pitch at the OE Hockey Stadium, where most of the Australians are still down on the ground, on their knees. There are plenty of tears, and now the girls get back up to go and congratulate the Indians, who are celebrating like they've won the grand final. But for them, this is a massive victory. 1-0, knocking out the Hockey Roos at the quarter-final stage of the 2020 Tokyo Olympics. So our female team couldn't recreate the theatrics and incredible performance yesterday that saw the Kookaburras get through on a penalty shootout and go through to the semis. But Australia licking their wounds after being knocked out yet again. The Indians led it from the 22nd minute of this match, and the Aussies just could not find the back of the net. So Australia out in the quarterfinals and India move through. This is Tokyo 2020 live on SEN.
Sportscraft, the official supplier of both the Australian athletes and SEN's call team ceremony uniforms.
Hey, Callum Sinclair.
And Buddy Franklin here.
For over 35 years, QBE Insurance has proudly supported our Swannies before and after every goal.
Now they're helping you kick goals with your car insurance.
Save $75 when you get your new comprehensive car insurance online. Visit qbe.com/au and get a specky savings before you buy for a beautiful drive after.
Car insurance is issued by QBE Insurance Australia Limited. See qbe.com/au for eligibility criteria and the PDS to decide if this product is right for you.
G'day, it's Matty Johns here, and when it comes to getting a quality Australian steel shed, you need to talk to the right people. The Shed Company live and breathe sheds. Their team are shed experts and obsessed with anything to do with sheds. They've worked in the industry for years and are real experts in their field. Basically, they know a shed load. So call the Shed Company on 1-800-821-033 or visit theshedcompany.com.au. The Shed Company, experience the difference.
G'day, I'm Jacob the Builder from Leichhardt. When setting up the construction site, I leave nothing to chance. I call SBS Fence and Toilet Hire before organising anything else. With SBS Fences, the worksite is kept safe and protected, and their loos ensure the apprentice has somewhere to hide while he's scrolling on his phone. SBS Fence and Toilet Hire, Sydney's best sanitation solutions. Just one quick call and they're on their way. sbsfence.com.au.
Hi, I'm Tim from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here, so our team really understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131 806.
Kane has a carpentry business. Here's Chapter, to renew his public liability insurance for less than his old policy. On your marks, get set.
Yeah, I just did it.
What?
Yeah, I went online to BizCover. Took 5 minutes. I compared a bunch of policies. I saved over $250.
So, no dramas?
No dramas at all.
There are literally no dramas when you go to BizCover, the business insurance specialists. Save time, money, and get instant cover at bizcover.com.au.
Whether on the field, bike or trail, we all want to stay active. But if pain holds you back,
Try Sudox Active. Traditionally used to relieve mild pain in your joints and muscles, and it's fast to apply with a massage roll-on applicator. Sudox, available in Chemist Warehouse, Chemist Outlet and Pharmacy for Less. Or sudox.com.au. That's SOODOX. Always read the label, follow the directions for use. If symptoms persist, talk to your health professional.
Hello home buyers, Greg Alexander here. Buying property is more competitive than ever. So if you're tired of missing out on the properties you want, take a new approach with UPIN. The UPIN property app gives you back the buying power. Pin the property you want and ensure you never miss out knowing on when the property is listed for sale, be it privately or through an agent. UPIN property is available online and via the app. Dream it, find it, UPIN it. UPIN property. That's YOUPIN, UPIN.
Just when you thought you'd chosen your next car, the Kia online ordering system is here. Order your brand new Kia from the comfort of your own home, and one of our trusted dealers will deliver your new car right to your doorstep. It's never been easier. And with Australia's best 7-year warranty, it's easy to see why more people are choosing Kia than ever before. For more information on how you can order your new Kia online, visit kia.com/au.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Discover your next adventure. Ride the wave on a Sea-Doo. If you've never felt the thrill of 0 to 100k an hour in 3.5 seconds, check out the Sea-Doo RXT X300 or RXP X300. It'll change your life. But make sure you get a wriggle on, because last summer some of their customers missed out on a Sea-Doo and were left high and dry. Live the Sea-Doo life. Check seadoobeaches.com.au.
A start. That's all it takes. It doesn't matter when or where or how. Just start. With the biggest range and the best brands, sporting dreams start at Rebel. Sport is calling.
Recording receipts? But in a snap. Stashing them in your glove box? But storing them online instead. With Xero, it's business but better. Start your free 30-day trial at xero.com.
SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020. For Xero. Invoicing but instantly. Receipts but organised. Cash flow but clearer. Try Xero free for 30 days. Search Xero. XERO.
India's penalty corner's excellent against South Africa. Gurjit with the shot and the goal. India on the board in the quarter-final. One PC and one perfect finish in the right corner.
So that was the moment in the 22nd minute that India hit the lead against the Hockeyroos, and they were never headed after that. So Australia bowing out in the quarter-final stage of the women's competition. Our Kookaburras continue through to the semi-finals. 2 medals handed out this morning, or 2 events completed this morning at the Olympic Stadium in athletics. The long jump final went to Tentoglu from Greece, so he took gold there. Ekavara from Cuba and Masso from Cuba filling the minor placings. The other one was the women's 100 metres hurdles final, and this was fast, dramatic and furious.
Off they go. Harrison, Camacho, Quinn, there's again at the first and the second. Anderson trying to keep up with him. Tapper having a good run. Camacho, Quinn's away from Harrison. How quick will it be? Look at Tapper. Camacho, Quinn gets home. It's 12:36. It was a dominant win in the end. It wasn't completely perfect. It is now, though.
Yeah, Bruce McAvaney's call there of the women's 100 metres hurdles final. So Jasmine Camacho Quinn from Puerto Rico claims the gold medal. A stunning performance. She clipped the second last hurdle, but still managed to stay upright and stay in front of Kendra Harrison from the USA. And Megan Tapper from Jamaica. John Stephenson picked it. He said, look out for Megan Tapper. She's my smoky in this one. She's about 3 foot tall. She managed to stand tall and collect a bronze medal. Wonderful scenes this morning after the women's 100 metres hurdles final. Riley Day from Queensland has qualified through to the semis of the women's 200, which will continue tomorrow. In terms of the other Aussies, the women's 1500 metres saw Lyndon Hall and Jessica Hull go through to the semis, but Georgia Griffith in her Olympic debut miss out after finishing 14th in her first heat. So the finals tonight at the Athletics at 9 o'clock, the women's discus final will be held. Then later on, about 10:15, the men's 3,000 metre steeplechase final, and then that will be followed by the women's 5,000 metres. So 3 events to be decided tonight at the Olympic Stadium. Out at the canoe sprint, the Sea Forest Waterway today, the men's kayak, the K1 1000, got off nice and early in beautiful conditions out there. Australia's Thomas Green went straight through to the semi-final. Jean van der Westhausen had to go through the qualifying and then has also now made it through to the semis. But Green was impressive on his way to tomorrow's semis.
It's good. It's kind of like a sunny Gold Coast day, so I kind of enjoy it, so it's good.
You were out the front for majority of that race. Did you think you could, did you know you could hold on to it?
So I knew I kind of went out a little bit harder than expected, but I just wanted to try and assert myself into the race and just try to hold on in second place for as long as possible. And I guess that kind of worked out, but yeah, no, it was good.
Are you hoping that you can do that again tomorrow?
Of course, yeah. I'm hoping that next time I keep going through. So, yeah, I'm not going to be shutting down like I did then. But, yeah, no, hopefully, fingers crossed.
There is a bit of chat that, you know, you can do this, you can get the medal. Are you backing yourself?
Of course. I've trained for the last 5 years. So I'm going to do everything I can, and I'm going to just race my hardest and trying to accomplish my dream. So.
Great. Well, thank you so much for your time. We appreciate it.
Also, can I just thank my mum and all my support?
Please, take back home. This is your opportunity. Go for it.
Thanks for everyone that have helped me get here. And Mum, thank you. And I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Well done, Thomas. He's a smart man. Thomas Green and Jean van der Westhausen will be in semi-final number 2 tomorrow morning at about 11:10 in the men's K1 1000. More after this as Tokyo 2020 Live on SEN continues.
Men's health. We're getting better talking about it, but men's sexual health is still a subject not all blokes feel comfortable talking about. Well, guess what? With Pilot, you don't have to talk. You can text a health inquiry confidentially. Finishing early or experiencing dysfunction. Pilot is your online men's health navigator. Do an online assessment, get discreet shipping and ongoing care. Real doctors, real treatments. Pilot.com.au.
QBE Insurance have sponsored the Sydney Swans for 35 years, supporting them through thick and thin. And now they're supporting you, offering you the chance to save $75 on new comprehensive car insurance online before November 30. It's super easy. Get a quote in minutes online at qbe.com/au. QBE, there for you before and after. Car insurance is issued by QBE Insurance Australia Limited. See qbe.com/au for eligibility criteria and the PDS to decide if this product is right for you.
There's a new way for footy fans to start their day with the AFL's newest podcast.
I think playing against the Bulldogs is scary. That's the coming-of-age game for Max King. It's not absolutely locked in that he's not there as coach. Djokovic, Glass, Worsfold, you're dealing with some Eagles rock stars, and he's not that.
Find out the biggest footy stories first on AFL Daily with me, Nat Edwards, and Damien Barrett from 7:30am weekdays. Subscribe to AFL Daily wherever you listen to podcasts.
Ever wanted to attend the grand final in style? SEN and Ringers Western are giving you the chance to attend the 2021 NRL Grand Final with 2 tickets and a new outfit, including new jeans, shirts and boots. To win, all you have to do is head to the SEN win page or iCanWin.com.au and enter your details. Head to the grand final in style thanks to SEN and Ringers Western.
Every
every interview and every show. Listen to the podcast now. Just click the catch-up button on the SEN app.
It's time to complete your census. You can do it online, by paper or with assistance. Visit census.abs.gov.au. Authorised by the Australian Bureau of Statistics, Canberra.
The Hockeyroos and the Kookaburras are going for gold at the Olympics. Check out the Hockey Australia website for ways to watch all the matches and find out where you can play. Go Australia! Then after the game, see our biggest stars on home soil in the Sultana brand Hockey One League. How good is hockey? Watch our Hockeyroos and Kookaburras at the Olympics, then see our world-class Australian hockey stars on home soil in the Hockey One League. Buy your tickets today at hockey1.com.au.
Beaumont Tiles are keeping your Renault dreams alive. Shop online at tile.com.au. With Australia's biggest range either delivered to your door or click and collect, you'll be happy you chose Beaumont.
Kane has a carpentry business. His challenge to renew his public liability insurance for less than his old policy. On your marks, get set.
Yeah, I just did it.
What?
Yeah, I went online to BizCover. Took 5 minutes. I compared a bunch of policies. I saved over $250.
So, no dramas?
No dramas at all.
There are literally no dramas when you go to BizCover, the business insurance specialists. Save time, money, and get instant cover at bizcover.com.au.
Hey, Fletch, if you ran into somebody, right, and they said, oh, geez, I'm having some sleeping problems, what would be your recommendation?
Change pillows immediately and change it to Spinal Ease without a doubt.
Yep, and you need to know whether you're a back sleeper, side sleeper, whatever the case may be, because they tailor-made it, and it might just change your life. So the way to do it, order your Spinal Ease pillow. We both have one. With free delivery, go to spinalease.com.au. That's spinalease.com.au, and you can thank us later.
In the bedroom, you don't want to arrive early. But in the same breath, no man really wants to talk to a doctor about it. That's why you can text Pilot confidentially, your online men's health navigator. Pilot.com.au.
Choose an internet and mobile provider you can trust like a mate. Get internet from just $59 a month. Bundle your mobile plan and save a further $10 a month on your internet. No contracts and award-winning Aussie service. Mate's got your back. Visit letsbemates.com.au.
As a bloke, we don't like arriving early in the bedroom, or the bathroom, hotel room, sheepskin floor rug, car, or wherever you are. But you do want to feel comfortable talking about a solution. Pilot.com.au is your online men's health navigator. No talking, just a fast, text-based consult with an Australian doctor. Online assessments, real treatments, discreet shipping. Pilot is your online men's health navigator. Pilot.com.au.
SEN's day session coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Tyre Power. Get the power of Australia's biggest independent tyre retailer. Book online at Tyre Power now.
Don't forget, I'll be back tomorrow morning at the usual time of 9 o'clock. Wednesdays with Webby during the Olympic weeks has been fast-forwarded to Tuesdays. So the chief sports writer from the Sydney Morning Herald, Andrew Webster, will be with me just after 9 o'clock. That will take us up to 10 o'clock start from Tokyo and day 11 of coverage tomorrow. So John Stephenson back in the house. Steffo was blown away with the 100 metres sprint last night. They're still celebrating in Italy with a famous victory to Lamont Jacobs. Now, he was born in Texas to an Italian mother. However, he moved to Italy very early as a small child. So they are rightfully claiming this one properly in Italy. He defeated Fred Curley and Andre de Grasse from Canada to make it an Italian-USA-Canadian podium. This is, of course, the post-Usain Bolt era. So Jacobs gets on the board. Here's Bruce McAvaney's call of the famous sprint last night.
Clean this time. Sue didn't get away quite so well. Adeniki got away well in the centre. Curley's having a great one with Jacobs and Baker. Jacobs in front, the grass line. Jacobs, Italy have won the gold medal.
Macca in fine form last night. 9.8 seconds for Jacobs, 9.84 for the big American Fred Curley, and 9.89 for Andre De Grasse of Canada. So you reckon Bruce was excited? What about the Italian callers? Listen to this.
No, non è partito così forte il cinese su stavolta. Bene Jacobs, Jacobs e Curly, Jacobs e Curly, Jacobs e Curly, Master Jacobs, campione olimpico, 9.79, 9.79, è migliore ancora il record europeo, 9.79, eccole qua, le nostre 2 medaglie d'oro olimpiche, e Marco Tamberi.
Not bad at all, not bad at all, especially given that this was his first Olympic Games. He is now the Olympic 100-metre sprint champion. Need to take a break. More after this. Don't forget, Joel and Fletch driving you home very soon from 3 o'clock.
Sportscraft, the official supplier of both the Australian athletes and SEN's call team ceremony uniforms.
Hey guys, Joel and Fletch here.
First Point Mortgage Brokers are a different kind of broker, Fletch. They pride themselves on delivering the best outcome for their clients, and their online reviews speak for themselves.
Just like SEN, they're a local Sydney business with years of experience in banking and finance.
I know them firsthand. Their game plan is to improve your financial health with great service and even better results.
So for expert assistance with your home loan, head to firstpointmortgagebrokers.com.au now.
Love to shop and save? D-Shop really deliver with up to 90% off thousands of deals. D-Shop delivers with gym equipment half-price sale and up to 85% off a huge range of furniture. With D-Shop, there's more shopping, less waiting. D-Shop deliver fast because we're Aussie-owned and run, and our local warehouses are full of stock ready to send. Oh, must be my dshop.com.au.
Reconciling bank transactions, but with a couple of taps. Making sure everything matches up, but handled automatically instead. With Xero, it's business, but better. Start your free 30-day trial at xero.com.
If you've come off the field feeling sore in your joints or muscles again, it's time to try Sudox Active. Sudox Active Pain Relief Cream uses only naturally sourced ingredients, assisting with mild pain relief, and it's fast to apply with the massage roll-on applicator.
Sudox Pain Relief Active Cream, now available at Chemist Warehouse from just $19.99.
That's SOODOX.
Always read the label and use only as directed. If symptoms persist, see your healthcare professional.
Shopping online is easy with Coles. And with click and collect orders, we'll bring your groceries straight to your car at over 400 stores. Find out more at coles.com.au/shop. It's that easy. Coles. Value the Australian way.
Triumph doesn't just happen. It comes about because we choose to chase it. With over 10,000 medals and trophies, Wolf Blast chases greatness with every vintage of Grey Label Shiraz, including winning International Wine Challenge Red Winemaker of the Year. Complex, distinctive wines crafted with character. Chase Triumph boldly, and when you do, raise a glass of Wolf Blast Grey Label to yourself. Wolf Blast. Here's to the chase. wolfblast.com.
Hi, I'm Tim from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here, so our team really understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131 806.
Bingley have been bringing you the best brands and best advice since 1957. Ready to kick some goals with some of the best deals too? Check out the AFL Record Digital Edition now for Bingley's exclusive online deals. Also, the AFL Record Digital Edition includes feature articles, team lists, footy trivia, kids section and plenty more. Bingley and the AFL Record Digital Edition. All things Aussie rules and amazing online deals. Available now at sen.com.au and on the SEN app.
As a bloke, we don't like arriving early in the bedroom, or the bathroom, hotel room, sheepskin floor rug, car, or wherever you are. But you do want to feel comfortable talking about a solution. Pilot.com.au is your online men's health navigator. No talking, just a fast, text-based consult with an Australian doctor. Online assessments, real treatments, discreet shipping. Pilot is your online men's health navigator. Pilot.com.au.
SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020. For Zero. Invoicing but instantly. Receipts but organised. Cash flow but clearer. Try Zero free for 30 days. Search Zero. XERO.
Drive with Joel and Fletch coming your way after the 3 o'clock news. Make sure you're involved in that 0457 736 736 or give the boys a call 1300 01 1170. The action will start out at the cycling velodrome at around about 4:30 this afternoon with the women's team sprint qualifying and final. No Aussies in there. And then the women's team pursuit qualification. So Georgia Baker, Nettie Edmondson, Ashley Andunikov, Alexandra Manley and Maeve Plouffe will be featuring for Australia in the cycling. We've still got equestrian today as well, the jumping team final and individual qualification, the eventing individual jumping final. Don't forget tonight, the women's semi-final of the football, Australia v Sweden. We'll have special coverage starting at 8 o'clock, so straight after the NRL Nation call of the Bulldogs v Titans. Adam Peacock will be joined by Leah Blaney, who is the young Matildas head coach, and then we'll take Channel 7's call of that headed up by Brenton Speed. So that is from 8 o'clock here on SEN with the match to start at 9 o'clock. And also on our Flip channel on our app, you could flip over at 9 if you like and be part of the team. Sammy Hargraves and Chris Anstey counting down to tip off as the Opals take on Puerto Rico. So that is at 10 o'clock. So a little bit of back-end viewing for you on this Monday evening, day 10 of the games. Tonight at the Athletics, well, pole vault, Nina Kennedy and Eliza Vetaparnova will be out there hoping to qualify on the way through. The women's 200 metres semi-final will take place tonight, featuring Australia's Riley Day. 22.94 in the heat. She's gone quicker than that, 22.77. So let's see if Riley Day can step up in her first Olympic Games and make it through to the final. She'll be in the first semi-final out in lane 9. We've also got the women's discus final. Steve Solomon featuring in the men's 400 semis as well, the 28-year-old from Sydney who made it through to the final in London. The 400 hurdles semis, the 3,000 steeplechase final, the 5,000 metres for women final as well. So a big program on the athletics tonight. Make sure you stay tuned to SEN or via our app as well, and you can be part of it anytime. I'll be joining you tomorrow from 9 o'clock for Mornings with Matt White, followed by our Olympic coverage straight after that.
Sport's biggest moments called play-by-play from around the world, right here on SEN.
Good afternoon, I'm April Austin with SEN News. From next Monday, the Pfizer COVID-19 vaccine will become available for immunocompromised children, Indigenous children and children in remote communities aged 12 to 15. Federal Health Minister Greg Hunt says this will make approximately 220,000 children eligible for a jab. South East Queensland has been declared a Commonwealth COVID hotspot after 13 new local cases were recorded today and their lockdown was extended until Sunday. The classification means more medical supplies will be sent to the state, as well as making individuals who have lost work eligible for federal support payments. Acting Premier Stephen Miles says he hopes the extension of the lockdown will allow contact tracers to get on top of the outbreak.
That will make it an 8-day lockdown, and we desperately hope that that will be sufficient for our contact tracers to get into home quarantine absolutely anyone who could have been exposed to the Delta strain.
A 15th person has died from COVID-19 during New South Wales' current outbreak, as the state records another 207 new local cases today. And Victoria Cross recipient Ben Robert-Smith's defamation trial against 3 newspapers has been adjourned for 3 months due to Sydney's lockdown. SEN.com.au sport coming up next.
New South Wales, at Optus, you can get 20% off the $55 month-to-month SIM plan over 12 months. Ends August 22nd. T's and C's apply. Visit Optus online today.
The Hockey Roos Olympics campaign has ended in heartbreak with a shock 1-0 loss to India in the women's hockey quarterfinals a short time ago. The Aussies had been undefeated going into the elimination match, while India only just snuck into the finals after losing 3 of their 5 group stage matches and finishing 4th in their pool. Better news for Aussies in the canoe sprint heats and quarterfinals, however, with everyone progressing to the next round.
Switch to Power Shop and get $100 off your electricity bill. Sign up credit available to New South Wales customers only. Ends August 5th. T's and C's apply. Search Power Shop.
Bexley, earlier works have been packed up. Delays of East, Forest Road, Bexley Road, M2 North Right, bit of Billiards 3 westbound, past Lane Cove Road, with M2 steady past Penny Hills Road, out towards the M7, through Bella Vista, no problems the M7 up towards Sunnyhold Road, Belfield to Burst Watermain, Punchbowl Road affected westbound Seymour Parade, no problems I'm seeing for the Princess Highway, St Peters, Tempe southbound, past Canal Road. With NAB, you could enjoy a $2,000 cash bonus when you refinance your home loan of $250,000 or more. Search NAB Home Loans. T's and C's, eligibility and lending criteria applying.
Breakfast with Andrew Voss tomorrow from 6 on 1170 SEN.
Turn your unwanted stock into dollars. Visit buymystock.com.au.
Cloudy with a possible late shower in Sydney and Sydney's west today, a top of 19. Morning showers, then sunny tomorrow, 21. And don't miss the Matildas and the Opals in must-win games tonight, live on SEN and the SEN app.
After 4 long years and plus another 12 grueling months, it's finally here. The games of the 32nd Olympiad. The stage is set. Just under 500 Aussie athletes are in Tokyo chasing gold. But most likely, they'll bring home some bronze and silver too. And hopefully some of that tasty Japanese whiskey. Anyway, we are away. Tokyo 2020 in 2021. 3 hours of top sporting action coming your way. With thanks to the all-new Hyundai Tucson. Test drive the Tucson today. Listeners, take your mark. It's time for the Drive for Gold with Joel and Fletch.
Thank you very much, Paddy. Day 10 of the 32nd Olympiad. And listeners, I hate to tell you this, but somebody at the start line has had a false start and have been ejected from today's race, ladies and gentlemen. There is no Brooks.
No, there is no Brooks. We heard, hello, listeners. Hello, Gibbo. Yeah, Brooks is, what's happened? What's happened to him?
So he's been working tirelessly over this Olympic campaign. So he's taken a day in lieu, which makes me a little bit sceptical, Fletch and Gibbo. We welcome you. Is it strange that it's coincided with the single bubble?
That's what I was about to get into. So I was here last Wednesday and I ended the show by saying, give me your top 3 bubble nominees. And let's just say I've since done the research and I understand why he's not coming in today.
Yes, so he's in lockdown. Hello to you, Brooks, who won't be listening, but that's fine. 1300 01 1170 to have your say. It's a Monday, so you know what that means. A-grade Monday. And the Olympics can provide an A-grade. Don't worry about that. There's some great stories out of it. There's also many who go the other way. Drive for Gold with Joel and Fletch with thanks to Hyundai. Experience the convenience of buying your dream car online with Hyundai's Click and Buy today. Gibbo, how are you, young fella?
Yeah, good, thanks, Joel. G'day, Fletch. G'day, listeners.
Yeah,
it's kind of like, you know, when your parents go away for the night.
I've done it again.
I've done it. We're 4 minutes in without Brooks in, we're spilling water. But it's like when the parents are away.
Dad's away.
You get to kind of do what you want, say what you like. So it looks like we've got a good show ahead, boys.
Yeah, should be fun. Should be fun. But I will say this, the great man Brooks, he has put it all together for us. 1300 01 1170. We welcome our listeners through 1170 SEN here in Sydney, 1620 SEN the Gold Coast, our podcast listeners on Apple Podcasts and Spotify, listeners on the SEN app all over the world, just like the waters all over Fletch. We appreciate you wherever you are.
I've done this twice.
Yeah.
So I've been here 6 months and I've poured water. You shouldn't do that in a radio station.
No, not with all this leads and electricity floating around. Anyway.
Hey, Joel, I've got a new man crush.
Have you now?
Yeah, I've got a new man crush. So, you know, John was my John Florence.
Yeah. We staying in the same field?
No. Logan Martin.
Logan Martin.
You know who Logan Martin is?
The BMX man.
Oh, gosh. He looks cool.
He does look cool. Just thinking about that, right, just before we go into Logan, if you took yourself back to your young single days, maybe like Gibbo, if you just had to randomly, just everyone's got their own type of person, and whether it's a mixture of the mentality and also the aesthetics, so to speak. If you were a young person and you had to just go back randomly and select a sport to which you think you would be attracted to, what would be the sport, you reckon? Because where I land here is I noticed that the IOC president, he hadn't been spotted the whole time, and all of a sudden there he is.
Where was he, Joel?
Watching the beach volleyball.
Yeah, I did notice that. Well, they're quite pleasing on the eye. I tell you what, it looks hot.
Oh, it's hot
on the sand there. They're sweating up a storm.
It's been. We're still in the fight here, by the way. So this is all the action. We'll keep you across all the Olympics. Well, they're still in the mix. That's what I said. We won. We beat the Chinese. So there you go. Second set point. We got that done as well. You can have your text, say 0457 736 736. You can tweet us at Joel Fletch SEN. Now we are going to speak a lot about the Olympics, a lot about the National Rugby League, but we like to just sort of chat the fat, basically.
Chew the fat?
Chew the fat as well.
Or chat the fat. Well, I had a bit of an interesting chat the fat with the girls the other day.
Yes.
As we discussed in lockdown, you get a chance to watch reruns of movies that you liked as a kid.
Yeah.
And I got them into The Usual Suspects.
Oh, did you now?
So the twist at the end got me thinking. Maybe it's a call to arms for our listeners. What's a movie you enjoyed where you just didn't pick it?
Yep.
Because the Bamboozled My Girls, Kaiser.
Yeah.
Kaiser Soze.
Coffee Cup.
And another one that we watched straight after, Primal Fear, with Edward Norton.
Yeah.
They didn't see that coming.
They didn't see that coming. So you've
I didn't see it coming either.
No. Have you seen Gone Girl?
I've read the book.
Yeah. That was a bit of a strange finish, wasn't it?
Yeah. Is that a true story?
I don't think so. What about Empire Strikes Back? Nobody saw Darth Vader being the dad of Luke.
No. I got one for you, which is weird. With Jimmy, our tech guy, we were just discussing it before. Dusk Till Dawn.
Oh, yeah.
George Clooney with the ink down the on the Tuivasa, and then they just turned into vampires.
So who told you that? Jimmy, our Katie Ledecky. Our techie, our Katie Ledecky. I'll tell you one which hurt me. I was a young fellow, right? And I'm watching this with Mum, actually. I can't believe Mum. Mum,
not Bad Boy Bubby.
No.
That's a bit.
And this scarred me because I was at the age where I was. There was a lady in this movie.
Oh yes.
And do you remember Crying Game?
I do.
The reveal at the end.
Yeah, that's a bit.
That was surprising for a young kid growing up. Sixth Sense. Dr. Crow.
Yeah.
Played by Bruce Willis. He was brown bread. We didn't know that.
No.
We didn't know that at all throughout the movie. So any of those surprising, or what would you call them?
Twists.
Plot twists.
But there's some movies you see them coming a mile away.
Yeah.
But very clever.
Oh, yeah.
Kaiser Soze was very clever.
Very, very clever. 1300 01 1170 is the call line. You can text us 0457 736 736. Now, coming up on the show, Channel 7 track commentator. Plenty happening in the track. It's some unbelievable stories happening out there. Tams and Manu. We're going to speak with her. Electrical moments from the weekend of sport. So let us know your favourite moments on the weekend. Channel 7's Liesl Jones will mop up all of the swimming in Tokyo. Brendan Cowell in his segment, he'd be loving this, begging for bronze. It has been raining bronze medals and gold for Australia. Not the silver, though, so we'd be pleased with that. Sports Days, Scotty Sattler's going to join us. Guest aligns with Shawnee Omerod. Well, there's still 2 games to go, by the way, in round 20. The National Rugby League, Fletch, haven't they done a great job?
It was... Saturday, how did you go? Because I was thinking of you and Finchy.
Yeah.
What did you guys end up doing? Because there was no games.
No. So what we did, it was quite fun, actually, and Timmy Manor was in here as well. We had people requesting the concluding stages of a game. So we would let people vote on what they wanted to do, and we'd call the game.
Oh, like famous games.
Famous games. Gotcha. So the grand final of 2015, Broncos and the Cowboys.
Good game.
Last 5-6 minutes of that.
Big twist.
Yes, good twist. There was a big twist in Finchy kicking the field goal. That was nominated from Brett from Bondi. We had we had the 97 grand final. You know that 1997 grand final? Manly just imploded the last 10 minutes.
Well, they kicked out in the full a couple of times.
Kicked out in the full. The handling was awful.
So, Matty, was telling us a story that they played Manly in a trial in 1997, the start of the year, obviously, and it was 16 all on the bell, and Darren Albert scored in the corner.
No.
Yeah.
In the trial?
In the trial.
And you know what? This is probably something... I wonder if Matty... I suppose you would take it back. He hits the field goal and hits the upright. And if not for that... So what are some of the moments that happened that...
Are you saying that he could have been the hero?
Well, he would have been the hero.
He would have been the hero.
He would have been the hero.
Instead of his brother.
But we would never have seen Darren Albert. You know, if Benny Elias kicks the field goal, we never see the Chicka Ferguson try potentially, or the Steve Jackson try.
Yeah.
You know, those sliding doors.
What about Mickey Neal?
Ankle tapped.
He's home. Mal just misses him completely and just sticks out the big Warwick. The game's over.
The game is over at the left-hand side. So
sliding doors,
plot twisters. They were sliding doors.
Plot twist.
It's a plot twist. Let us know 1300 01 1170. You can text us 0457 736 736. The text messages has gone whooshka. We've got plenty to talk about as well. We'll be taking your calls very, very shortly too. 1300 01 1170 is the way to do that. What else happened on the weekend, Fletch?
No, nothing. Just same old for the last 4 weeks.
Are your girls enjoying... So my kids, I'd say in the most part, are fairly content with homeschooling.
Well, they are, because they can wake up at 10 to 9.
Yeah.
And they get their first Zoom. And then they're downstairs having... Because they can... With the Zoom, they've worked out that you can block yourself and mute yourself. So then they're downstairs making hot chocolate and chocolate milkshakes and... But I say, should we be getting a deduction in school fees?
Well, that's the big question. I know a lot of people who've got kids at private school paying big fees. I've got a mate of ours, and their young fellow. He's probably been at the school for about 8 terms.
8
terms.
Yeah.
He's been enrolled at the school. But he's probably only actually been there for like 3 terms or something, given various things that have gone on.
Yeah.
And you're still paying the big school fees. But there's plenty of text messages here, Fletch.
Yeah. So I watched The Departed last night for the second time ever. I was shocked all over again by Leo getting shot in the head. Yeah. I haven't seen The Departed. Oh, yes, I have. I have seen The Departed. It's a beauty. Martin Scorsese.
I don't think I've seen The Departed. I'll throw it on the list. What about Fight Club? Didn't see that coming.
No. That was a beauty. Twist in Rugby League, 1997 Premiership prelim, Dogs versus Eels. Well, that was 98, I think, wasn't it?
Yeah, 98.
When they were leading 18-2 with about 10 minutes to go, and then went extra time.
And then just the implosion of Paul Carriage.
Chip and chase.
And then the field goal could have been... Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. 1300 01 1170 is the way to have your say. What else have we got here, Fletchy? There's a stack here. Pedro the Roosters chimed in. Shutter Island, never saw that coming. I haven't seen Shutter Island. Hi, guys. The Sixth Sense really, really shocked me, James. Yeah, I said that, James. James from Morneylock. I totally agree with that one. And plenty of other rugby league games coming in as well. This one to the left, can we read that? Oh, we can take Mark. Mark's on the line from the Gong. G'day, Mark.
I just wanted to be first, Monday A grade, Novak Djokovic.
Oh, you've pinched it, Mark. Yep. You've pinched it from
Novak Djokovic.
Yeah.
And I just want to... I tell you what, that's David Colbert. He's a funny man. He's a funny man, Colbert. You listen to some of his commentary. But could you ask Tasman Manu? Is that her name?
Tasman Manu,
Tams.
Ask her about Kipper from Uganda in the 10,000 metres. I was watching it with the kids, and old Kipper, he's taken off. He's like 200 metres in front of everyone, and he's gone nuts. And then, obviously, he's a sacrificial pacemaker, but no one knows that. And then they catch up to him, and that's it. Pulls up stunts, go home. That's it.
So we're asking about Kipper, are we?
Yeah, ask about his neighbour's Kipper, and he just went hard, Joel. 10,000 metres, which is 1,200, whatever. He's like 200 metres out. 200 metres by himself, just flying like those Ugandans can do, those Kenyans. And just nuts. And as soon as they catch him up around about the 3,000 metre mark, that's it. He just pulls up stumps. That's it. Goes home.
he just set the pace for the team member and said, I'm out.
That's it. Well, he didn't even you think you just, maybe stay in the pack, try to... No, he just pulled up stumps. That's it. Gone.
A bit like in there they do in the Tour de France. Sometimes they have their teammates sacrifice the lead.
Yep.
Similar to that.
It was all part of the plan, wasn't it? It was always going to go that way. Thank you very much, Mark. We appreciate that, mate. Keep the A grades coming in too, by the way. 1300 01 1170. Our man's on the line now. Our Blacktown has been in heavy lockdown, and our man Rob is on the line. G'day, Rob.
Hello, boys. It is. It's in very, very heavy Blacktown. We can only go 5 kilometres out of our joint. So, doing it tough, boys, in Blacktown.
Yeah. How's the police presence been?
They're going up and down streets. They're checking people's houses. They're going everywhere. So they are really out in force, the cops, yeah. Now, I've got 3 things, boys. Firstly, do you think Mr. Volandis has done the deal with the Queensland government by getting these games over the weekend for Suncorp in the grand final? What do you think of that?
I don't know how to read that, to be honest, Rob. And all of a sudden we're hearing, an immediate push for Melbourne at this time. So I don't know whether it's gone the other way. Maybe he's unhappy with how the dealings went. I'm not quite sure, but what I do know is it was unbelievable for the NRL to get the games happening, which there was a lot of people out there, Rob, who were very frustrated because the racing all went ahead. So the racing all went ahead. They were already in a bubble, the NRL. So, what was the real risk to community by playing?
Nothing.
Yeah, nothing. I don't quite understand that, but thankfully sanity prevailed and we got the games underway, but it wasn't without major hurdles, that's for sure.
Yeah, now my second point, if I had to go back many years and play a sport in the Olympics, I'd be a table tennis player. Because I used to hit the ball okay in the table tennis. So I love that sport, table tennis. So are you guys any good at table tennis?
No, sorry, Rob. We forgot to mention that table tennis is also on our ban list. That's a shame, isn't it?
Table tennis. Well, I didn't know about the paddles. That was one. How one side's red, and one side's black.
Yes.
Because our great. I just forgot her name. Is it Fang?
Yeah.
Fang, our lady?
Faye, is it Faye?
Faye? I don't know.
Yeah.
Anyway,
the 40-year-old?
Yeah,
the grandmother.
48-year-old.
Yeah.
She's not a grandmother. She's got a couple of kids. She was saying that she changes the use of her...
Yeah. For attack and defence.
Paddle, yeah, to take the spin off it.
That's right. Know that. Yeah, there you go. Twists. If Adam Reynolds kicked the ball a metre behind the 40-metre line and kicked a 40-20 with a few minutes to go in the prelim final last year, the mighty Rabbitohs would have had a chance to get a converted try. Woulda, shoulda, could have, absolutely, but that's the sliding doors, isn't it? Tamsin was Lewis before she married the former Australian wicketkeeper Graham Manu.
Yes.
Yeah, South Australian keeper as well, James. Yeah, absolutely right. 1300 01 1170 is the way to have your say with the Olympic update coming up. But as we said, a massive show. Speaking of which, Tamsin Manu is going to join us very, very shortly. Your electrical moments of the weekend of sport. Keep your sliding doors moments coming in. Our footy chat's going to be thanks to Palmer's Glass to review round 20. We're almost through round 20. Channel 7's Liesl Jones is going to catch up with us as well to review the swimming in Tokyo. Brendan Cowell, his favourite segment, begging for bronze. Scotty Sattler.
He's done well there, hasn't he?
Hasn't he? What?
Where were he running on the bronze table?
I think we might be equal leaders, or very close. Yeah, we are equal leaders, says our man Gibbo. Adam Peacock as well. He's got tonight's coverage covered here on SEN as well. So he's going to look forward to the Olympics tonight, the coverage, which we do have covered, all thanks to Monarch Painting. But a break and back with more.
South Whitworthville, broken out truck cruise right behind it, northbound for the Cumberland Highway, right at the overpass for the M4. No problems, the M4 I'm seeing out of Granville, Maze Hill, out past the Cumberland Highway towards the foot of the mountains. Steady right for the Princess Highway, Cogra, past Jubilee Avenue with the M1. Steady down towards Wollongong, Bulli Pass, also travelling well. M1 looks good over the Hawkesbury up towards the Central Coast and Newcastle. Switch to Power Shop and get $100 off your electricity bill. Sign-up credit available to New South Wales customers only. Ends August 5th. T's and C's apply. Search Power Shop.
Mornings with Matt White tomorrow from 9 on 1170 SEN.
Abbey Timber, Sydney's timber flooring and decking specialists. Heathcote Road, Norbank, or abbytimber.com.au.
If it's happening in sport, 1170 SEN will be there. NRL, State of Origin, Test Cricket, Big Bash, A-League and Racing, 1170 SEN, your new home of sport.
On your marks, get set, bet.
With the All-Australian Top Sport team. Join Top Sport's Sporting Frenzy, where there's something for everyone. Whether you're into athletics, swimming, basketball, or want to try your hand at badminton, volleyball, or even handball, just download the app today and bet your way. Visit topsport.com.au. Top Sport. Feel the excitement.
Gamble responsibly. Call 1-800-858-858.
G'day, it's Matty Johns here. When it comes to getting a quality Australian steel shed, you need to talk to the right people. The Shed Company are your personal guide through the whole process. The team will be with you every step of the way, from design through to council approvals and finding the right local builder. They make it easy. So call the Shed Company on 1-800-821-033 or visit theshedcompany.com.au. The Shed Company, experience the difference.
How many of you suffer from headaches, neck pain, snoring, or you just don't sleep well?
Well, that's the case. You simply must try the Spinal Ease pillow.
No other pillow comes close to the Spinal Ease. It contours around your head and neck to align your spine for a great night's sleep.
Contour, yeah. So this is what you need to do. Jump into spinalease.com.au and buy it and sleep better.
Okay, here's the way to do it. That's spinalease.com.au, spinalease.com.au. And you know what, Fletch? You can thank us later.
G'day, I'm Jacob the Builder from Leichhardt. When setting up the construction site, I leave nothing to chance. I call SBS Fence and Toilet Hire before organising anything else. With SBS Fences, the worksite is kept safe and protected, and their loos ensure the apprentice has somewhere to hide while he's scrolling on his phone. SBS Fence and Toilet Hire, Sydney's best sanitation solutions. Just one quick call and they're on their way. sbsfence.com.au.
Are you supporting Australia? Whether it's the grind of the daily drive or being ground at the racetrack, Penrite has emerged as Australia's trusted lubricant. Increased performance, economy and renowned reliability from a lubricant range made for Aussie conditions, meeting or exceeding most manufacturers' specs. Don't just choose Australian made, choose Australian made and owned. Remember, quality lubricant is a small price to pay for peace of mind. Trust Penrite.
Hey, Callum Sinclair.
And Buddy Franklin here.
For over 35 years, QBE Insurance has proudly supported our Swannies before and after every goal.
Now they're helping you kick goals with your car insurance.
Save $75 when you get your new comprehensive car insurance online. Visit qbe.com/au and get a specky savings before you buy for a beautiful drive after.
Car insurance is issued by QBE Insurance Australia Limited. See qbe.com/au for eligibility criteria and the PDS to decide if this product is right for you. For over 60 years, Bailey Ladders have been making work sites safer. Bailey's new range of platform ladders have a wider standing area to improve efficiency and compliance on the work site. Bailey Ladders, making working sites safer and more productive. BaileyLadders.com.au.
Doing a bit of painting? Monarch Rollers make your job easier by pairing the nap length with your project. Walls and ceilings, exterior doors and trims, anything. Monarch Painting Tools at Bunnings and leading paint specialists, monarchpainting.com.au.
Can you see it? There's travel in your future. With Flight Centre, win a holiday every year for 5 years worth 30 grand. Where will you go? Enter now at flightcentre.com.au/win.
At Underworks, we're experts in socks. We test our all-day socks so they don't dig in, so there's no irritation or ugly red marks. Test Underworks all-day socks for yourself. We're number one down under for socks.
Welcome back. You're listening to The Drive for Gold with Joel and Fletch, with thanks to the new Hyundai Tucson. Tomorrow wants its car back. Test drive the Tucson today.
Time now for an Olympics update with thanks to Monarch Painting, the leaders in paint accessories. Do the job right. monarchpainting.com.au.
A massive day yesterday for Australia. In fact, our most successful day in Olympics history. Here's the Olympic update with thanks to Monarch Painting. 4 goals yesterday. Let's have a listen.
She's just dropping back a touch. Reitzel, Vanilla Bloom, she's in front. She's going to do it. Out of the shadows and into the spotlight. The first Australian to win 10 Olympic medals, Emma McKeon. Here we go. Stroke for stroke.
breaststroke, the great Australian. She carried the flag at the opening ceremony of these Olympic Games. The spiritual leader of this team for so long. Could she anchor the relay team for gold? Fighting back hard as Weitzel. Not much between them. They hit it. Yes! Gold for Australia.
Pour yourself a glass of champagne, sit back. We have just watched history unfold. Logan Martin walking away with a gold medal here in Tokyo.
Right behind him in second in the medal race, it's Matt Wern who seals gold for Australia.
It's been some Olympics, Fletch, no doubt about that. So Tokyo so far, and we're still counting, 14 gold medals. Now that levels our third best ever. Beijing 2008, 14 as well. We had 16 at Sydney 2000 and Athens 2004, 17. So you can see what it does after hosting the Olympics. It inspired so many to go further for Athens, the next Olympics. 17, that's what we're chasing. So it has been an absolutely unbelievable Olympics to this point. And I suppose much of that, Fletch, would have to do with the fact that how well Australia has, well, not only managed the COVID situation, but how fortunate we've also been around it.
Yeah. Well, you can probably see, I mean, our training, the girls were saying that their training probably hasn't suffered as much as, say, the Americans, because they were at the peak of it last year. We're sort of starting to hit out. So it would have been interesting if the Olympics were next year to see how we go.
Yeah, absolutely.
Did you read in the Herald today about talking about how they put under pressure? So they got flogged. The girls' swimming team were training. They went back to their room. They woke them up and took them on a bus, and they had to go do a swim. It was early in the morning, and there was fireworks, and there was a big crowd. They didn't expect. They didn't know where they were going to put them under pressure.
Well, in the lead up
to it, this time last year. They were going up the Gold Coast.
I love that. Well, it's paid dividends, no doubt about that. I'll tell you what, because we've had 20 medals in the pool, 9 gold, 3 silver, 8 bronze, and a total of 31 medals, 14 gold rather, 3 silver and 14 bronze. So based on that, we've not had a silver outside the pool. Is that right? Everything outside the pool's been gold or bronze.
Correct.
Yeah, not a single silver. Brendan Cowell will be absolutely delighted with that. Emma McKeon, Brooksy would be loving this. Wollongong girl, queen of the pool in Tokyo, 3 golds, 6 medals in total, 2 golds on the final day, the 50 free and the 4x100 freestyle, 11 medals, 5 gold, 2 silver, 4 bronze, which is the most ever by an Australian Olympian.
So this is the story. So in February, it was February this year, they were fatigued after heavy training. They were put on a bus with no idea of where they were going. This was the girls and the boys. And they were told to get ready to compete. When they got to the Bond University pool, they found the stands full of spectators and fireworks going off behind their starting blocks. They were being trained to perform irrespective of whatever madness was going on around them. Interesting, isn't it?
I love it. I love that.
Ricky Stewart did that to us.
Yeah.
So in 2002... we got on the pen and ink. We were up in Coast Harbour and we were training. It was a 3 or 4 day camp and super hard. The first 3 days was the hardest I've ever trained. So Ricky goes, right, it was Friday night. Boys, let your hair down. We've got to be back by midnight. We ripped in because we weren't allowed to drink for the 3 days. But you had to be in bed by midnight. Otherwise, Ricky said there'll be penalties. Anyway, so 12 o'clock, righto, lights out. Bang, about to go to sleep, 12:30. Oh, no. Knock on the door. We had to do hill sprints.
No.
Blind.
And when you're tired, Fletch, there's nothing worse.
Oh, there is nothing worse.
Nothing worse.
Anyway, we won the comp that year.
That's right. So there's a little bit of a lesson in all of this. Kate Campbell, flag bearer, who's hinted at maybe she'll go again in 3 years. She said she tweeted out it's only 3 years away. Anchored the 4x100 metre freestyle. 29 years old. Could this be her last Olympics? Well, maybe not. Logan Martin, your man, Fletch.
Oh, yes.
Gold in the freestyle BMX. This adds to his 3 X-Game golds and 2 World Championships. First time the event has been at the Olympics, so he gets the maiden victory there. By the way, Logan Martin, he spent about 70 grand on a bike track at his home up there at the Gold Coast, which heavily annoyed the neighbours, but well done to him. Matty Wern, he got gold in the men's laser, so well done to him. He had it wrapped up anyway. I think you'll find on Friday. He had to wait to Sunday to collect that. 3rd straight Olympics, Australia's won gold in the men's laser. We do like that event. This has been my favourite, Peter Bowl. He won his 800-metre semi-final last night. He'll wait till Wednesday night to chase gold. Bruce McAvaney believes he can win the gold. He's in the mix, he says. The first Aussie in 53 years to make the 800-metre final. Matt Denny, a.k.a. Brendan Stark's roomie. Did you see that in the stand?
No.
Didn't he? No. So Matt Denny, he finished fourth in the discus final, and then he's standing there in the stand watching Brendan Stark, and he had a big sign on him, Brendan Stark's roomie.
Oh, baby, yeah, I know what he's trying to do there.
Yeah, bruising.
Heavy bruising.
And Brendan Stark, by the way, fifth in the high jump final. Rowan Browning, the flying mullet, that was brilliant. Lamont, Marcel Jacobs, the American-born Italian sprinter won the blue ribbon 100 metre. He qualified for Italy, having an Italian mother. That's how he did that growing up in America. But that was the Olympic update. We're going to go more into detail after the news. Tamsin Manu's going to join us, but that was the Olympic update with thanks to Monarch Painting, leaders in painting accessories, brushes, rollers, applicators and tools. Visit monarchpainting.com.au.
Sport's biggest moments called play-by-play from around the world, right here on SEN.
Is what's making SEN news this hour. Around 220,000 vulnerable children in Australia aged between 12 and 15 will become eligible for Pfizer COVID-19 vaccines from next week. Federal Health Minister Greg Hunt announced immunocompromised children, Indigenous children and children living in remote communities will be added to eligibility category 1B of the national rollout from next Monday. New South Wales has recorded 207 new local coronavirus cases today. A 15th person has died from the virus this outbreak. Queensland's outbreak has also worsened with the southeast's lockdown now extended until Sunday. SEN.com.au sport up next.
At Simply Energy, they're all about making your energy simpler. See if you can save at simplyenergy.com.au. Simply Energy, it's that simple.
The Hockey Roos are out of the Olympics after a shock 1-0 loss to India in the women's hockey quarterfinals earlier this afternoon. Some better news for Australia this morning with Jessica Hull and Lyndon Hall qualifying for the women's 1500 metre semi-finals and Aussie sprinter Riley J making it through to the semis of the women's 200 metres.
The all-new SEN app. Download it today and never miss a moment of your favourite show. Streaming live, anywhere, anytime.
Breakfast with Andrew Voss tomorrow from 6 on 1170 SEN.
Cloudy with a possible late shower in Sydney and Sydney's west today, a top of 19. Morning showers, then sunny tomorrow, 21. And don't miss the Matildas and the Opals in must-win games tonight, live on SEN and the SEN app.
Thank you very much, April. Keep the text messages coming through. 1300 01 1170 is the call line. The text line 0457 736 736. Poor Rob gets cut off when he talks AFL now. He talks table tennis and gets cut off. Can you name a sport he can talk about for a minute? Love listening to Rob on SEN. They came from, guess who? Rob. Sorry, Rob. We'll get you on a bit later. We've got Tamsin Manu about to come on and join us. You get so used to saying Tamsin Lewis, and that's because Tamsin competed at 3 Olympics, a 3-time Olympian at Sydney, at Athens and Beijing. I'm pleased to say that Tamsin is about to join us. Before we go to Tamsin, what about the 100-metre final? This is the days after Usain Bolt. Let's have a listen.
Clean this time. Sue didn't get away quite so well. Adeniki got away well in the centre. Curley's having a great run with Jacobs and Baker. Jacobs in front to grass line. Jacobs, Italy have won the gold medal.
Yeah, Italy win the gold medal. A Chinese man won the semi-final, so it's very, very different scenes now that Usain Bolt, the dominance of the Jamaicans, we didn't necessarily see this year, but a lady who knows all about Olympics, a 3-time Olympian, as I mentioned, 2000, 2004 and 2008. Her second time commentating at the Olympics for Channel 7, Rio and now Tokyo. I'm pleased to say that Tamsin Manu's on the line. G'day, Tamsin.
Hi, and that's the first time I've heard that call since sitting next to Bruce last night. Geez, he's good, isn't he?
Oh, he's brilliant. And what's it like to be sitting next to Bruce? His preparation, the total awe about him, and so many people were missing him in the first week of the coverage, but with right, this is his specialty when it comes to the athletics. What's it like to be alongside the great man?
Well, he loves the main sport of the Olympics, doesn't he? So,
yes.
It's awesome sitting beside him. It's real bucket list stuff because, I've grown up listening to him on the coverage. I think for somebody who's trying to learn the media game, who better to learn from? But it's just one of those things where being able to see how hard he works away from the actual call, the way he goes about preparing for the call, it's just a real privilege.
James, and he seems to know a lot about every athlete. Did he pick, or did he give Jacobs any chance in the 100 metres yesterday?
Oh, yeah, no, definitely. Definitely. We spoke about it before we went on air. He was like, the interesting thing about that men's 100 for him was that usually when you call a race, you have somebody to spot that's a really big name that's the favourite leading in. And that's what he focused on, was the fact that in this lineup, there was no one who was jumping off the page to focus on, which makes it a lot harder to call it. And that's why his call was just absolutely brilliant, because he nailed it perfectly from the gun. We spoke about it. And I did say to him that I thought the Italian, just something about his semi-final, and Bruce agreed with me. It was just, even though he didn't win his semi-final, the Chinese athlete did. The Chinese athlete carried on perhaps a little bit too much. He ran so well, but he was on the track screaming, and they don't give gold medals away after semi-finals. And I know he ran so fast, but it was like, okay, calm down, you've still got to come back out. You don't use your energy up. And whereas the Italian who ran the personal best, took it in stride, you know. He looked happy to the little fist pump, but then he understood in his head the magnitude of the occasion wasn't finished yet, and he had to go back and prepare for the final. So I think it was just more about not necessarily the race for us that made us lean towards the Italian. It was the way that he was after the race.
It was a strange final because it was probably the first 100-metre final where I felt it lacked a bit of star power. Every year we've got going way back, you'd have the Carl Lewises, you'd have the Usain Bolt. Did you feel like it lacked the real power, star power for this one?
Yeah. No, it's funny. For me, who knows the backstory of all the athletes, no, I was excited because it's still, they're giving away, I mean, not giving it away, you've got to earn the gold medal for the Olympics, and the fastest man on the earth was still going to be crowned last night.
Yep.
But I understand for the average person who hasn't followed the sport, who hasn't been able to follow the sport as much in the last 2 years, we haven't seen the emergence of the stars coming through. The Fred Curley, who had dropped down from the 400 metres into that 100 metres, he's a star in his own right. He's going to be somebody to watch, and perhaps people will gravitate towards him because he's got that super confidence, but not in that arrogant way, in that way where you sort of gravitate towards him. He's good fun, and he got that silver medal. DeGrasse was the athlete who finished behind Usain Bolt in Rio in the 200 metres, where they crossed the semi-final and they were looking at each other and chatting. But people thought he was going to be the one that stood up and took the spot, but it's just been really tough trying to find somebody who's been the star, who has cemented that star power. There's been nobody since Bolt that has won every time, on the track, who has really been up there in the top two since then. So that's why we're still trying to work out, okay, who is actually the best person in the sprint? But I think the Italian really stood up last night, and he looks like a real character. In the mix zone, Jason Richardson spoke to him after the heat, and he sort of spoke about how we'd spoken about on air, how he's got three kids and one of them was born this year. He shouldn't be actually even able to be out there and fresh. He should be tired. He's a bit of a character. So I think watching him hug Tamberi after the race, hopefully people will start to connect with him and some of the other athletes in this race, and leading into Paris, we'll have more people to watch that we know.
Absolutely. Now, you use the term arrogance, and that could well and truly be said for this particular athlete who medalled in the 100-metre final when it comes to the women's event. Let's have a listen to this.
Let's see what Jackson's got. The cobwebs have been blown out here a bit, I think. First three to qualify automatically. Strawn's going to come home. This won't be as quick as the others we've seen. Jackson. I'm not sure that she did run third. It's almost a dead heat third.
I feel like she's got the third, but what was she thinking? She's an experienced athlete. There should be no easing up on the line like that, especially when only the three next fastest make it through.
So this is the athlete Jackson, Fletch, and this lady is very much expected to medal in the 200, as she did in the 100. So in the 100, they got the trifecta. Did you see this particular race?
No.
So, Tamsin, can you explain to Brian what happened in this race?
So in the 200 metres, the gun goes, and she just didn't get into it. She was just cruising around, just thinking that she'll run as easy as possible, because the 200-metre semi-finals are later this evening, so she didn't want to put any more effort in having gone through all the rounds of the 100. And she picked up a little bit to catch and make sure she was in the top three, but then she eased up on the line, and three athletes dipped and attacked because they knew how important that top three was to get through to the next round. And it was unbelievable that she didn't even register the fact that she wasn't in the top three easily. And so she's actually missed out. And some of my friends are sending through, "Sorry, Miss Jackson," you know that song?
Yeah.
It's probably not appropriate to laugh at, but it's quite clever.
So Tamsin, what's the... When they got the trifecta in the 100 metres, there was clear bad blood between the three of them. And so I think, was it the winner who went out on her own and got her own coaching? Is that how that played out?
No, so there's so many layers in that story, and it's not one that's been publicly played out. MVP is one of the groups in Jamaica. It's a huge stable in Jamaica, and it's Paul Francis and Steve Francis, the brothers, are the coaches and head of that group. Now, all three of those athletes have been part of MVP in their time. Shelly-Ann Fraser-Pryce left MVP after 2019. She was world champion in 2019. So it was an interesting move where people were like, oh, she's just trying to find something, a little bit extra in the end of her career, just spice it up. But Shericka Jackson is actually still with MVP. And it was pretty clear that Shericka and Shelly-Ann Fraser get along really well. And Elaine Thompson was probably not their best friend, but I guess at the end of the day, it's hard to be best friends with someone who's taking your gold medal from you or trying to take the gold medal from you. So I think that they don't have to be best friends, I guess when it comes down to it, they would have respected each other, but Shelly-Ann Fraser-Pryce was disappointed in herself because she knows that she could have done better in terms of that reaction to the start. She didn't get her trademark start and drive phase. And Elaine Thompson was just better on the night. Her back end of the race, which was her strongest, she was just sensational. And I think because there was no crowd, we were so focused on the three ladies on the track and we were staring at them, we could actually genuinely see, okay, they perhaps aren't the best friends. And it'll be interesting to see how the relay goes later in the week, won't it?
Oh, yes.
Tamsin, now Wednesday, I'm looking forward to Wednesday, Peter Bol. Now, is he... it was very impressive what he did in the semi-final. What is your gut feeling on Peter on Wednesday night? Is he a genuine medal chance?
Well, this is Tamsin's sport. Yeah. This is your sport, Tamsin.
Oh, he's a superstar. I can't tell you how much a fan of Peter Bowles I am. And even before he took the track at these Olympics, he's a wonderful, wonderful person. He fled Sudan in the civil war times and lived in Egypt for 4 years before finding a home in Australia with his family. And there's footage, actually, see if you guys can find it, of his family watching his race yesterday. And they were just screaming, and they were such a wonderful, tight bunch of people that was just so proud of Pete's run. And even when Pete was in the mixed zone, he was saying, stay humble, and, my sister was so nervous, I hope she's okay now. I just can't tell people enough what a wonderful human Peter Bol is, and I hope that these Olympics, what comes out of it is that so many more people get to know him and he becomes a household name, because I think that he could be somebody that is such a great role model for a lot of people in our country. And how will he go in this 800-metre final? Look, Bruce called him winning the gold.
Yeah.
I'm not going to do that because the Kenyan in the race is very, very good. So I'm going to probably say that I think that he can medal. I think that even if I was an Australian and I was watching those heats, I would say that he looks like he would be the one who would fight for the silver or bronze. But 800-metre running is so strange, and it can go any way. It doesn't always play to the playbook. And the good thing about Pete is that he can run off a slow pace and he can run off a fast pace, and he has that technique and wonderful effortlessness about him, the way he glides over the ground. And I think that no matter what they throw at him, I actually think he's going to be okay.
I like the swagger on him. He's a bit of a character by the looks of it. He would have gone well in front of a crowd too. It's a bit disappointing there's no crowd there for him.
Oh, it's so disappointing. But, it's kind of in contrast, because you see that swagger and how he is, and he's just actually really a quiet-spoken person, really polite, really humble. So it's almost like you've got Pete Bol the performer and Pete Bol the person. So, I do like the way he celebrates, and I hope that on that celebration, the guy who beat Clayton Murphy, the American athlete, won the US trials, and he practiced his celebration for the US trials in his mirror at home. It was the Max Verstappen Formula One post where he was sitting on the car. And his wife caught him practicing it in the mirror before he went out to the race. I was like, oh my God. Maybe it's male 800 runners. They like to know their celebration. It's part of their performance. So
Hey, Tamsin, we've got to go. We've got to get to some commitments, but we would have loved to chat a lot longer about Rowan Browning and Patrick Tiernan's effort in the 10,000 was unbelievable. Just in 20 seconds, though, Liz Clay, what was going on at the start of that with all the false starts?
Oh, that was ridiculous. So basically it was about the pressure applied on that pad, the brake pad, and some of them were releasing their foot and not keeping the pressure on the pad, so it was setting off the recall gun.
Oh, there you go. Tamsin, you're doing a great job on Channel 7. We appreciate your time and keep it up.
Cheers, guys. Thanks.
There's Tamsin Manu, who has 3-time Olympian. There you go. Coming up after the break, don't forget to get your electrical moments in from the weekend, thanks to NHP Electrical Moments. Call us, or NHP Electrical for that matter, call us 1300 01 1170 with your electrical moments from the weekend of sport. You're listening to Drive for Gold with Joel and Fletch with thanks to Hyundai.
If it's happening in sport, 1170 SEN will be there. NRL, State of Origin, Test Cricket, Big Bash, A-League and Racing, 1170 SEN, your new home of sport.
Andrew Voss for breakfast.
The one and only Paul Vaught, your win in 1995 as coach, as still I regard as one of the greatest and most unbelievable things of all time.
It was funny how I got the job. I'd just done some work for the footy show, and I was shot at Andy ad, and I was peeling off some lipstick and getting out some high heels, I think. And Ross Livermore rang and said, mate, we'd like you to coach. And I said, how many have knocked it back? Seriously, where am I? 8th, 9th on the list?
Weekdays from 6 on 1170 SEN.
Some same-game multis decrease the odds on certain legs, reducing your potential returns. But with Top Sport's same-game multi, you'll get the most competitive multiple for every leg, so you actually win what you're expecting to win. So if you want to get the top odds every time, bet with Top Sport. Visit topsport.com.au. Top Sport. Feel the excitement.
Gamble responsibly.
G'day, it's your Daily Bailey. Is it a try? Let's go to the big screen that's got to be seen. Yes, it's a try because no one tries harder than Palmer's Glass. The shower screen that has to be seen. The footy is first class, but the glass is world class. Palmer's Glass, like a star fullback, you can't go past Palmer's Glass. Try Palmer's Glass. Come and kick a goal because you can't go past Palmer's Glass.
Are you fed up with your current internet and mobile provider? Then it's time for you to choose a provider you can trust like a Mate.
Mate serves up award-winning all-Aussie service. Get unlimited data internet plans starting from $59 a month, or bundle a mobile to save a further $10 a month.
Mate has no contracts and 1 month risk-free guarantee. What are you waiting for, Mate?
Mate, go with an internet and mobile provider who's got your back. Visit letsbemates.com.
Guys like it simple. That's why Stuff keeps personal care simple for men. Stuff for your face, stuff for your head and body, stuff for your pits, which can come in handy. There's even stuff for your, other bits. And the best bit, not only will you smell good, but it helps fund mental health programs for young men too. How good is that? So, want to get on the good stuff? We bet you do. Just head to websiteofstuff.com. That's some good stuff.
At Apia, they know that retirement age doesn't mean slowing down. It means finally going at your own pace. You're not past your prime, you're Generation Go. Carol's here to tell us about the good life in retirement thanks to Apia. Now that you're retired, what do you do more in your life now?
I've joined the CWA.
Oh, lovely.
I'm a member of the Kiwani, and I'm on the Committee of Management of a local learning and community centre.
Wow, you're a busy lady. That's fantastic.
Yeah.
Do you have another passion? Get out and about?
I walk.
Yep.
I do a lot of knitting, and through the community centre, we sell those to raise funds for Relapse for Life, and I'm doing a lot of reading and gardening.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Thank you very much, Malcolm, and I would just like to say a very big thank you to Apia for this wonderful surprise.
Sounds impressive. Generation Go for Apia. Helping you get the most out of retirement, visit apia.com.au. Apia, get set, go.
You make it much higher.
Introducing the winner of Drive Car of the Year, the 7-seat Kia Sorento large SUV. With first-in-class safety features never before seen in the category, class-leading tech, and interior space offering the finest comfort across all 7 seats.
I fantasize about this.
We paid attention to the details, so did they. The 7-seat Kia Sorento SUV. Drive Car of the Year.
Catch up with the Matty Johns podcast, brought to you by Qualify Me. If you're a plumber and wanting your TMV and backflow prevention qualification, contact Qualify Me. Come on, hurry. Seats filling up fast. Visit qualifyme.edu.au and let Qualify Me qualify you today.
Tilers, want to win your tiling products for a year? Thanks to Beaumont Tiles and their partner Ardex, simply go in-store or jump on iCanWin.com.au.
Join the conversation every Friday with Katie Brown on 1170 SEN. Call 1300 01 1170.
Welcome back. You're listening to The Drive for Gold with Joel and Fletch, with thanks to the new Hyundai Tucson. Tomorrow wants its car back. Test drive the Tucson today.
This electrifying moment of the weekend, with thanks to NHP Electrical Products, 100% Australian owned.
And thanks to NHP Electrical Products, 100% Australian owned and available at a recognised NHP wholesaler near you. Brian from Padstow, he thinks the Sprinter, Rowan, he is the electrical moment of the weekend. For me, though, Brian, mine is NHP electrical moment from the weekend. It had to be the great man, Peter Bowl. Have a listen.
Rooney trying to really wind up. Now Peter's got to hang on to a rock here. A rock's an informed run. He's got to hold 12 off if he can. And then the late challenges. Rooney comes to the outside. Bowles in second spot. Moves up alongside a rock. They're coming 12. Bowles there for the moment. 12 coming at him. Peter Bowl. 1968 the last time we've had a finalist of the 800. Hang on, Peter. He's going to. He's into the final. He has won the semi-final in 144.11.
Oh, I can't wait for Wednesday night, Fletch. Alex from Punchbowl, his electrical moment for NHP Electrical was the Aussie cricket team watching Brendan Stark go around. Mitchell Stark's brother, of course. Your moment for the weekend, Fletch?
My NHP Electrical moment, well, look, it's been lost a little bit, the NRL, in the sense that the Olympics is taking centre stage, but Latrell just reminded everyone, one, that South Sydney are up to their eyeballs in this competition,
aren't they, what?
And two, what sort of player he is when he gets in these moods. Have a listen to this.
Here's Walker. Out the back, Latrell Mitchell, 2-on-1. Latrell's too big. Mitchell goes in first. South Sydney's left side attack scores again.
Yeah, outstanding work. And
So just to put this in perspective, right, when you're looking at teams and they have I suppose a player who makes tackle busts of 3 or 4, you think, it's a good game. He's had 16 tackle busts on the weekend. And there was one particular run where he didn't really score, but he beat 7 of them.
Wow. Darren from Flemington writes, he said the Melbourne Storm, they are an NHP electrical moment. They absolutely are the way they're going. And that was our NHP electrical moments from the weekend. Thanks to NHP Electrical Products, 100% Australian owned and available at a recognised NHP wholesaler near you.
South Wentworthville, broken down truck, northbound Cumberland Highway, far right lane, approaching the M4 overpass with the M4, steady out of Granville, Mays Hill, past the Cumberland Highway towards the M7, getting onto the M4, steady as well, Parramatta Road, Lidcombe, Auburn, Granville, past James Ruse Drive, no problems into Northmead off James Ruse Drive, Bryans Road past Clines Road, good run northbound, Old Windsor Road, Bella Vista. Want to win a Volkswagen Golf GTI? Of course you do. Tune into Channel 10 from 7 tonight to join the live race in the Golf Ad Brake Championship. That's latest traffic.
The newspaper, back to front. Breakfast with Andrew Voss, tomorrow from 6.
Abbey Timber, Sydney's timber flooring and decking specialists. Heathcote Road, Norbank, or abbeytimber.com.au.
If it's happening in sport, 1170 SEN will be there. NRL, State of Origin, Test Cricket, Big Bash, A-League and Racing, 1170 SEN, your new home of sport.
Hi, it's Doug the Tradie. If you're a tradie like me, you need the correct insurance. It's easy with IMAR. They offer competitive premiums, instant cover and no paperwork. Go online, get an instant quote and pay the premium, or call an expert now on 13IMAR. You'll be covered in a few simple steps and ready to get on with the job. Visit imar.com.au today or call 13IMAR and get a quote, get covered, get working.
Now the trade is mate. That's IMAR.
G'day,
G'day, Jamie Soward here. That's right, the bloke that wore the red V, wore the headgear, but probably most remembered for getting fended off by Greg Inglis. Well, I've got my own podcast where I can share all those stories, plus talk a little bit of NRL each week called Sweet and Soured.
Well, Fletch, I was stuck in that bloody gridlock the other day. Did you know that?
No, I didn't.
Well, I was, due to that protest the week before. But anyway, the good news was I was stuck behind a good sort.
Yeah. Did you notice the paramedic lines and the precise architecture? It looks more 2040 than today.
Yes, you know who I was behind. That's exactly right. A Hyundai Tucson. The good sort it is. The Hyundai Tucson, I reckon, is a next-generation medium SUV and is a moving design revolution.
Yeah, now wonder tomorrow, once its car back, test drive the all-new Hyundai Tucson.
Well, guess what, Fletch? The snoring was back last night. You know why? Because the youngest, he stole my spinal ease pillow.
Yeah. Did you know that they're Australian-made too?
I did know.
They're spinal ease pillows, Australian-made. I have one. I love it because as soon as I put my lemon spread down, I'm asleep.
Yeah, absolutely. It might just change your life, you know, because I notice a huge difference when I'm using the spinal ease or not using the spinal ease. So order your spinal ease pillow with free delivery. Go to spinalease.com.au. That's spinaleze.com.au, and you can thank us later.
What's the right spirit to have in sport? At the peak of his career, Kurt Warner weighed almost 100 kilograms. And standing at 6'2", he was someone you didn't want to mess with on the footy field. He was quarterback for the Green Bay Packers and the New York Giants. His many successes and records include Super Bowl champion, 2 times passing touchdowns leader, 2 times first team All-Pro, one of only 2 quarterbacks to win the Super Bowl in their first season as a starter, and he owns 3 of the top 5 highest single-game passing yards totals in Super Bowl history. Kurt's a Christian man, and he always says that Jesus is the only reason he can stand there receiving his awards. Interesting, in Proverbs 22 it says, "The reward for humility and fear of the Lord is riches and honour and life." Whatever that means for the life to come, Kurt was also living it in this life as well.
The Spirit of Sport for the Council of Churches, a part of 1170 since 1932.
Look, we all love a holiday, and being honest, we've tested our own fair share of hotel spas, but nothing comes closer to that permanent holiday feeling during lockdown than a backyard spa from Splashes. They've got a massive range of spas, swim spas and plunge pools, the knowledge to back that range up, lifetime support and bubbling litres of great value, and loads of stock. Splashes, part of your backyard since 1993. Book an online consultation now at splashes.com.au.
A start. That's all it takes. It doesn't matter when, or where, or how. Just start. With the biggest range and the best brands, sporting dreams start at Rebel. Sport is calling.
Hi, I'm Bernard Foley. This November, get set for the world's first Aqua Rugby Festival. Never before seen down under, it's high-speed rugby on a floating pitch in the stunning Sydney Harbour. Get down to the Manly shoreline and watch it light up with live free entertainment. Or step it up and watch the action on board one of Sydney's most luxurious super yachts. Get your tickets at aquarugby.com. Be part of the action November 5th and 6th. Aqua Rugby. This is how we play.
Welcome back. You're listening to The Drive for Gold with Joel and Fletch, with thanks to the new Hyundai Tucson. Tomorrow wants its car back. Test drive the Tucson today.
Okay, listen up all you tilers. If you're a tiler, Beaumont has over 110 stores with the best range of RLA glues, grouts and waterproofing, and you can win 25 grand's worth. So go to icanwin.com.au. Plenty more still coming up the next hour. We'll continue with the electrical moments from the weekend thanks to NHP Electrical. Begging for bronze with Brendan Cowell and the IMAR quiz, of course, coming up. Footy chat with thanks to Palmer's Glass, Fletch.
Yeah, well, tonight it's obviously Monday A grade, and we've got one here from the Reptile. Reptile says, Monday A grade, the American swim team claiming Australia cheated in the relay.
Wow.
Anybody who does not like the Kiwi corner. What's that?
I'll explain that to you later. By the way, we had our groceries delivered, so through Coles or Woolies, one of those two. But anyway, have you...
Well, you either go to one, you don't go to both.
Woolies,
yeah,
for us, right? So, have you ever been to Aldi
I have.
How you got to pack it yourself. They just shove it through frantically. So there was a funny meme going around. So when you get it delivered, you can't. There's no contact, so they leave the bags at your front door. And this guy did a meme of an Aldi home delivery where the bloke turns up and just starts pegging the items into your house. Oh, I found that very, very funny. Anyway, you can subscribe to The Drive. No, surprisingly, with Joel and Fletch podcast, Apple Podcasts, or you can find us on Spotify. Leave a review, of course, and we'll read them out on the show. That's the way to do that. Big hour still to come. 1300 01 1170, the call line, the text line, 0457 736 736.
Sport's biggest moments called play-by-play from around the world, right here on SEN.
Good afternoon, I'm April Austin with SEN News. South East Queensland has been declared a Commonwealth COVID hotspot after 13 new local coronavirus cases were recorded today and their lockdown was extended until Sunday. The classification means more medical supplies will be sent to the state, as well as making individuals who have lost work eligible for federal support payments. Acting Premier Stephen Miles says he hopes the extension of the lockdown will allow contact tracers to get on top of the outbreak.
That will make it an 8-day lockdown. And we desperately hope that that will be sufficient for our contact tracers to get into home quarantine absolutely anyone who could have been exposed to the Delta strain.
A man in his 90s has sadly become the 15th person to die from COVID-19 during New South Wales' current outbreak. The state recorded 207 new local cases today. Just 89 were isolating while infectious. And Victoria Cross recipient Ben Robert Smith's defamation trial against 3 newspapers has been adjourned for 3 months due to Sydney's lockdown. SEN.com.au Sport up next.
Enjoy great deals at Snooze, plus free local delivery with orders over $999. Call or chat online. It's amazing what a little snooze can do. Exclusions, T's and C's apply.
At the Olympics, Australia's Jessica Hull and Lyndon Hall have qualified for the women's 1500 metre semi-finals, finishing 2nd and 3rd in their heats this morning. Aussie sprinter Riley Day has also made it through to the semis of the women's 200 metres. She says getting the heat out of the way will settle her nerves.
I was trying to just remember that it's just a race. The Olympics isn't going to change how fit I am, how fast I am, and how well I run. If anything, it can make me lift even more. So I feel a lot more relaxed now that the first run's over. I know how everything works, and I can just leave it all on the track tonight.
Not such good news for the Hockey Roos, whose Olympic campaign has ended in heartbreak with a shock 1-0 loss to India in the women's hockey quarterfinals earlier this afternoon.
Don't miss the must-see comedy action, The Hitman's Wife's Bodyguard. Fast-track from cinemas to your home. The Hitman's Wife's Bodyguard. New to buy or rent on digital now.
Through Lincoln, COVID-19 testing, Berea Street, Lane 1 taken out, approaching Olympic Drive. Just seeing earlier breaking down truck being cleared by Cruise, South Wentworthville, Cumberland Highway, far right lane, northbound, approaching the M4. No problems, the M4 out towards the foot of the mountains. Looking good for the Northern Road through Orchard Hills and Leppington. Camden Valley Way, steady both directions. Princess Highway, steady through Cogra. Brighten up any room with a pop of floral colour from your local Harris Farm. Whether it's roses, gerberas, or our beautiful Aussie natives, Harris Farm has something for everyone. That's latest traffic.
Morning Glory with Matty Johns, Fridays from 9 on 1170 SEN.
Got mountains of stock that you just can't move? Visit buymystock.com.au.
Cloudy with a possible late shower in Sydney and Sydney's west today, a top of 19. Morning showers, then sunny tomorrow, 21. And don't miss the Matildas and the Opals in must-win games tonight, live on SEN and the SEN app.
Welcome back. It's Joel Kane and Brian Fletcher. Expect them to be higher, faster and stronger. The second hour of the Drive for Gold with Joel and Fletch, with thanks to the all-new Hyundai Tucson. Tomorrow wants its car back. Test drive the Tucson today. Starts now.
Yeah, welcome back to Drive for Gold with Joel and Fletcher. Thanks to Hyundai, experience the convenience of buying your dream car online with Hyundai's Click and Buy today. Now, just before we get onto the football chat, thanks to Palmer's Glass, Fletch, you were referring to the text from Reptile. His A grade, as you mentioned, was the American swim team claiming Australia cheated in the relay, and anybody who does not like the QE corner. And you said, what's the QE corner? So, Finchy and I, say we call the game on a Friday, right? Mm-hmm. And we call the early game.
Yep.
And by the time we get to the last hour, there's another game in play. So Finchy and I were like, who would be listening to us right now, given the fact there's another game in play? And at the time, it was an all top four contest when we came up with this. So we went, coo-wee, is anyone out there? Is anyone listening, right? And then the text line just went berserk. So now we've got this loyal listeners who just chime in. We just tell stories and have a laugh and generally be as loose as we can possibly be. And that's what he's referring to, QE Corner.
I feel like you're cheating on me. I need to know everything. I need to be in on everything.
You would love that, QE Corner. But anyway.
I got this one from Mark. Speaking, this text came through. Joel Fletch, I had to turn the... Oh, it's just gone. Here it is, sorry. I had to turn the TV off last night due to the Olympics because the wife was having too much of an optic at the male sprinters at the blocks. Mark, you're not alone. I was all over it. I was all over it. I was even taking a photo, as I like to do, of the TV and then zooming in.
You're a mad zoomer.
Zoomer Nelson.
Zoomer Nelson, the Fletch man. Okay, let's do this. Time to talk a bit of footy.
Split off, and it was done a week prior to the article that was released. So, well done to...
For over 50 years.
Something to you. Switch to Red today. Call 131 806.
Lining up for the Drinkwise Stakes. It's a wide open field. Fallen over in the urinal is coming into the gates. Passed out before the quaddie is a late scratching. Wakes up with a kebab in hand and red wine splashed on the shirt make up the rest of the field. But the market mover and clear favourite with the fans, Have a Water Between Drinks. She looks like a winner today. The fans are embracing this horse from the Drinkwise stable.
Be a winner at the races. Remember, you won't miss a moment at the races if you drink wise. Another memorable moment on SEN track. And this one came when our man Paddy Garshagan cheered home the wrong horse.
Come on, Monty. Find something and you think you have.
Oh, it's home. Well done, Patrick. Come on. One by now.
Well done, Jack.
Bang.
That's not the 14, Paddy.
He cheered home the wrong horse.
That's not the 14.
Oh, Paddy.
That's the 8.
Oh, Patrick.
And to this day, he's never lived it down.
You muppet.
SEN track. The new sound of chasing, pacing and racing.
SEN track. The new sound of chasing, pacing and racing.
Good afternoon, I'm April Austin with SEN News. South East Queensland has been declared a Commonwealth COVID hotspot after 13 new local coronavirus cases.
There'll be no NRL, there'll be no AFL, so Peter V'landys must be very influential.
There was no AFL, was there?
No, there wasn't AFL, but it was on yesterday's same.
5 games yesterday.
Oh, they did the same thing.
They did the same thing.
They did the same.
Played a lot of games in Melbourne.
But